This stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour brings us to frigid Toronto, Ontario, where on the way to the car this morning, my still wet hair froze a little bit. I think it's negative 8-ish C.
Like -10 maybe.
Yeah, negative 8 to 10 C. I'm Elly Bird. This is my co-caster, comrade, and compatriot. F for freshly a father. H for honey. Please stop posting in Purple Discord and come to bed. Frank Hung. How's your weekend going?
It's been really good. I've already talked to so many people. And let me tell you, I do not regret any moment I spend on Purple Discord.
Not even a little bit.
Nope.
We have some pretty exciting matchups and a pretty exciting spread here today. This is the biggest North American Battle Hardened of all time. We actually capped and chose not to increase the cap for the largest standalone Battle Hardened in North America to date. Maybe not all time. Could be broken one day, but not today. And we are going to go straight into the meta breakdown we have here for y'all. Looking at the most represented hero this weekend is Viserai. Maybe not exactly what everybody expected, especially with so much buzz about Part the Mist Veil in the air. We also have 22 new in second place. I think many of those news are counting to a whopping number of 6. As well as some other interesting standouts in the secondary categories here. We have 8 Dorintheas, maybe a little bit higher than people expected. A fair few of those are running her trusty Dawnblade as opposed to any Hatchets of Body or Mind. We've got 4 Brave Souls choosing to bring the new Ice Earth Guardian Jarl Vitredi to the field today, as well as a pretty fascinating smattering of one-ofs between Phi, Maxx, Riptide, and the usual least represented suspects down there. And we are just in a second about to dive into a pretty exciting round 1 we have here. But right before that, Frank Hung has some important business to take care of on behalf of Savage Feats LLC.
Yeah, and just before we get started on the main event of the day, we'd just like to respectfully acknowledge that the city of Toronto/Vaughan, this area, is situated in the territory of Treaty 13 lands of the Mississaugas of the Credits First Nation, and recognize that it's the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the Haudenosaunee. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Frank, and thank you so much to the Haudenosaunee. Today, we are going straight into our round 1. We have Prism versus Aurora, and this isn't any 2 players. This is Matthew Dilks, winner of Calling LA, the calling attached to Pro Tour LA, as well as Sunny Yang, winner of Canadian Nationals this year, 2024. We have Sunny Yang going first on Aurora versus Matthew Dilks on Prism, a bit of a lesser represented hero in this metagame. I'm excited to see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, and Sunny was the winner of Canadian Nationals on another aggro hero in Zen, staying to his guns here as he opens the game off with a Channel Lightning Valley on this Starfall attack. Looks like he's just going to make an embodiment of lightning here as well. And Matthew, blocking on this turn 0, and looks like going to Arsenal here.
Those turn 0 blocks are always free outside of the cards they take out of your deck. Interestingly, Sunny was holding a 2-block and a 3-block and opted to arsenal the 2-block, maybe favoring the block value of the Enlightened Strike, despite the fact that E-Strike can kind of, be a little bit more powerful in smaller hands if you choose to do some blocking.
Yeah, now we've got a Wartune Herald coming in for 6. This is that classic Prism play pattern, so really trying to force these Heralds in aggressively and get Figments out of the deck. For a hero like Aurora, we might see some difficulty with a number of 2 blocks.
Yeah, Aurora doesn't block that well, and as such, we are going to hear Dilks pretty much immediately go, oh, okay, take 6, as Sunny Yang just declares no blocks immediately, getting his Prism Awakener of Soul trigger and searching his deck for the first Figment he's going to put into play here. I would expect him to lead off on either Protection, as he seems to be going for, or Erudition, the kind of classic I get a free arsenal here. Putting Protection into play, this is also going to generate a Spectral Shield for Matthew.
Yeah, so pretty good start to the game for Matthew, having a functional hand with Go Again from the new Luminaris Angel's Glow, having pitched a yellow on that Wartune Herald. And now getting the Figment, we'll see what he chooses to do, if maybe he'll take a look at this Imperium Rapture ability. And
Imperium
just
Rapture, which discounts the activation of your first hero ability each turn by 2 if a Herald has been put into your soul this turn.
And it looks like maybe opting to take the line that preserves that Arsenal card. So Sunny facing down another 6 damage, another card going into soul.
This is a pretty amazingly efficient opener from Matthew here. We just have 6 into 6 on only 3 cards, as well as getting 1 Figment and threatening a second. I mean, a 3-card 12 is like aspirational among many heroes, not to mention these block. Phantasm is a real downside, but maybe not against a hero that has, on average, 0 6 powers in the deck.
And now Sunny playing out here, not taking the full block on the Herald of Erudition, but plays out the Sigil of Suffering. Unfortunately, only going to block for 3 because the Spectral Shield eats up that Arcane Ping and doesn't even net him the extra card off of the Channel Lightning Valley, which is kind of one of the upsides of the card. And Matthew, having just finished shuffling his deck, is going to go right back in there.
It's pretty interesting knowing that Sunny opted not to play the Sigil of Suffering on the first Herald, maybe thinking that because Matthew had 1 floating, he would just Arcane Barrier the ping, but kind of a hindsight is 2020 situation where he had another one cost Herald to follow it up with. So had he played the Sigil of Suffering, it either likely would have gotten the ping of 1 Arcane through, blocked for 4, drawn a card off Channel Lightning Valley, or forced another card out of Matthew's hand on the other side of the table. Kind of a bit of a painful decision point there, yeah, coming back to bite you.
Yeah, now actually flipping the Herald flipping the Figment that gets fetched from the second Herald going into Soul there. And that's going to be Bellona, Archangel of War. Really just represents 4 ward for Matthew on this follow-up turn from Sunny.
Choosing to use those Figments to gain a little bit of life is kind of why Prism starts the game at 32. I remember when the hero first came out, there was a lot of like, wait, why does this hero only have 32 life? That doesn't make any sense to me. And then I think after a few games, especially once Angel's Glow came out, and people were like, oh, this hero gains 4 life every single time she lands an attack. It's like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, now the Flickering Charge coming out, using that embodiment of lightning from the first turn that get Go Again, threatening an on-hit from the Channel Lightning Valley to draw a card. I suppose I should say it doesn't necessarily threaten the draw card because of the ward value on Bellona. But we will eat that Angel up.
Sunny working with 3 more cards in hand here, an Entwined Lightning, an Electromagnetic Somersault, and an Enlightened Strike.
And now Entwined Lightning being fused with that Electrostatic Somersault. The first real damage Matthew's going to be forced to contend with here.
The classic Aurora play pattern of 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Please let me draw some cards.
Yeah, and Sunny would really like the extra card here to go with that E-Strike that's in his hand.
Looks like Matthew is working with some amount of non-blocking cards, and that amount is 3 in this hand. Maybe having to make some hard decisions about whether or not he's going to let Sunny draw a card here.
Yeah, and the one thing about the traditional Illusionist armor package up here, we see the Halo, Calming Gesture, and Phantasmal Footsteps, which is can become a blocking card. But there's not a ton of Battle Worn or Blade Break type effects there that can let you profitably block. And now it looks like we've got Electrostatic Somersault being played out on the Entwined Lightning. Going to bounce that back to hand, going into that end resolution phase, drawing a card off of the Channel Lightning Valley, and looks like we're going to be playing out that Entwined Lightning again, fusing with a Gone in a Flash that we just hit off the top. Pretty efficient, if you ask me.
Yeah, ripping the 0 for 4 off the top is pretty sweet when you have the Enlightened Strike. Just get to, or rather, ripping the Lightning card there. It doesn't really matter what the card is. You get to play the 0 for 4 again, so it's kind of like you just drew another Entwined Lightning there, getting to end the turn on E-Strike for 5, draw a card. When your deck is basically all 0 for 4s, E-Strike functionally becomes a 0 for 5.
I think that I heard somebody else describe decks that are good or with E-Strike are decks that can play that mode of draw a card profitably, and in this case, Sunny doing really well with that effect.
I believe that was Alan Lau, Team Blue Pitch, who said that. Pretty ageless wisdom about the game there.
Oh, speaking of Ageless Wisdom, Herald of Erudition is a very good card, and it's coming in here for 6 off of the Courage created the previous turn. That's going to have Go Again as well from this Figment that's been pitched. So 6 Dominate, a little bit tricky here for Sunny to get over. We'll see if he decides to commit 1 additional piece of armor.
Something I want to talk about here is that Sunny is actually presenting Balance of Justice in this matchup. Functionally 4 just these Herald of Erudition turns here, capable of blocking 2 and then later drawing a card if the opponent has drawn 2 or more cards this turn. Like, we're going to see 6 points of armor dropped straight on the combat chain to cover up this Herald of Erudition, but Matthew Dilks is holding more than 1 Angelic Wrath in his hand.
And now he's going to have to look for the larger size of dice so that he can go all the way up to 9. And that's going to be a Herald of Erudition that hits, and we'll see what he decides to do here with his triggers.
Drawing 2 off the Herald, 2 more Heralds straight into hand, so it gives you a pretty good idea of what Matthew's deck looks like. It's as many modern Prism decks tend to look right now, especially after the banning of Tome of Divinity. We have thrown Iris of Reality into the garbage where it belongs, and we are playing the blue auras that help my Heralds hit you, and a bunch of Heralds to hit you, and some attack reactions to help my Heralds hit you, and Soul Shield to keep me alive so I can hit you with my Heralds.
And Nat here just, thinking about the Figment that he's going to be fetching. Got too many options, really.
And all of those options come down to the classic Figment of Erudition making a Ponder when it enters here.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these Figments get flipped over this turn because he's got so many cards in hand.
Yeah, Figment of Erudition flips into an Angel capable of drawing 2 cards by banishing a card from Soul when it attacks. It will also have Go Again as his first Angel attack. Were he to go that route on this turn, I believe we're actually going to see Protection flipped here, probably to shore up some Spectral Shields on the back end for Sunny's return.
Yeah, these Angels just represent so much value. Each time they attack, they, just create such a powerful effect, and this is going to represent 6 more ward that Sunny has to punch through before he starts dealing damage to Matt.
6 more ward as well as 4 damage with Go Again. It turns any yellow or blue into a Scar for a Scar. Pretty impressive, especially when you can extract extra value by cashing in some Soul.
Yeah, and Sunny started this game with an 8 life advantage, but if you add up the damage and the ward value that is on the board here, it looks like Matt's a little bit ahead now.
Speaking of being ahead, here comes a Herald of Protection, threatening another Figment on the board, another card in Soul, and a Spectral Shield if it connects, as well as just being a yellow 2 for 6, about a point above rate, as many Phantasm cards tend to be. Sunny has got some blocking cards and an Electrostagnetic Discharger Salt to pick them back up, but his hand may not do all that much if he opts to cash in the Electromagnetic Somersault on this turn, so a bit of a painful decision point, as well as all of his armor still locked up on the combat chain, so I'm not actually positive this hand is capable of blocking 6. It's going to depend whether that blue is a Sigil of Lightning or a Current Funnel, and I think it's a Sigil of Lightning.
Yeah, the other thing that's available to him as an option is this Balance of Justice that's on the combat chain. Matt has drawn 2 cards this turn, but it's one of these things where when it rains, it pours for the opponent, and it's just such an onslaught here.
Good shout on the Balance of Justice. We'll see if we see Sunny cash that in this turn to get a little bit of extra blocking power, or if he opts to save it for later. Thank you, Sam, so much for saying that Electrostagnetic Discharger Salt is nasty work. Brian Smith with Electromagnetically Somersault. That's a really good one.
Yeah, another Angelic Wrath here. This time only pumping by 2, but, taking 8 damage to the face is not pretty.
Yeah, just 2 blue being cashed in there, but it is going to clear Matthew's hand to get maximum value from the Ponder that the Figment of Erudition made, if you can even see it under all of the tokens that he's made on this turn cycle, putting Sunny down to 19 versus Matthew's ever-growing effective life total here. He has 3 shields on the board, another Figment with which to you know, functionally uses a defense reaction by cashing in Soul on later turns to turn it into Ward 4, as well as an Angel for Ward 4. His advantage is really, really kind of swelling here as Sunny continues to get punished by not being able to block these Aurora no blocks, kind of punishing him on this turn cycle.
And interesting, the Figment of Rebirth is going to be the one that's chosen here to come into play. So he gets to put another Herald back on top of the deck, and actually chose Herald of Ravages here to take off the top and put in the arsenal.
That's such a cool point of synergy, too, where you have the Ponder, you get to go get Figment of Rebirth and just choose the Herald that you're going to draw for the next turn.
Yeah, and it's just a really high value card, right? Like, you know, so you might expect some people would take a Herald of Erudition there, but Matt going for, you know, probably the line that just makes a bit more sense with the board state.
Herald of Erudition, however, could not be chosen there as it went to Soul and then to the Banish Zone. Kind of another downside of these recursive effects in Prism, Herald of Rebirth, Figment of Rebirth, not able to get Heralds that end up in your Soul because they don't end up at the graveyard. Sunny cashed in Balance at the end of that turn, coming in with Flittering Charge, which will then gain Go Again from the Electromagnetic Somersault, played to put the Flittering Charge back in hand.
Yeah, and now Starfall coming in for 2 with Go Again. A Sigil of Lightning being pitched for that, which will create a Embodiment of Lightning anyways later with Aurora's Hero Power. But for now, just threatening the 2.
This is a pretty interesting tempo we're seeing Prism shift towards after the Iris plan, the Tome plan kind of left the metagame, where instead of being this kind of board statey, kind of controlling deck, you're actually just seeing a full aggro deck that's taking advantage of the overwhelming numbers of these Heralds, kind of in contrast to the low amount of 6-power attacks in many of the meta decks at the moment, using this to basically leverage it as a full aggro deck where you just flip these Angels and cash them in as life or block value to slow down your opponent's return as you keep smacking them for 7 Go Again 7 every single turn.
And now Herald of Protection and a Spectral Shield are going to block this Static Shock out cleanly, which had Go Again from that Embodiment of Lightning. And another Flittering Charge going to be coming in for 4. No reactions. The first damage that Matt has taken for a minute here.
Going down to 15 to Sunny's 19. Sunny's still ahead. However, Matt has a card in Soul to use to flip an Angel, a Figment into an Angel, as well as 2 Figments on the board to cash in for a little bit of life. Light of Soul, good old Dust Till Dawn Fabled being pitched here, flipping the top card of his deck and putting it into his Soul, giving him the fuel to flip more Angels here.
Yeah, this is just one of the most powerful Fableds that are played right now because it's just free value for the Prism player. Now this attack for 6, quite threatening for Sunny. He's going to block with a couple of cards here and the Grasp of the Arknight, the last armor block available on that.
One of my favorite things about Aurora is that when you see her put 2 cards defending on the combat chain, you immediately know that she's holding Electromagnetic Somersaults, and she's going to use functionally Somersault as a 1-card 5 block to pick them back up. Sunny doing exactly that here, putting Snatch and Enlightened Strike back in his hand upon resolution of this chain link.
We can resolve this combat chain.
Resolving the link. Cards back to hand. Seriously, one of the coolest cards from Rosetta. I adore that card.
Flip Erudition.
Yeah, Matt with some very clean play here, just making sure all the triggers are taking place in the right place. Now flipping a Figment of Erudition into Soraya and pitching these cards to attack, which are going to draw him 2 cards with that on-attack ability, banishing the last card in his Soul. So now he's low on resources in the Soul, but, I mean, you can't really complain having Soraya on board, right?
Bit of a painful top deck off the Soraya, however. They're drawing a Wartune Herald, which is pretty nice, but the other card is a Figment of Triumph. Certainly not something you want to Arsenal, so it's possible he doesn't really kind of get the value of draw 2 there, as he may be forced to either keep it in hand or find a way to put it in his pitch zone, perhaps by activating Empyrean Rapture or Halo of Illumination on this turn. Sunny chewing on his blocking decisions here. Only 5 block available in the hand because of this Channel Lightning Valley that is also in the hand. Taking 4 on the Angel, but now being forced to contend with 7 more from a red Wartune Herald.
Yeah, and this is one of the cards that made the original Prism so powerful. Just the ability to play these super high rate offensive attacks in addition to that aura plan. And now the super efficient attacks are fueling this combo aggro playstyle that you mentioned with another card going to go into Soul here and another Figment going to come out of the deck.
Dilks has already activated Prism this turn, notably paying for it, not getting the Rapture discount since Prism's ability is only once per turn, but as you said, will go get a Figment, and getting Figment of Ravages, it seems, which as it enters will ping Sunny down to 7.
Do you want Arcane?
Also threatens a fair bit of inevitability as the Angel on the other side, Sakem, the Archangel of Ravages, deals 2 arcane damage. Whenever it swings, Sunny has AB2, but it's still a fair bit of difficult to interact with damage here.
Yeah, and the other thing that you mentioned is, you know, Aurora's not playing a lot of poppers to deal with the heralds that are going to come before these angel attacks, and so, you know, that is a pretty dangerous life total for him to be at.
And that's a 1 herald, Frank.
Yeah.
that is a 2-card play from Matthew just to put Sunny in the dirt.
Pass.
And we are seeing Matthew activate the Empyrean Rapture. I almost said Angelic Rapture. The Empyrean Rapture there by pitching the Figment just to get it out of hand for no value there.
Yeah, now we've got a red Snatch on the chain. Promises another follow-up here from Sunny. Not going to be able to draw a card, maybe. Maybe we've got a Lightning Press. Maybe we don't.
Only 1 non-blocking card in Matthew's hand here. Kind of an interesting point of texture about this matchup is that both heroes have a fair few cards in their deck that just don't block, as well as both decks being pretty dense with on-hits, so it seems like it can make the matchup a little bit swingy.
One of my favorite Welcome to Wraith cards being activated here. Snapdragon Scaler is giving this Snatch go again.
And Snatch is one of my favorite Welcome to Wraith cards. It says draw a card on it.
That's right. But you know what else says draw a card? Halo of Illumination being activated here. We're going to see a card get banished, get put in the Soul.
Right. You're thinking of Ebon Fold.
Yeah, the superior version. Except Ebon Fold doesn't tutor a card, so.
Well, Ebon Fold says draw 2, so.
Yeah.
Herald going into Soul, kind of a cool, you know, Halo of Illumination was already a pretty sweet piece of equipment for the first Prism, but it's especially sweet in this exact, in this newer Prism, where it can put a Herald into your Soul on your opponent's turn. Only other ways you can typically do something like that is with Merciful Retribution triggers, letting you go get a Figment out of your deck on your opponent's turn, often used for exactly this Figment, Figment of Triumph, which as it enters will give Sunny's attack action cards -1 power this turn. This can be used as an instant to keep a 6 power from destroying your Herald via Phantasm, or in this case, is just going to soak up a bunch of damage.
Yeah, and when Matt's got such an overwhelming lead on board right now, you know, reducing the damage output of your opponent really just makes it harder for them to meaningfully threaten your life total while you keep a full group of cards. Now Sunny thinking about his life choices. Got a couple of arcane shockwaves in hand here that don't fuse. Common mistake for players in Tales of Aria Limited.
You mean elemental cards aren't lightning cards, but it says lightning on it, Frank. Speaking of lightning cards, he also has a Channel Lightning Valley in his hand. Would be particularly threatening in the reaction step for drawing cards if Matthew didn't have a whole hunk of ward on the board here still. Sunny kind of in a bit of a tough spot where it's difficult for him to convert that Channel Lightning Valley that also doesn't block on this turn, but the rest of his hand maybe not being all that useful. He also hasn't played a lightning card on this turn, which makes it hard to want to swing Starfall. He can swing it here, and it looks like he's going to, but it's not a lightning card in the pitch zone to preserve the Channel Lightning Valley, and there's still an Angel on the board.
And just like we drew it up, the Starfall's going to clear out the Angel, go again from having a lightning card played. Doesn't threaten the card draw, but now this attack for 3 power is going to do so.
Starfall goes up to 2 in the reaction step because he played a lightning instant. Matthew just pitching to flip a Angel here. Oh, not even flipping, sorry. Cost 0 because of Empyrean Rapture.
Yeah, having activated the Halo of Illumination this turn, super, super useful.
I'm sorry. Wrong yet again. Empyrean Rapture only discounts during your turn. He had 2 left over from pitching into Halo of Illumination.
5 dominate, go again.
Hey, and this is a pretty good play. A 5 dominate, go again. On hit, I draw 2 cards and put this card in my soul.
Matthew also holding the Angelic Wrath. Sunny has the defense reaction, but Matthew has the trick. Let's see if we see him come over the top with it. To force a draw, too.
And Matthew just thinking on the decision, thinking about how he can guarantee that he closes out this game, checking the life totals, making Sunny sweat a bit, getting that psychological.
Sunny considering sinking a card here. Matthew
Choosing
giving
not
it
to sink.
+4. A little bit of a back-breaking 0-cost card there. The red Angelic Wrath pushing this all the way to 9. I believe he might be on 9 Angelic Wraths, going all in on that Herald aggro plan, aiming to draw a bunch of cards, put a bunch of Figments on the board, flip them into Angels, swing them for value. Prism's plan is very coherent, I think, especially, you know, there are many heroes that a lot of people think of as dogs after we had that big ban list hit earlier this year, and I think Tome of Divinity is a pretty painful loss that led a lot of people to think that Prism was maybe not as good as she previously was, but she's still plenty powerful. I think it kind of just takes a pretty specific meta for her, but I think people have started to catch on the fact that this kind of is the meta for her. So many of these strong decks are just on so few cards that can trigger Phantasm. Aurora, New, Zen. I mean, so many of these decks are on anywhere from 0 to 6, 6 powers, and 0, 7 powers, making it a little bit easier for her to push through a lot of these meaningful on-hits and just kind of cashing in 100% on this full Herald aggro plan with 9 Wraths to just kind of beat your opponent into submission before they can even present 32 damage.
Yeah, and oftentimes, you know, by the time you see the second popper in your deck, just the first one just gets deleted by a Halo of Illumination. You know, you're already at, 3 life for Sunny here. Hasn't seen a popper because he's playing Aurora.
Here comes Herald of Triumph, looking to seal Matthew's triumph in this game. Sunny at 3, he can't take this one, and he only has 7 block value in the hand between an Arc Lightning, a Ravenous Rabble, and a Current Funnel. I believe his arsenal is an attack action card, but I mean, nothing he can do with only 1 card is going to encourage Matthew Dilks to interact, especially since he isn't even threatening a draw after not being able to preserve that Channel Lightning Valley. This is a pretty difficult hole to dig yourself out of in this situation.
You know what hero can do something with the 0-cost instant that doesn't draw you a card?
What hero?
Cilio you could have cycled that Channel Lightning Valley right out of there, right?
You could have cycled it to draw another 0-cost instant that does nothing and doesn't block.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and now we're blocking with every card to prevent this Herald from going to Soul. It's a little sad to see an Arc Lightning go like that.
After the combat chamber resolves.
And now, the Archangel of Triumph is going to be sitting on the board there as a 4 ward, but also threatens to just be an attack for Matthew on the subsequent turn.
Pretty significant effects to have on the board in this situation. Talking about getting buried under the tempo your opponent has, this card, every time it swings and vanishes from Soul, is going to reduce the power of Sunny's attacks for the next turn. I believe his attack action cards, as well as just swinging for 4 with Go Again, a point over what Sunny has left. However, we are seeing a Sigil of Suffering in Sunny's hand here. Matthew doesn't have any, or Matthew has Arcane Barrier, but it will still force a card out of his hand if he doesn't want Victoria to die before Go Again resolves on the attack, which could end Matthew's turn.
Yeah, one of these fun tricks of playing Sigil of Suffering is you get fun interactions like this. Now, in this case, it's going to be a blue pitched. It's a Passing Mirage, one of the few auras in the deck.
but it is a very interesting point of texture in the matchup where, especially painfully, because this doesn't connect and Matthew just ABs, it's not blocking for 4, it's only blocking for 3. Sunny taking 1 down to 2, and even this blue Wartoon Herald is going to threaten his doom.
Yeah, it's going to strip 2 cards out of the hand. Oh, 3 cards out here.
Has go again. Just 1 more will do it. Only 1 card in Matthew's hand, though. It's an Angelic Wrath.
That's going to go all the way up to 9, and if Sunny extends the fist bump. And so here in frigid Canada, as you say, the reigning national champion is taken down by another titan of Canadian flesh and blood in Matthew Dilks. What did you make of that?
That was kind of brutal. I was really not expecting Prism to take such a commanding lead in the matchup, especially, you know, how much Aurora is kind of known for being the aggro deck du jour of the current meta, or at least up there with Zen and Viserai. Kind of seeing Prism more or less come out of nowhere and just kind of smack her around a little bit shows what these kind of lower tier heroes can still do in this metagame, as well as a lot of these higher tier heroes aren't, you know, they're far from invincible.
Well, and that's just the thing is, like, you know, I think maybe even if there are a few top-tier heroes that have a stranglehold on the metagame, there's still plenty of weaknesses that can be targeted. And in this case, Prism really just showing, you know, what the weaknesses of some of these aggro decks are, right? It's like not blocking well, not having coherent counterplay to your opponent's on-hit effects, and, of course, you know, not having the ability to react against your opponent's Angelic Wraths.
Right. Many of these Aurora decks are on 0 to 6 defense reactions, effective in many aggro races, but maybe not quite good enough against a deck with 9 0-cost instants that'll force these devastating on-hits, either anywhere from a free Spectral Shield to a free draw to, and all of these get to search your deck for free value to slap on the board, flip later, swing with. It really kind of snowballs out of Aurora's control in that situation, but I do think Sunny kind of played that game pretty well, played to his outs. It's a little unfortunate that the effect of the Channel Lightning Valley on that turn didn't, you know, do anything relevant. He couldn't preserve it. Kind of the deck maybe didn't line up the way he wanted it to, but I think he still showed a solid understanding of like how he needed to approach the matchup. You know, the way you need to win that as Aurora is like kind of just block a lot and whittle Prism down. You know, you need to shut down her ability to get these on-hits through. You need to use your armor intelligently to keep your opponent from kind of getting anything going because of the snowball effect that Prism has. Thank you so much to both of those players for putting on a great game for everybody here. And we also have a bit of a giveaway for y'all. Ethan of Savage Feats and Savage Feats themselves are giving out Scarf for a Scarf promos, as well as this cute little custom Krampus Blasmafet, not Blasphemet, Blasmafet, the Soul Harvester token, little faux marvel there.
And I just love this card because, you know, it is canon that they celebrate Christmas and Wraith, and of course that means that Blasmafet's going to be up there as well. Just a beautiful little token that we've got.
And we're giving one of these out every round today, and we're going to have one for you right now. Do you want to drum roll for me, Frank? Kikan Music, I doubt that's your actual last name, but maybe that's rude of me. Finally, high quality television again. Thank you for the nice words, and we hope you appreciate your scarf that we're going to be sending you to keep warm.
Two scarves, playset, right?
Two scarves, UPF playset. Oh, everything that's on the screen. I didn't realize. I kind of thought you were getting one of 3. However, Savage Feats in their endless generosity are sending you all 3 of the things on screen.
I got them right in my hand right now. These will be mailed to you express.
Thank you so much for participating in the giveaway. And we will be giving one of these packs of 3 cute little gifts out for everybody at the end of each round today. All you have to do is leave a comment in chat during these games. And don't go anywhere. We will be right back in a little bit with a Dorinthea for everyone to see.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
All with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to take up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All three pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
Welcome back to Toronto, Ontario, where Battle Hardened Toronto over here in Vaughan is fully underway. We have round 2, a Dorinthea and a Zen. Kind of an exciting matchup.
Yeah, another match here of top-tier hero versus a spiky underdog who I'm surely going to be cheering for.
Yeah, you'll be on Penny Shankula's side, and on the other side of the table we have James Warburton on Zen, Tamer of Purpose. Both of these players from the greater Toronto area, and I think the game is ready for us. Let's get straight into it.
And like you said about local players, you know, I think that's really the beautiful thing about Battle Hardens, right? It's just like everyone comes in and just plays.
Yeah, it's a bit of a glorified armory. You know, a little bit of a calling-sized armory you have going on here. Just a casual 11 rounds. We have Penny Shankula on Dorinthea going first here, and James Warburton on Zen. Interesting about this is that I think Zen, as an aggressive deck, typically wants to go second, getting those free blocks turn 0, that hand filtering, and as a Mystic hero, potentially the opportunity to transcend on turn 0, allowing him to utilize his powerful hero ability. But Dorinthea kind of loves these decks with no blocks, these aggressive decks that want to go second, because if she can get a counter on her Dawnblade on the very first turn of the game, things can spiral out of control so quickly.
Yeah, and especially, you know, usually people say, oh, if my opponent attacks me on turn 0, I'm just going to block. But with the number of attack reactions that are in this Dorinthea deck, you know, that's just a classic Punisher, whether she goes a couple of chain links wide or just makes one really big Dawnblade attack, right? I guess she can only go wide if she hits, but you know what I mean.
Well, there's also Twinning Blade. Kind of an interesting point of about these newer Dorinthea decks, especially the ones on Dawnblade, is we're seeing the introduction of Grains of Bloodspill. I think for a very long time, this hero just played Courage of Bladehold for a big free turn where you get to block 2 and then later cash it in for some free resources, or Tunic for the occasional free Dawnblade swing. This armor doesn't do anything for free. However, getting to kind of front load those vigors for the next few turns can set up something even more powerful, where you can even, in conjunction with Refraction Bolters, threaten a 2-swing turn on just 2 vigors from the previous turn if your opponent doesn't wish to interact.
Yeah, now James facing down a Spoils of War into Dawnblade for 5 with Go Again, and looking at the cards in hand here. And we're going to see a couple, 3 cards on the block here.
See 9 block dropped straight on there, neutralizing the ability of an attack reaction to come over on that first turn, but Penny getting to Arsenal, I believe it was an Unsheathed on the very first turn, drawing up into double Glistening Steelblade and another Unsheathed. Maybe not always what you're looking for here.
Yeah, there is a lot of redundancy on Go Again in the Dawnblade deck now, which is a good problem to have. You know, you don't want to not have it. But now we're able to just throw this Glistening to block in front of the Kakra, and CNC coming in for 6. This is a good way for James to take tempo here, try to threaten the Arsenal.
Yep, Penny has to make a decision here on blocking this Command and Conquer. Her hand a little bit starved for resources, making it kind of difficult to get something going on this very first turn. Looks like we're going to see at least 1 piece of armor enter the fray here, opting to just get the armor value and take 4, letting the Unsheathed go, sending her down to 36 to James's 40.
Well, then that's an aggressive use of the armor block on the Braveforge Bracers. We're going to go into the go into the turn with a 3-card hand here. And now we've got a big Dawnblade coming in, threatening to draw a card on hit. We've got 8 power.
8 power with Go Again, thanks to that powerful new card from, I believe, Rosetta, Unsheathed. Really awesome new warrior card. Great in basically every single warrior in the game, as well as Steelblade Supremacy, also sitting there on the combat chain. No tricks as Penny's hand is open, but James has to deal with 8 power with already guaranteed Go Again here. That'll, as you said, draw a card if it connects, also allowing her to threaten a Dawnblade counter on a second swing, functionally demanding 3 cards from James's hand. If the game keeps going in this pattern where James is forced to give up 2 to 3 cards every single turn, Dorinthea can take over so quickly.
And this blue in hand just converting to a Kakura swing for 2 damage with Go Again. We're going to put a Goblet in front of it to block 2, and James is just going to pass and hold on to his arsenal.
Penny working with 3 cards here, a Hit and Run as a source of Go Again, a Goblet of Blood Run Wine, and a Glistening Steel Blade. Kind of the nastiest attack reaction in the deck, as if your opponent chooses to block with a card from hand, it can become literally anything. We'll see how James chooses to react here. However, he's holding 3 cards that don't block. It's likely his decisions are already made for him. He's holding 3 Transcend Instants, one of which costs 3, making it more than difficult to block, as well as really difficult to justify even choosing to block 3 on this Dawnblade if Penny has any sort of trick.
And now we're going to get to swing that Dawnblade again. It's going to threaten our counter on it. And now we're going to block with... Definitely blocking with the Chase the Tail, maybe thinking about exactly the Singing Steel Blade coming in for +1 over the top. Or maybe he just wants to get his value out of the crouching or the pouncing pause. Okay, and just clarifying that actually the second swing is still for 3. It's not until after it hits a second time a counter goes on. So James says, okay, never mind, I'm not going to give you an extra block here. And with Reprise enabled, the Singing Steel Blade is going to go into the deck. What are we looking for, Penny? Let's see it.
Searching for what I would imagine red Iron Song Response, the classic banger from Welcome to Wraith. It's pretty hard to beat a 0 for 3 attack reaction that blocks for 3. Many decks have tried, but I mean, even Lightning Press is a pretty premium card. It's hard to beat that rate. James's hand is kind of stuck here with 3 non-blocking cards. They can all transcend and do something powerful on his turn, but Penny is going to get that sought-after counter as well as 4 damage over here.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot to be in as the Zen player when, you know, you want to see your chi early, you want to see a lot of them, but all in the same hand can be a bit awkward.
The Dawnblade Snowball threatening to begin on Dory's side of the board here. If he doesn't knock them off on his next turn, that can get out of hand pretty quickly.
And we're just going to see these hard casts out of hand. Resolving the Sacred Art first, going to make those Crouching Tigers and Transcend. Of course, this is going to afford James the opportunity to tuck the Chi into the deck with the Rising Sun, Setting Moon if he wants to. We'll see what he draws into, though.
I believe that is a red Harmony of the Hunt holding a Chi and 2 Crouching Tigers in his hand. We could even see him opt to put a Crouching Tiger in the deck if he wanted to get basically a free card out, but we're not going to see that happen because his arsenal is Chase the Tail, and he'll have 2 blues to work with here. Opting to tuck, I believe, the Harmony of the Hunt. But we will never know.
The Harmony of the Hunt, yeah. Now we're going to flip that Chi over as well. We'd love to see the Chi. Oh, no, he did tuck the Tiger. There we go. Well, you know, that can be dangerous sometimes in the context of, you know, now you've tucked away a bad card to draw, but, you know, you're hoping that the game doesn't go so long that you have that inevitability to find it.
That's true in the other Mystic Heroes, but Zen has a bit of an interesting problem with that, in that he shuffles his deck so frequently between his hero ability activations, letting him search through it, as well as the Transcend card Stir the Pot. He can shuffle his deck 6 to 7 times a game, slowly turning that Crouching Tiger into a bit of a ticking time bomb the longer you go without drawing it.
And having transcended twice here, that Kakura swing for 2 is basically free. Now coming in with the Chase the Tail from Arsenal. That's coming in for 4 with Go Again. It's going to give that other Crouching Tiger in hand +3.
Seeing that Zen activation here, generating a Crouching Tiger in the hand. James taking quick stock of what's in his graveyard, so he knows what's in his deck that he can search for. Any card with combo, pretty powerful line of text here. All it takes is 1 single inner Chi. Let's see what he gets.
Yeah, and I just love the tutor abilities in this deck. You know, it's...
That is the 3rd Chase the Tail. We saw one blocked with earlier, and it looks like he's trying to cash in on just a really big double chase turn here, using the Harmony of the Hunt in his hand to leverage another Tiger. So the combat chain we're going to see here is Staff, Tiger, Chase, Tiger, Harmony of the Hunt, Tiger, Chase, Tiger.
That's a lot of Tigers, including this Tiger Stripe Shuko that's triggering. So this Tiger is going to be for 4. Oh, and you know what? Yeah, that's a big boy.
That is a big, big cat. Tiger coming in for 4 here.
Because all these tigers are getting that buff from the Sacred Art as well.
Penny just taking 4.
Yeah, it looks like she might be a pretty big fan of the hand. You know, has the option to use those bolters if she needs to. Says, yep, this is Vanilla Z's at this point.
Vanilla Z's, that's a great term. Harmony of the Hunt generating the last necessary tiger for this combat chain.
3 go again, and we got another 3 with go again.
The amount of head jabs on this combat chain is unconscionable.
Yeah, I wonder, is a cat jab? Is that a thing? People say that?
Cat jab? When it's a crouching tiger for 3 with go again? Meow!
Yeah, and the other thing is that the Traverse wasn't even used to power that turn. That was just straight out of the hand from James. So pretty big turn, despite not having used one of his most powerful pieces. Now we've got an Iron Song Determination, another Steel Blade Supremacy, and this is going to be a big Dawn Blade coming in with Dominate and draw a card on hit.
This is the classic Dorinthea power turn, seeing Iron Song Determination and Steel Blade Supremacy in conjunction to force a bunch of card draw. Zen on the other side of the table has a whole bunch of armor to cash in here, but Penny is holding an Out for Blood, capable of pushing this attack all the way to 10. If James doesn't properly respect what's being threatened here, which, I mean, it would take all of his armor as well as a 3-block from hand to even do that.
I mean, the crazy thing here is every card on Penny's side of the board here has been legal since Welcome to Rave. And you know what? Get out of here, MST. I know the real overpowered set.
That's not entirely true. Out for Blood is from Crucible.
Oh, is it actually? You know, that just shows how well I know my warrior cards.
That's okay. Every single 1 for 3 attack reaction is the same. We're going to see that Refraction Bolters used here to get that action point. Drawing a card.
Oh, and we like that one. That one might go nicely into the arsenal.
That is a sweet Warrior's Vow off the top. A bit of a go-again starter for your next Dawnblade turn. Dawnblade coming in for 7 yet again.
Would draw another card.
And still has Dominate. Threatening to put James down to 19, get another counter, and draw another card. Sadly, we can't see a Brave Forge Bracers activation on this turn, as she's holding 2 reds. Would be a little bit awkward to both activate them and swing. If your opponent chooses to deny you the card draw, life gets a little bit difficult, as you won't be able to pay for that Out for Blood. But the advantage of being a Dorinthea player with multiple cards in hand while your opponent stares down a Dawnblade is that it increases the amount of kind of mental load that they have to deal with as they consider their blocking options. We're seeing a full hand of blocking cards, 2 Harmony of the Hunts, a Cosmic Awakening, and a Tiger Form Incantation on James' side of the table. He could, you know, block with a bunch of armor and a card from hand to shut this down if he's so pleased, but it's a bit of a Pyrrhic choice here, where he has to choose between either stopping Penny from getting a counter and drawing a card and maybe getting punked, or maybe his turn getting a lot worse in exchange, or, you know, taking 7 and letting her have everything she wants.
And it looks like we're going to be blocking with both pieces of armor here. We're going to find a Chi as well. So this is already blocking 7. Get the Chi off the top of the deck that we pitched previously. And notably, this does enable Reprise. So now Penny can play out any Reprise effects to her heart's content.
Yes, but we know the Reprise in her hand is actually not that relevant here. Out for Blood buffs your next attack for 1, in addition to the current one by 3. Penny kind of getting that trick over here, gonna push 3 over, get that counter, and draw a card. A pretty good trade when your opponent cashes in that Traverse the Universe.
We're getting up to 2 counters. That's a nice little token there. Looks like she might have missed the draw card trigger.
Happens to the best of us.
She's so confident. She doesn't need that card to win this game.
I'll win with 4, thank you very much. Over to James's turn. He's got a Chi in hand. Cashed in that Traverse. I'm excited to see kind of what he pushes back with here. The last turn was kind of insanely massive with a double chase turn, presenting a pretty ridiculous amount of damage. I'm curious to see what he gets up to with this hand now that all 3 Chase the Tails are out of the deck.
Yeah, and he pitched away he blocked away that other blue that was in his hand, so looks like the Kakura is going to swing here. Oh, sorry, maybe he had a couple of blues because that incantation is a blue as well.
He had 3 blues in hand, I believe. Blue Harmony of the Hunt, Blue Tiger Form Incantation, and a Cosmic Awakening. Dorinthea can kind of punish these aggro deck stumbles pretty bad, where you just like draw too many blues, and then your hand is not really effective enough, and these cards block too. It's really, really painful to be in a position where your hand doesn't block, it doesn't push that much damage, and Dorinthea's Dawnblade just keeps getting bigger. And kind of what we were talking about earlier with Prism is that some of these aggro decks in the game right now don't really have the agency, don't really have the blocking power or the defense reactions to deal with on hits and combat tricks, especially from sufficiently large attacks from the opponent's side of the table. And just like Prism was aiming to prey on that, so is Dorinthea here, taking full advantage of the fact that many Zen players are not on many defense reactions, and if they are, it's commonly wax on and wax off right now. Fantastic against heroes like Aurora, where they will be defending attack action cards with cost 0, but into Dorinthea, those cards block for 2 and 3. A pretty brutal downside when you have to contend with attack reactions that are consistently for 3 or more.
Yeah, that's right. And, having a 4 defense reaction covers up the Singing Steelblade into 3 power reaction perfectly, whereas these, dinky attack reactions don't do quite as well. The other difference, I think, between Dorinthea and Prism is, just that fridge on the other side of the board. Penny's still sitting on his 6/6 armor block without having to commit cards from hand.
6 armor block, assuming the opponent breaks the chain. Something ninjas don't do all that frequently.
Yeah, just a Crouching Tiger coming in for 1 here. It always takes a second for your opponent to go digging through their deck for the best card that they have access to. But James has made it happen.
Crouching Tiger coming in off of the Harmony of the Hunt, as well as one from the Zen ability, completing this combat chain. Tiger Taming Kakara made the first Tiger 1 power, as well as the Tiger Stripe Shuko making the second Tiger 1 power, and we're going to see this chain finished off with Mauling Chi, threatening a functional 6 damage. Despite how many counters are on that Dawnblade, James seems a little bit in control of the tempo of this game.
Well, looks like the armor's coming out. Are we going to see all 5 armor block here to prevent this on-hit? We are indeed. Block is good. No sync from the Crown of Providence. Sorry, I lied. There is a sync from the Crown of Providence. What are we digging for? Did we get it? I saw a white border Explosivore come up, so maybe we'll see that in action next turn.
Braveforge Bracer getting its Battle-Worn counter, and Grains of Bloodspill getting its Temper counter, and Crown of Providence finding its way to the graveyard. Let's see this hand Penny decided not to block for. I see a Sharpened Steel, a Glistening Steelblade, an Ironsong Response, and a Spoils of War. Looks like she just wants to push this Glistening Steelblade really hard and press the advantage while she has it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great hand to punish your opponent for blocking or not blocking in a way. You're going to be able to keep your counters with that reprise from Ironsong Response. Oh, it looks like it was a blue response, so that's just being pitched here. But it is going to fuel the turn. This is still a pretty big Dawnblade swing.
Pretty big. Dawnblade just for 10. James saying no blocks is kind of insane.
Like, yeah, okay, all right. I will absolutely pay in, get my vigor from the Grains of Bloodspill. It looks like Penny's thinking about maybe pitching to the Braveforge Bracers here.
Seems likely. Threatening another point of damage there. The first attack was pumped by 5 on Dawnblade's current power of 5, 3 plus the 2 counter base. So if we activate the Braveforge Bracers, we're going to see another swing for 6 here, threatening a total of 16 damage on the turn. I believe she's instead representing 1 mana for Grains of Bloodspill.
Yeah, it looks like she elected not to activate the Braveforge Bracers here.
That's actually pretty interesting, when you're kind of catching up this life lead in this situation where you're at 10 and your opponent's at 13, you can present. So let me break this down a little bit. Dawnblade is for 5. 6 isn't a huge difference when your hand is empty and your opponent can just put 2 cards in front of it. If she leaves one up, she represents the opportunity to get a second Vigor from Grains of Bloodspill if he chooses not to interact, which, in conjunction with a single source of Go Again on the next turn, could, like we talked about earlier, represent a 2 Dawnblade swing turn on just 1 card if she finds a hit and run or similar effect. Kind of maybe more effectively forcing James to block here than just 1 more point of damage, since he was already incentivized to.
And he ended up giving 2-3 blocks there, so, you know, it kind of worked out the same either way, but it was exactly the scenario that you don't want to see if you pay into that Brave Forge Bracers. And now this is just E-Strike for 7, tucking a card. Penny, thinking about her blocking decisions, knows that she's not really going to be facing down lethal damage this turn, so has a lot of agency, actually.
Holding a blue, a Steelblade Supremacy, and a few other options. Actually just taking it straight down to 3. Likes the hand enough to just keep pushing here. This is such aggressive Dawnblade Dorinthea play. And she still has those 2 counters. She didn't hit twice to get another one, but she did still connect on the previous turn. And I mean, what did we talk about just a second ago? These defense reactions that, while their defense reactions don't block that well, James is holding 2 2-block defense reactions, a 3-block blue, and a Chi that can't do anything at all.
And it looks like here it's going to be 10 threatening and on hit and Go Again on hit, which, is always good to have as Dorinthea. +2, so +2, +2, +3. That's 10 damage Dawnblade swinging in. Penny threateningly holding the last card in her hand over the combat chain.
That's my favorite thing Dorinthea players do. You can never really tell, but they're just like sitting there tapping the card like she is right now. Just like, I wonder if it's an Iron Song response.
It's like, I'm not nervous. You're the nervous one.
You're the nervous one. I'm playing poker.
That's right. One of my favorite parts about Flesh and Blood is just like that mental game and the reaction step. It's just like a war of attrition.
Dorinthea is really the master of the mental stack in this game. Seeing some armor join the fray on the combat chain, as well as a 3-block from the Pouncing Chi.
Now we got 6 covered up. James maybe just thinking whether this is the commit to the final commit. Oh, there we go. We got a wax off. We got another wax off. We are indeed waxing, and the Iron Song response is going to go 3 over the top here.
Draw trigger from Supremacy. James down to 10, and the last card in his hand doesn't block. His best efforts to cover this up were maybe just not enough. Penny has free reign to just close the game here if she's capable, or at least with full tempo. Your opponent has only a blue in hand, incapable of doing much else. Gets to activate Brave Forge Bracers here, swing Dawnblade again, threatening another counter, and getting another Vigor token from the Grains of Bloodspill. We've seen 2 snowballing heroes on the left side of our stream screen these past couple rounds, and the results kind of been the same both times, preying on these top-tier aggro decks with these brutal snowballing on hits. This Dawnblade has come in for 10, 3 turns in a row, Frank.
And it just drew another card. This time she did not forget. And and it looks like we're going to pass over because we've played a blue card. So we're going to turn this, I guess, turn this card into a Chi. That way we can use it the next turn. Banishing a Crown of Providence. We just got some, tight technical play. Make sure we don't get blown out by any effects.
Why did he choose to banish Crown of Providence to avoid a blowout?
Just in case, Penny decides to Remembrance at instant speed, I guess.
Remembrance.
Yeah, is that's the one?
Yeah.
Remembrance?
Yeah, puts action cards back into the deck. I believe so. Getting another draw trigger, so free Arsenal, drawing up a pretty nasty-looking hand. I see a Blade Flurry in there. Let's see if we can take a look. I see Sharpened Steel, Warrior's Vow in a duo of Warrior's Vow, as well as a Blade Flurry. James going over to his turn and just pitching the Chi to swing the Kakara. Hopefully he has a 1-cost in Arsenal to threaten a little bit more action. If he can't do enough, he's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and 2 Vigor on Penny's side of the board is going to pay for most of that turn. Looks like we're generating a Crouching Tiger from the Pouncing Paws. That's going to come in for 1.
Grains of Bloodspill finding its way onto the combat chain.
And, like you said earlier in the game, it's just like, wow, this card has really proven its value in this game. Making another Crouching Tiger from Harmony of the Hun. That one does go to hand, so that's going to be able to go in the Arsenal.
However, this attack's only for 1, a measly third of Penny's remaining life total.
And we're going to see James Arsenal, that Crouching Tiger, pass and just hold on and pray. 2 Vigor tokens cracking at the beginning of the turn. Clean with the tokens. They're going under that fancy anime art Dorinthea. Sharpen Steel. Oh, Iron Song Determination. Our Dawn Blade is going to have dominate in addition to being huge, and the fist bump gets extended by James. Wow, what a game by our hero Penny Schankula on Dorinthea, taking down a meta giant in Zen. And yeah, that was a great game.
Hopefully we can continue to see this happen all day, where these boogeymen of the meta, these you know, much reviled aggro decks ruining James White's perfect game of Flesh and Blood, kind of continue to be taken down by these off-meta heroes. I would love to see that happen basically all day long. And something that we saw in that game that I thought was really interesting and a good example of how Dory kind of takes over games from behind is Penny was behind on life total every single turn until it mattered, because she found that inflection point and just kind of turned the game on its head.
The last point, or life point, is the most important one. You know, as long as you don't lose that one, you're good. You could be behind. I would give up every other life point in a game for free if it meant that I got to play out my guaranteed win condition at the end,
If it meant that I got to swing Dawnblade for 10 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, exactly, you know. And that was with giving your opponent a handicap, right? It's like I didn't need to draw a card.
What an awesome game from 2 GTA locals. Thank y'all so much. We're going to go straight into another 3-gift giveaway here. You ready to drum roll, Frank?
All right, we're going to do it.
You
Yeah,
ready?
I think we got to think of something more original, but we'll do this for this time.
I'm doing it on the bottom of the camera.
Love to see a Dory on stream. This is Tim Zewit.
Zewit, I would imagine?
Sure, yeah.
Tim Zewit, thank you so much for participating in the stream, and everyone else here can also get a scarf for a scarf giveaway along with the little Krampus Blasmofet just by participating in chat during our colossal Battle Hardened stream that we have here for you, 8 rounds into top 8 throughout the day. And Ethan has a little bit of a breakdown on how these asynchronous live streams that we've been doing recently work, and then from there we're going to go into an ad break from our sponsors. Thank y'all so much. And after that, we have a special treat for everybody in the form of a Maxx the Hype Nitro, the only one in the room presently at 2 and 0. 0 and 2. Backwards.
All right. Thank you, Elly. Thank you, Frank, and thank you, chat, for sticking around. So I want to have a bit of. Well, there you are on stream, by the way. Thank you, chat. I'll just point. I want to jump into stream every once in a while during the broadcast today because, hey, we got a lot of people, and I want to hear your opinions. What better way, right, to collect user data than when we've got like 1,000 people who can chat right at the man who makes a lot of these decisions. So a lot of people. I posted about it on Twitter. We've been talking about it in chat a little bit. And we've been doing it for about the past 6-ish months for LSS. And that is the execution of these streams in a delayed format. And what that means, just to be totally transparent, is those rounds you just watched, rounds 1 and 2, happened at about 10 a.m. and about 11 a.m., right? And we're at 1 o'clock right now. So we're desynced by about 2-ish hours, and you saw that from like when the stream was scheduled to start. But what we're doing when we start a day that way is basically chopping out guaranteed downtime for the entirety of the event's run. Because we know for a fact this event, we can do the calc on having 8 Swiss rounds all the way up to the untimed top 8. This event is going to end at about 11 p.m., like 10 to 11 p.m. It's going to be really, really long. These Battle Hardens always are. And one of the worries that we have when you do these events live is, first of all, YouTube has a limitation on about 12 hours for live stream to be preserved. So you kind of have to do things a bit messy. When a day like today is probably going to be 13 hours of people at the venue, right? You also just have this issue of an insane amount of downtime when you want to feature matchups that are exciting. You don't want to just feature the matchups that are grindy because we want long games for camera. We want to feature everything and anything. So if it's an aggro mirror that lasts 5 minutes, we'll still show it. no problem. We'll still show it, no problem, because we can jump right to the next game and completely cut out all of the downtime. So when you look at us starting on this bit of a delay, right, starting about 2 hours off, that time gets chopped. Let's say 20 minutes of that 2 hours gets chopped from every round, so that we're back to completely synced for live by the end of Swiss is the idea, right? End of Swiss, and then the top 8 is live, like 1-to-1. And at that point, people want to see who wins. People are more engaged once the top 8 is actually started. So if there is longer downtime there, that's fine, because we really are on the edge of our seat at that point of, well, hey guys, like, look, that other top 4 game just still isn't over. We need to find out who wins and then get you the finals. Like, you're very much in the moment at that point. But to just kind of get through 8 rounds of Swiss is to just enjoy the games, enjoy the matchups. So that's the goal of how these delayed broadcasts work. It's something that we debuted at, at that point, it was under the direction of Cedric, actually. We debuted at Pro Tour Amsterdam all the way to, like, literally this stream. So what is that, like the past 6 months of events? Every single event I've done for LSS has been that way since Amsterdam. So we're talking, like, World Premiere Tampa. We're talking Worlds Osaka. We're talking, like, 2 callings. We're talking this Battle Hardened, like some other stuff. And if you go back and just look at viewer retention, like some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, presenting a broadcast this way is insane. For viewer retention, you've got people now who are sticking around for like 2 games back to back. So if previously, let's say, the average viewer was hanging around for like 30 minutes, they then click out because it's then like a 30-minute break till the next game. But now if you can fit like 2 games into that 1 hour mark, you get viewers who are sticking around for that extra game. And you're launching the viewer retention numbers by a crazy amount. And the numbers don't mean anything when you're streaming to like this scale, really, but it's just proof that viewers really do get engaged by having more content in that shorter amount of time. So all the behind-the-scenes stuff, from how LSS prefers things, from how we can control the format by feeding you no rush, no stress, just game to game, from how the viewer retention works, everything points to this being a really, really smart way to run the broadcast. So that's the front half of the discussion. The back half of the discussion is that it's a lot easier for a one-man team to pull off. So the workhorse in me is fine running like the feature match and backup match at the same time. Dude, I was doing that for like a year. But if you notice, with the delayed broadcast, we don't have a backup match because we can just feed you the continuous content. So from my perspective, I all of a sudden have to travel with basically like a third less of the gear to provide a more streamlined broadcast and only worry about that one feature match. That is so much less of a headache for me to do. I'll do either or, honestly. And for like the Tier 4 events, Amsterdam, Worlds, for example, those were still done with a feature and a backup because sometimes we want to watch both features just because the names are hype. Sometimes we want to cut a match because it was a draw. Like, we want to control the narrative a lot better. So for those events, we're still doing like 2 feature matches essentially. So anyway, hey, look, I've been doing this for like 2.5 years at this point. I actually really like getting away with reducing the rig and still providing this kind of broadcast. So anyway, that's kind of the 2 sides of why we do it this way. I want to talk to chat directly. I've been reading some stuff here and there. I want to talk directly on how you feel about this because there are a couple things that, with that bit of a desync, especially as the day starts, can be a bit annoying. And the main one there is when you've got a friend on stream, they want to share those details like immediately, right? And if they do, it kind of ruins the viewing experience. And granted, this is a problem early in the day. As the day catches up to live by end of Swiss and top 8, you're just not going to have that problem, obviously. But I do totally understand that frustration. I'm like totally on board with that because, heck, I don't watch like 12 hours of a live stream, but if my friend's on, I might tune in, and then I'll hang around because I enjoyed the stream so much. So when a friend is pinging me, yo, I'm on stream, granted, it's been me for so long, I haven't had that moment in a while, but back when that did happen, I would then tune in and like probably stick around. You don't get that same experience right now because your friend might say, yo, I'm on stream. You tune in the stream, you're like, you're not on stream. You're like, okay, well, he's probably on stream in like, an hour or so from like however it is in the day. I totally understand. I totally understand the pain there. But the trade-off, right? Do you prefer living with a unknown amount of downtime? Because truth be told, these rounds aren't executed in like 55 minutes, right? Games go to time. There's like extra issues that might happen with gem or whatever. So you can plan on having the turnover be every 55 minutes, new round. But in reality, you might all of a sudden be stuck with like an hour and a half long round. And then what are you doing? Just sitting on like break screens? That's something I absolutely hate seeing from a broadcast. Like I want to be engaged. I want it to be a full-on production. I want to know as a viewer that like I'm taken care of. That's the whole point. Like I come from a user experience background, and I see this as viewer experience. Like we're here to give you the best viewer experience, 1,000%. That's what Elly's here for. It's what Frank's here for. It's what I'm doing all the time. We're here because like we really want you to enjoy it. So that's the trade-off, right? Like there's enjoyment and some dissatisfaction at the same time. It's just like where is there more dissatisfaction? Is it in those moments, or is it being stuck with delays that you just like don't know how long they are? One thing that I did, like I was saying, to completely change that was just doing 2 feature matchups for every event. Like even a Battle Hardened, doing live. I would record 2 games, or rather, we'd do 1 game live and record 1 game, and then depending on the time, we would watch that backup game or not. We might watch it at 1.5 speed. We might watch just like the second half of it, whatever. But like I said, providing that same kind of uninterrupted broadcast, we can do the same way with the delayed broadcast, and it's way easier on me, a one-man team for the most part, because I get to travel with less, my setup is less, my teardown is less, yada yada. Granted, that's still another way we could do it. That's just the kind of thing where like budgets probably just need to get pushed in a different direction for me to still do that. Because guys, burnout can be real. Like just that's a real problem when you travel nonstop for these suckers. We have a series of events: Sao Paulo, Milwaukee, Dublin, and London. 4 weekends back to back. 4 weekends back to back. I'm basically going to be flying like from event to event to event, and just think about like, if you get to reduce that load by like a third for at least like the first 3 of those events, that really is a miracle. So anyway, I want to read some of the chat because, yeah, that's the ramble. But look, I have to say it at some point, right? That's not a ramble, that's the discussion. So you can always go back and look at this. I'm going to go back and here I articulated it because that's just the full disclosure. You're not going to get that full disclosure on when I'm running this for LSS. You don't see me, right? We just make these calls like ahead of time, and that's just, it is what it is. So, yeah, rambling, dude, but it's for you. Like I said, this is literally all about the viewer. So, most of what I see in the chat and from your guys' own discussion is that it is a positive. Keep it as is. Viewer experience has been really positive. And I appreciate when the compliments are louder than the complaints. But that doesn't mean like shy away from the complaints. If there's an angle of this that I'm not addressing from the viewer perspective, I totally want to hear that as well. One thing that's a bit more niche is like at the tier 4s when we have a live blog. Sometimes that's harder to synchronize because the live blog might be posting pictures and results that are then like an extra step out of desync from the stream. I totally understand that, and we're going to tighten that up as we collaborate like a little bit more on the prep work going into those larger events. So thank you all for enduring that ramble, like some of you said. Okay, but look, I got to warm up the vocal cords as well because I'm actually on rotation to cast this as well because the Battle Hardened streams are so taxing on a 2-man crew. We're actually going to swap it up. I have an assistant, Xavier, who's right here. Lean in. I have an assistant who's going to be taking over my job when I'm on cast. Now, I'm actually looking forward to that. I never get to do that. Worlds was insane quality. Thank you for that gift. Andrew, that was the pièce de résistance of like my life. Me and Nathan and the entire team, I think, just killed that, and I'm really happy. Everyone was so happy with it. Spoilers are bad if you find out who wins before the stream shows it, but that's not an issue from what I've seen. Right, like the less that happens, I think the more people get used to like this is just how the format is probably going to be. Then you start to weed out some of the bad eggs who come in here just to like be a bit indignant and voice those kinds of spoilers like so loudly in the chat. Workload seems easier on you, and there's less delays between games. Seems like a win-win. That's what I'm saying, Keeks. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Ethan, I'm not at the Battle Hardened, but my buddies are. Do you have any merch signed stuff? I have extra ones of those Blasphemous. I have extra Blasphemous tokens to give out, so have them stop by, and I can totally give one away or sign one. Make a poll, Ethan. Okay, here's the problem with making a poll, sealed case. If you have a poll where one of the options legitimately just is like live stream, and then one of the options is live stream with long breaks, and one of the options is live stream with a backup game, so there's no breaks, and then one of the options is delayed broadcast. One of those options absolutely speaks for itself. The consideration that's missed is the workload difference, right? I know that the ideal viewing experience, and I'll tell you that from my side, is to do it live with that one backup match in the tank to cut out downtime. However, you get less managerial control over that because you're still kind of guessworking how much time you really need to fill when you do swap to that backup game. And it can get messy because think of the desync there. When you swap to a backup game, but it's a bit misaligned, and then the live tournament is catching up and you have to watch that other game live, there can be some crazy pressure in those moments. But I do think that's the right way to do it. It's just a manpower issue to do that at scale. It was the M&Ms that sold Worlds. Yeah, that was fun. They unfortunately are in Portland with Nathan, so I can't provide them to every event, but I agree. I thought that was super fun. Okay, excessive downtime is just awful. This will be the last one I read. Excessive downtime is just awful. In the past, I've watched some streams on recording the next day, so you can skip the breaks. That is totally valid as well. That's what time stamps are for. Another really easy lift you can do to make the streams more viewable in that VOD experience. But, hey, there's two parts of that, right? We want the live experience to also be fantastic. So with that, that's going to be this discussion. We're going to push to the sponsor break. And truly, look, at this scale, this is not an LSS funded event. This is a community-funded event. That's how these Battle Hardens are run. And that means it's Invasion Comics who brought us out. It is the casters for volunteering. Well, they don't volunteer. Everyone is paid on staff here. Their time in coming out. Fabric, right? Silver Goblin, Dragon Shield, Savage Feats, Runaways, Terry Ty, all the other sponsors that aren't necessarily involved in this event as well that have always believed in Savage Feats. These events are like totally made possible by them, and they really fill the content gap in bringing you like probably like 2 to 3 of these kinds of events every month if we could do it, right? Like a big LSS one, a smaller scale one, community one, yada, yada. So with that, folks, thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you, felt heard. Truly, that's why I'm here. I'm in the chat. You see me. You're going to see me on camera in a second. You are heard. This entire project is for you guys. It's for the viewer experience because I was a viewer in that first year of like fab streams. I saw the first Worlds. I saw like the first callings, and as a viewer, it's what activated me to, inspired, right, to do what we're doing now. And so I want you heard. I absolutely want you heard. So there we go, everybody. Keep this discussion going. Please be open about it. Like, there's no secrets on this. Critiques, criticisms, praise, yada, yada. With that, enough ramblings, because now it is rambling. Ad break. We'll be back with that Maxx game, and it's a freaking banger.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about fabrec.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
Oh, with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to fabrec.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, ticked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have rune chance, steam counter, heavy hitters damage, spectral shield, Chi, and our new arcane damage dice. Order your Fab dice now at tiecards.shop. That's tiecards.shop. Say it with me, tiecards.shop. One more time for the memories, tiecards.shop. Purchasing these Fab dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope
7
here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
Welcome back to round 3 of the largest standalone North American Battle Hardened today. I'm Elly Bird. This is Frank Kong, and we're coming in to, I believe, a Maxx the Hype Nitro game. This is pretty sweet. I saw this player. He's pretty young. He's like 12, 13.
Yeah.
I saw him win his second round, and Frank wants to soapbox a little bit right before we get into this one.
I mean, I always want to soapbox about any given thing, but I just like to say with how great Invasion has run this event, as well as Silver Goblin, the other LGS that is co-hosting this with them, kind of. Like 200, over 200 players, biggest standalone Battle Hardened in North America. Everyone here is having a great time. I've been seeing, just like every round's running super smoothly. We're ready for Canadian calling. It's time. We can do it. I swear. Please, just let us do it. But you know what? I'm not going to get on my hands and knees and beg. I'm just going to let the product speak for itself. And, I think we're going to do a great job the rest of the day, and this next round's going to be no exception.
I'll beg, and I'll beg for some sweet Maxx gameplay. Ethan, please take us into this round. We have Noah Martin on Maxx the Hype Nitro. The round before this, I actually saw him at the table. I watched him beat a Prism, talking about, heroes that may or may not be dead to their bans, their deaths, rumors of their demise greatly exaggerated. Maxx the Hype Nitro with no high octane, taking down the Awakener of Soul herself, fighting through that onslaught of auras and angels with 6 overpower every turn. Not to spoil too much, but he did absolutely make a Nitro mech in that game, and I imagine that's his game plan in this one too. On the other side of the table, we have Hunter Platt, also 2-0, on Kassai of the Golden Sand. I believe another hero of which there was only one in the room.
Yeah, and Kassai, a favorite of mine, also reports of her demise slightly over told, I guess. Going first in this game, so she's going to be trying to get a little set up, start forcing through some of that gold generation and counteracting what Maxx is doing with his combo game plan. I'm pretty excited to see Kassai on stream today, and then also going into the next meta game with Hunted, right?
Yeah, she's going to get plenty of support in that upcoming Warrior set. A fair bit of it will likely be Draconic Warrior support, but, Warriors in the set, they'll get some generic Warrior cards. I'm excited to see what new juice she gets. Noah's deck also, I want to say, was pretty interesting. We had, I saw him cast, what's the card? Mini Force Field against Prism, which I thought was actually a really interesting inclusion. I think maybe we've kind of seen him opt for maybe a little bit of a fairer Flesh and Blood kind of deck in the wake of High Octane being banned. Doing a little bit more blocking, maybe establishing a board state to do some blocking. His hand here with a recharge, some fairer Flesh and Blood cards here. Kassai starting off with Outland Skirmish into Hot Streak.
Long have we waited, dash overrated, our thirst for glue sated, Maxx Nitro activated. We have the Maxler live on stream here in Battle Hardened Toronto. I am so stoked, and Hunter's going to take advantage of this turn 0, play out a Outland Skirmish yellow, just get that into the graveyard to threaten Kassai ability. It's going to make this Hot Streak come in for 4, threatening go again if Noah blocks with an attack action, which there are many. All those boost attacks.
Hilariously, he does actually have at least one non-attack in the hand in the form of a recharge. Looking like still a 2-card block, not willing to take some damage on turn 0 here.
Chat is on the side of Maxler here. We are a go.
How many cards did you present? How many cards did you present?
His opponent asking how many cards are in
that.
his deck because it looks colossal. Racking his brain, he's like, oh no, I shoved the whole pile.
Okay, if you don't know the exact number, it's okay. I don't need you to.
He's like, I'm not going to make it count. I'm not going to make it count. We're not going to make it count. It just looks large.
Yeah, Noah just put on the spot a little bit. He's like, I thought math class was earlier in the week. Now, having presented this block here, doesn't look like, okay, we're just going to be getting Saber Swing here. No reaction over the top on turn 0.
Centauri Saber following up, threatening to go to 3, which is still a single card block from an attack action. Curious to see what Noah prioritizes keeping in his hand here between this Zipper hit and this Fast and Furious.
And still threatening that Copper Generation, which this does seem like one of the matchups where it's relevant. Sorry, I just got to go into the Kassai knowledge, because if your opponent's trying to make a big combo turn, Blood on her hands is one of the best ways to really push the damage through, and you definitely want to be playing out a couple of those as the Kassai player. And now Noah's going to go to turn 1.
Going over to Noah here, holding a T-Bone and Outpace, I believe a Supercell, and a Fast and Furious. Suppy in chat saying, how many cards? Bro, all of them! I boost!
Yeah, I love that. we're going to get the Valiant Dynamo out here on the first chain link as a forced block. We're going to deal 2 damage through that. Well, maybe it's a yellow. Nope, yep, 2 damage. And by the way, I just love this on the other side as well. That's a Marvel Hanabi Blaster.
Oh, I didn't even notice the Hanabi Blaster, Frank. I love that weapon. You can turn that into a Nitro Mechanoid, can't you?
That's right. You can turn everything into a Nitro Mechanoid. It's a recommended practice.
As long as it's mechanologist, right?
Yeah.
As long as it's mechanologist. Fast and Furious coming in only for 3, as Noah has not cranked on this turn. T-Bone, interestingly, usually pretty good at shredding up opponents' equipment. A little bit worse in this matchup where Kassai is going to get a block on Valiant Dynamo more or less every single turn.
Yeah, and Hunter playing this game a little bit less defensively to start out. Going to let that hit so that he can keep a larger hand here. Yeah, the players are just getting used to the stream controls. Oh, we've gone back up to 39 life.
Little bit of technical difficulties occurring over there.
You know what? Noah's aura radiates to me. It's just bling. He's got that Legend Story Studios hat on as well. Got his Marvel Marvel Hanabi Blaster.
Cold Foil Max.
Yeah, Cold Foil Max.
Extended Art Hyper X3. This kid knows what he likes. I respect it. Hanabi Blaster is one of my favorite weapons in Flesh and Blood. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I totally agree. It's just such a cool effect.
I came, I think, 16th at calling Dallas Fort Worth Lexi meta, so I think 2023. On Hanabi only -IE Hyperdriver start. That deck was a lot of fun.
And now we're going to outpace here. This is a fun little inclusion from Mechanologist decks, you know, really attacking that axis of armor interaction along with cards like T-Bone.
Yeah, speaking of the free Valiant Dynamo value. Mentioning the Hanabi Blaster counter. Next turn, if he plays another 3 boost cards, he will get to Kraken for 5 overpower without paying anything. Kind of a half a point more efficient than Tekla Plasma Pistol, as long, you know, since it's 2 every turn as opposed to 5 every other turn, as long as you can continue to feed the proverbial beast. After this Outpache's Go Again resolves, it looks like he's going to make a Hyperdriver using Max's ability and the 2 floating from the Supercell, without opting to crank it, passing the turn from there.
Yeah, we'll just conserve both of those steam counters on the Hyperdriver. That'll let him hang around and hopefully draw into the... Oh, okay, sorry. I'm going to interrupt myself to say we're having a This Round's on Me played out. Both players are going to draw a card here. -1 to all of Noah's attacks on the following turn.
Hunter drawing into an Unsheathed, I believe. A pretty sweet rip for Kassai. Gives your next weapon attack +3 and Go Again as long as its power is greater than double its base. But when both of your weapons have 2 power at the base, it is always going to give it Go Again. A pretty sweet 0-cost 3-block card for Miss of the Golden Sands herself.
Yeah, now we're getting a Goblet of Blood Run Wine. That's going to make an Agility and Vigor token for the next turn. And with the Sword Swings this turn costing 0 because a card has been drawn this turn, that'll be really nice to be able to, you know, threaten more Vigor generation off Grains of Blood Spill here. Now we've got Unsheathed being played, giving Go Again to the Centauri Saber, which is going to be coming in for 5, threatening to go to 6 if an attack action is used to block.
Unsheathed represents such an interesting decision point in Kassai for me, where... You know, you play it and you have a Hot Streak and a Centauri Saber, and you're not Dorinthea, so if either of your weapons connect, you know, you don't get to swing an extra time with them like Dorinthea does. It's, you know, you play Unsheathed, and it's like, which sword do I swing with first? Centauri Saber, because it'll have Go Again, and then my Hot Streak can also have Go Again, so then you're not wasting the Go Again from Unsheathed, right?
Right.
But then, you know, you either double up on Go Again on your Hot Streak, or you swing the Centauri Saber with Go Again into Hot Streak, which then if it gains Go Again, you can't do anything with it.
That's when you hit him with the back pocket E-Pot, right?
The energy potion from downtown.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like we're getting a no blocks here. Gonna create another Vigor with Grains. No one knows his stuff.
Hunter explaining the static ability on Kassai of the Golden Sands text box to Noah, that since he drew a card, thanks to This Round's on Me, he doesn't have to spend anything for the sword swings, allowing him to pretty freely dump resources into both his Brave Forge Bracers and his Grains of Blood Spill on this turn. Goblet of Blood or Unwind giving him 2 Vigors and an Agility, setting up a pretty high value turn on the next turn cycle, where even if he blocks with the whole hand, he's capable of utilizing the 2 Vigors and 1 Agility to swing both swords.
Yeah, and Noah here looks like just thinking about blocking, or rather maybe not blocking. Oh, okay. No, we're going to use our base Evo block
clarifying that those Cogworks base legs are equipped with a steam counter on them that you can remove to make use of its ability, which is an instant that says, pay 1, remove a steam counter from this, gain an action point, activate this ability only if you have boosted this turn. I was like, is it boosted or cranked? It's boosted.
Right. You know what? I wasn't familiar with that one myself. I thought it was the Battle Horn one. I mean, that's what a Galvanic Bender, I guess, has in the arm slot. A little bit of a different card.
A little bit of a double-edged sword with the this rounds on me here. You know, you do give your opponent a free card here, and Noah has a 5-card hand to work with. Hunter only pushed 8. We're going to see if the -1 ends up being, you know, quote-unquote worth it. When it comes to it, you know, if Noah just does this and comes in for 9, made 8 by this rounds on me on this turn, the this rounds was not really fantastic value.
Yeah, and then just to explain what's going on screen here, we've had the recharge add a steam counter to the hyperdriver that was in play, and then it triggered when the boost attack happened. So Noah goes back up to 1 floating resource, having pitched a blue for both of those cards. So this will be a nice little way to feed the turn.
A little bit of table talk between our players here. Love to see that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about Flesh and Blood. You know, it's just like, oh, like mid-game, we're just going to talk about the cards, talk about the game, talk about the meta.
Interestingly, we're seeing Noah holding in a, Magnetic Shockwave. I almost said Electromagnetic Shockwave. A Magnetic Shockwave in this hand here. He might get to punish some of that armor block.
Yeah, the T-Bone's coming out. This is going to... Oh, boom, boom, baby. That hyperdriver is going underneath our Hyper X3. That can be a card draw in the future. Or sorry, you have to banish a few of them, don't you?
No. Well, yes, you don't banish them for Hyper X3. If you banish a hyperdriver from boosting, it goes under Hyper X3. And then when a hyperdriver is put under this, if there are 3 or more hyperdrivers in it, draw a card. And it blocks for 1. What this card mostly does is be a Mechanologist hat that can go into your Nitro Mechanoid. That also blocks for 1, as opposed to Visiertronic Mark I, which doesn't block for anything.
Right, yeah, but Visiertronic Mark I is a funnier pun, whereas Hyper X3 is just a card.
Any other triggers on the attack?
Just 1, it must go open.
Yeah, the blue T-Bone, or sorry, the yellow T-Bone with this rounds, I mean, not the best effect, but does force here the Brave Forge Bracer. Sorry, not the best rate.
Activating Teklo Foundry Heart here.
We're going to make 2 resources off of that guy. Oh, we're going to banish a Max V and a Fast and Furious.
If only you were Dash.io and knew those were on top.
We're going to use those 2 resources to get another hyperdriver with 2 counters. So really that recharge was super good for Noah here to be able to maintain 2 steam counters on each of these hyperdrivers ending this turn.
Yeah, that's 2 free resources for him to work with on the next turn. Also, because he used Teklo Foundry Heart to pay for this, he actually, you know, functionally saves an entire card here to put in his arsenal. He also only attacked twice, and that card he got was definitely worth more than just 2, you know. Only 2 attacks for this rounds on me to worsen. So it kind of seems like that card was maybe a little bit of a bad trade for Hunter playing Kassai on the other side of the table.
And Hunter playing another generic card draw effect, which is Gorganian Tome. Going to make the swords free yet again. And with that agility online, okay, Spoils of War is going to just be a pump here. Oh, double Spoils of War. Really, really threatening the copper generation on this particular turn. It's going to be +4 to this Centauri Saber that's coming in. So that's going to be 6. Going to go to 7 if an attack action gets blocked or blocks it.
And it has go again, go again, go again, thanks to 2 Spoils of War and an agility token from the start of the turn.
Yeah, talk about the redundancy of effects. This is a pretty neat little spot that Hunter's in.
Two cards left in his hand. We see a Goblet of Blood-Run Wine and another, checking his banished zone here, or his graveyard rather, seeing what he can feed to Kassai's ability, which lets you banish 2 reds and 2 yellows from your graveyard so that the next time a weapon you control hits a hero this turn, you make a gold token, allowing her to A, draw cards for her hero ability, and B, in grindier matchups, cash them in for Raise an Army to make some Centauri Sellswords, allies that help you close some of these grindier games. And we saw one of these blocked with earlier, so we know they're in Hunter's deck. We could see that come out to play. I saw the Nitro Mech being used for some pretty grindy endgames in the game that I saw Noah play.
Oh, yeah, and now on the chain link we're seeing, I think, okay, so there's going to be a couple of blocks here. We're going to throw the fridge at it, as it were. So that's 4 block coming from the armor, and then 3 from this crankshaft, I believe, which does put the Centauri Saber to 7, but everything gets blocked cleanly. And
like Hunter has no tricks.
Really just trying to force Hunter to show a Blade Flurry or something there, but didn't quite get it. So plays out another Goblet of Blood-Run Wine. That's going to create another Vigor and Agility for the follow-up. And the Hot Streak attacking for free here. Going to still threaten 4 copper tokens on hit, but a little bit less threatening, showing just 2 attack. Okay, and no one's going to let it through. Says, I actually don't care that much about the copper because I have a pretty good hand myself. I believe the last card that Hunter has is a Take It on the Chin. So what has happened across these 2 turn cycles is just there's a little bit of redundancy of Go Again on Hunter's side, which isn't ever really a bad problem. But a couple of defensive tools for him to work with here as Noah starts ramping up the offensive pressure.
Noah shoved the entire fridge there, something you typically only see when they already have the mech. Let's kind of take a peek at what's left in that hand, and as I say that, he sets it down on the table, boosting away a Magnetic Shockwave. I don't know why the name of that card is escaping me today. It's a blue block 3, and they all look the same. I think he may have the Mechanoid in hand, if I'm not mistaken, or at least is setting up to get it going in the next turn.
Yeah, and that was a blue hyperdriver as well, I believe. So he can get pretty close to being online if he just wants to play out this hyperdriver. We'll see if he
red hyperdriver, but the blue in his hand is a supercell.
Oh, it's a supercell. Okay, there we go. Comes in with a few steam counters on it. I don't know if the chat can tell here, but I have watched a couple of Maxx games before, played the hero a little bit, but you know, there's so much innovation in all these. Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, and he's cranking it to get the action point. Yeah, there's so much innovation in these lists, you know. And Supercell, we'd love to see it.
Supercell putting a bunch of counters on some of his hyperdrivers. This card is really cool. It's very, very exponential on how much mana, how many resources you put into it. It puts X steam counters on X target hyperdrivers you control, and the cost is X. So if you pay 1, you put 1 counter on 1 driver. If you pay 2, you put 2 counters on 2 drivers like he just did. And if you pay 3 or more, you put, 3, 4, 5 counters on 3, 4, 5 hyperdrivers. And if you have a Construct Nitro Mechanoid in your banish zone, you get to shuffle it back into your deck. Interestingly, with this card, while it does power some really crazy powerful Nitro Mechanoid setups and gameplay, what this card is also incredibly good at is, so because it makes a hyperdriver token with X steam counters in addition to the other parts, you can actually crank this card, giving it functional go again. This card is incredibly good at setting up board states like this one, where you just have 4 free resources on the board, and you just use it to smash your opponent's face in.
Right, even if you don't get the construct online the next turn, you still got a whole nother turn to do stuff and, just hit them in the face with your big attacks, basically, including this Nabi Blaster or Maximum Velocity, which I believe is in this style of deck.
Who needs a giant robot when I have 4 free resources every turn, Frank?
Yeah, and now we're activating Kassai. We're going to banish a couple of reds and a couple of yellows, including that Raise an Army that was mentioned. So those are going to go to the banish zone. this round's on me that was played, drawing both players a card, is just going to stay on the chain there to represent the -1 to know his attacks on the following turn. Quite a board state going on. And now, because of that card draw, we have Centauri Saber swinging in for 2 with Go Again, threatening gold on hit. Yeah, Noah says, I like having 6-card hands, actually, so I will take this. You may have a gold token, sir.
That's a very cool stack of money tokens you have on the other side of the board. How about my 4 multi-counter hyperdrivers? What do you have to say about that, Kassai?
Yeah, and, you know, Maxx is an anarchist, so he's all about taking down the big banks. All right, and Hunter, I think maybe thinking on the grains trigger here, I believe. I see him pitching. Okay, another this round's on me. That's the 3rd one we've seen here. Going to get a vigor token out of that.
It's very funny to me that there is not an illusionist on either side of the table, and yet there are more permanents on the board than we've seen all day.
Some players just love their doohickeys, you know? I got to have one doohickey that activates my other doohickey, and it's a good time.
It's the Rube Goldberg machine of Flesh and Blood decks.
That's right. Now Hot Streak's coming in for 2 as well.
Let's take a look at what Hunter's holding in this hand. See, he's holding 2 attack reactions here, one of which has Reprise, presenting kind of a problem for him converting these hands that Noah doesn't seem that interested in blocking. In that he's not going to get these Reprise triggers, which pretty severely reduces the efficiency of this hand, and he may just be in a position where he doesn't really get to use the shift the tide of battle for all that much, given that both of his attacks already had Go Again. It's going to generate an agility for the next turn, speaking of stacking up the amount of permanents on the board, but the Stroke of Foresight isn't going to get that functional opt effect where you, or I guess a Ragamuffin's Hat effect, where you draw a card, then put one back on the bottom of the deck, since no one just doesn't really care. He has 4 free resources. He has 6 cards. He's just going to send it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this next turn play out. It's going to be a good time. And it looks like that last resource went into creating a Vigor as well. So, and we're using individual tokens to represent each one. Love this comment from the chat. No match has ever had my full attention like this one. And let me just tell you, like, if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss it because there was just a recharge played. That's going to add another Steam counter to one of these hyperdrivers, and now we're playing another twin drive. This is the same play we saw earlier. 4 resources generated off of each of these hyperdrivers, boosting a card off the top. Oh no, we're boosted away one of our first Nitro Mechanoids. By the way, the card that was boosted was, I believe, a Crankshaft, so that's going to add a Steam counter to one of the hyperdrivers. Now we're going to take all of them down together.
Generating 4 free resources. I don't even have a resource die that goes this high. Thankfully, the stream setup does. Shout out to Terry Ty at tycards.shop, who supplies these amazing dice that we use on the stream. Shameless plug.
Yeah, and Hunter going to choose to get some defensive value now, blocking with 2 run-throughs. Was thinking about throwing the Dynamo on this, but it doesn't have an on-hit, so, you know, I guess he can be patient for that or wait for another T-Bone or something along those lines.
And like we talked about with the last This Round's on Me that was played, Noah's just going tall when Hunter sets these up for him, just giving him this card, and he's just like, all right, well, this is a buff for 4 into an attack for 5. You're only taking 1 off of this. It's really hard for you to, in this situation, make up the value that you're giving me with this card. I used to play this card a lot in Briar. Oh my god, another Crankshaft off the top. But I used to play this card a fair bit in Briar, and it kind of has this conundrum where you have to be certain that the card you get is higher value than the card you give your opponent. And sometimes, Kassai, you know, these warrior decks can be a little bit dirtly. They can't always make full use of these cards that they're drawing.
Yeah, and now this Crankshaft that was for 5 being blocked by a Stroke of Foresight. 2 damage going to leak over the top. See, I think that extra card for Kassai often is, you know, it's more about having drawn a card to be able to swing your swords for free. But if you don't use it, your opponent's going to pop off on you like this. And one more boost attack here, we'd be adding a counter to that Hanabi Blaster.
Would you say that it's critical that you have to make sure your opponent doesn't pop off on you like this, Frank?
I would say that it's good.
From the arsenal, we still
that
have that Magnetic Shockwave he arsenaled a few turns ago. Kept it by activating Tekla Foundry Heart to preserve the card. 2 floating and a dive through data in hand. It looks like he's going to get to put a counter on the Hanabi Blaster this turn.
Oh, it looks like it was actually 4 on that Crankshaft. The players had missed the This Round's on Me trigger, but just fixing that. No harm, no foul. I think Noah's really considering whether he wants to commit the boost attack while this round's on me in play, especially as a zero-cost boost attack. It's really valuable to generate resources without having to pitch from those hyperdrivers. But if he boosts with it, then he can grab all of that armor with the magnetic shockwave from Arsenal here.
Unfortunately, he can't quite afford sending both the dive through data boosted and the magnetic shockwave. He has to choose between one or the other, and it's a little tough. Because the dive through data represents an on hit as well as putting a counter on the Hanabi blaster. But if he sends the dive through data, he would have to break the chain and Tekla Foundry Heart to send the magnetic shockwave, making it just a 2 for 3 on this turn. Not really the most attractive proposition.
Right, it looks like, oh, I forgot it cost 1. I thought it was a, we've hit another hyperdriver off of the boost there, so that's going to go under the Hyper X3. Goes to 2.
Oh, I want to see
drawing
someone draw a
cards
card. I've never seen someone draw a card off of Hyper X3. Hunter Platt reading Hanabi Blaster for the first time as he puts the second counter on it.
Yeah, just admire that art, Hunter. You know, it's going to be coming at your face pretty soon here.
Dive through data coming in for 3, opting 1 on hit.
You know, and this is one of the ways that, and we're throwing 4 armor in front of here. We don't want to let, 3 armor here. We don't want to let that hit. We don't want to let Noah opt towards the mechanoids in the deck, especially with this number of hyperdrivers out there.
Interestingly, he didn't actually even need to play the magnetic shockwave, as he just ended up
now we hit a Big
2
Bertha.
pieces of armor there anyways. The Big Bertha banished by Tekla Foundry Heart, unfortunately not a boost effect, so it won't put a counter on a hyperdriver, but he's making 2 resources with which to make yet another hyperdriver and cranking it so that he can swing the Hanabi Blaster.
Yeah, just send it is the motto of this turn, because that is just a big, big turn. A lot of value generated, a lot of attacks on that combat chain. You know, it doesn't matter, you know, this round's on you, I guess, because I just got 3 extra resources out of that guy.
Yeah, though in stark contrast to the first This Round's on Me turn we saw, this one did end up blocking a total of 4. Pretty good value for the card.
That's true, that's true.
Blue 1 for 4 that makes your swords free is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, quite a few cards taken away there. And I guess having blocked with the Balance of Justice, Hunter's now also open to, you know, just using it to draw a card if Noah ever draws 2 cards from different effects, maybe including that Hyper X3.
We're seeing the Kassai staple here, where you just get 2 free resources from Vigors made the last turn, as well as an Agility, Outland Skirmish, and a Kassai activation happening here, threatening a pretty insane amount of value on just 1 card kept in hand here from the tokens made in a previous turn. That's, you know, she's kind of the queen of numbers, right, Frank?
Yeah, and in this case, the Centauri Saber is going to be coming in for 5, and if it hits, it's going to generate another copper for the Blood on Our Hands turns in the future. Has go again from that agility. We can use these Vigor here to bank the next turn. Oh, okay, we're going to be blocking 6 here. One of the first times we've seen Noah throw multiple cards in blocking on a combat chain. Maybe
very easy to commit to these blocks when you know your opponent doesn't really have any cards left to work with.
And this is coming in for 2. Oh, what's Noah thinking about doing here? Blocking with the Tekla Foundry Heart. It's still going to take 1, so Hunter's going to get his piece of armor. But, you know, that makes me think that he's planning for the... Or, sorry, get gold here. It makes me think he's planning for the Mechanoid to come in hand pretty soon.
I believe that's what his hand is. It's a red T-bone, which he will play to boost and force a piece of armor to block, as well as trigger, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hyperdrivers all at the same time, floating 5 resources as well as... Okay.
It's the perfect amount of resources to play the Mechanoid. He just boosted away another Mechanoid, by the way. So if it was me, I'd be selling it. I'd be saying, oh no, my Mechanoid. I've just lost my Mechanoid.
So what's really crazy in a scenario like this where you just have a million hyperdrivers on the board is that Construct Nitro Mechanoid says 3 or more hyperdrivers you control, and it banishes cards you stack under it to attack. Every single hyperdriver in excess of 3 on his board here represents another 6 overpowered damage that he is going to have with this Nitro Mechanoid when he swings with it. And if he wants to, he can even get some extra resources with Tekla Foundry Heart. He can even get the opportunity to, make another hyperdriver using Max's ability here, spending 4 on the Construct Nitro Mechanoid. He has 2 action points. I believe we may see him cash in for 2 swings with the robot.
Yeah, it looks like he opted not to create the other hyperdriver because instead he gets to swing twice with the Boots ability there with the Mechanoid this turn. Now we're counting him up.
Oh, it looks like he may be keeping one of his hyperdrivers. Kind of a heads-up decision if he wants to keep some value for later turns. You can keep a 0-cost boost card and a 2-cost boost card and go boost, float a resource, or I guess a 1-cost boost card, boost, float a resource into Nitro Mechanoid, an insanely efficient, small hand, and that's what this mech kind of enables now, With High Octane gone, there's no ability to combo off and swing Nitro Mechanoid for something like 60 damage in a single turn. What he gets to do instead here is basically just use it as a really massive value advantage. His opponent's game plan is pretty clearly to try to close the game via large numbers advantages. That's how Kassai plays the game. She sets up really large incremental advantages like this, and he's basically saying, all right, I can do that too. I have a big robot that's a 0 for 6 every single turn for 10 freaking turns in a row. And on the turn it comes down, I'm going to come in for 12.
Yeah, now Hunter's going to be forced to use some defensive tools here. Playing a Sink Below on this attack for 6. Oh, and the Take It on the Chin we saw earlier. That's going to cleanly cover it up. We're not going to leak any damage through on that. Generate an Agility. That'll go well with some of the other resources in hand here. And then the Mechanoid's going to say, yep, that's all right. I'm going to swing again. I supercharged this with my hyperdrivers.
The second mech swing comes knocking here, threatening another 6 to Hunter's life total, which it looks like he's just going to take down to 16.
You know what one of my favorite scenes in the Alien movie is?
No,
is when
I don't.
Ellen Ripley gets into the loader.
The loader, yeah.
Into the loader. That's what this deck is about, is getting into the loader and slapping that alien. And we got a Slice and Dice being played. That's going to give +1 to the next attack and then +3 to the subsequent one, which we will have with this agility counter in play. Shift the Tides of Battle, just a yellow here for resources. This is going to be a Centauri Saber for 3 with Go Again.
A clean block if you don't have attack actions.
Oh, by the way, that Mechanoid we talked about earlier, it actually can block 5 times as well.
Yes, blocks has temper 5, so to block 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1, but on the last one it'll be destroyed, so make sure not to block with it the last time before you've used all 10 of your attacks.
Yeah, and in this case, oh, okay, so, you know what, it looks like Noah said, actually, I'm going to wait till you play your bigger attack to block here, maybe? There we go. You're going to block it out on the 5 power attack, take slightly less damage. And yeah, there we go. Get the -1 counter on the Mechanoid. You know what I said about doohickeys? This is the ultimate doohickey.
Going over to Noah's turn, nearly unscathed, taking only 3 damage from that turn after pushing a fair bit into Hunter's life total there. And he still has 4 cards to work with, a T-Bone, a 0 to 60, an Underloop, and a Supercell.
Oh, we like that card a lot.
That card's pretty crazy in this exact hero. T-Bone boosting in, coming in for 2, triggering a hyperdriver on the board and generating a free resource that Noah will use to power this turn. Hunter seemed a little bit in control of the tempo of the game thanks to Kassai's kind of free value generation, but now that this robot has hit the board, she kind of has to figure out how to use these 2 small swords to take down a giant mecha.
Yeah, and my question is, do you think Hunter's going to pivot here to a more defensive fatigue strategy, try to run Noah out of tools, or is the Mechanoid just too big to take advantage of that? We did just get a crankshaft boosted, and that's going to add another steam counter to our hyperdriver in play. This game, what's happened is Noah's hit on 5 effects on boost, and they've been so impactful to how the game has played out. He's gotten 4 extra steam counters, got a bunch of the hyperdrivers in underneath the Hyper X3, which are now functionally extra attacks with the Mechanoid.
And in addition to all of these effects that boosting is creating for him, it's still just threatening pretty lethal damage. You know, this Underloop is coming in for 4 with Go again into that Supercell in his hand that he can then crank, since he's going to make a Hyperdriver with X amount of counters, or ship the card in his arsenal his opponent's way, and then end on the Nitro Mechanoid.
Looks like we're clean blocking here for 4.
Doesn't want that Underloop going back into his deck.
Oh, and now the Magnetic Shockwave is going to eat a couple of block value on that Grains of Blood Spill, and especially with the Nitro Mechanoid having Overpower, that's very, very useful because, you know, they can only block with one action card and often try to buoy that up with using some armor block. But in this case, it's going to eat a couple of armor points from the Grains of Blood Spill.
Yeah, and he had a few previous opportunities to use this Magnetic Shockwave, and he kind of waited for the moment where it would actually effectively rip armor that would have been higher value somewhere else. Now that the Overpower is on the table, like you said, he waited for it to damage that Grains of Blood Spill in an advantageous way for him to make the robot more threatening. It's pretty clear that Noah has a pretty, like, you know, he has such a masterful amount of reps on this hero. He knows exactly what he's doing to take down a matchup that, personally, I would have thought this seemed quite bad for him, since Kassai has so many reactions with which to block the Mechanoid.
Yeah, now a blue being pitched to crack a gold. We drew a card off that, which I think was a Seduce Secrets, if I'm not mistaken. Unsheathed and Outland Skirmish coming in now to pump this Centauri Saber up to 8. It's going to have Go again from the Unsheathed ability. On hit, there will be a copper produced to bring us up to an even 6 if that does so.
8 is a pretty cool number. If only I could block half of that without giving up a single card out of my hand. Oh, wait.
Oh, okay. And you know what? No, actually, just blocking with a maximum velocity here puts it to 9, but doesn't commit the block on the Mechanoid. Decides that, you know, it's probable that you're going to push through and get your copper generation anyway, so I'm not going to waste my resources there. Blade Flurry going to come over the top here as well for 2. So the players have done the math. They know how much damage is being taken. I'm going to let them do that. And now the Hot Streak coming in, I believe just for 2.
4.
Oh, sorry, for 4, yeah, of course, off of that Blade Flurry as well. And this time the Mechanoid's going in front of it, covers that up nicely.
Over to Noah's turn. Still has 3 in hand, 0 to 60, Data Link, and maybe a yellow card in his hand. Boosting away a T-Bone to this card, triggering a Hyperdriver.
We'll get a resource out of this. Maybe that last card is a 1-cost boost attack. Now, the one thing that Overpower does get or doesn't get around is blocking with reactions, which are plentiful in these warrior decks. But card being committed on defense here early in the combat chain. And it looks like something being marked down, maybe just a confirmation of life totals.
Both players at 11.
Now we've got a...
Pick one.
Sorry, we just had an announcement from the judges. Oh, it's still kind of ongoing. It's okay. We had a boosted 0 to 60 there. That's going to be 4 power. That chipped in for 1 over a 3 block.
Also, we saw Noah pitch a Master Cog to Max's ability, putting a steam counter on an item he controls with Crank. Also, despite this being a Fabled, it is actually a Mechanologist, though it doesn't have the Mechanologist resource gem, though it doesn't actually have the Mechanologist border, which means this card is actually safe to boost.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. I didn't realize it didn't have the border.
Yeah, it's easy to not notice that, right? Because it just has the same border as like Heartofendel, which is generic.
Yeah.
Also cracking in for 6 with the Nitro Mechanoid. Hunter taking it down to 5.
And there's our Seduce Secrets. That's going to let Hunter look at the top card of Noah's deck and draw a card because he played it from the arsenal. Oh, and the hand as well. Okay, there we go.
Ah, yes, here's your demise.
Yeah, here's how I'm going to plan to kill you next turn. I mean, you see that Twin Drive, you see a Harpoon there, which could strip some blocking cards.
Hunter only with 3 cards to work with here. Looks a little bit stressed. He has to chew through 11 health. And it's clear that Noah has at least 1 card he's pretty content to block with in this hand, in addition to the fact that the Nitro Mechanoid still blocks for 3. More than any piece of armor in the game outside of an Evo presently is capable of covering.
It's a big blocking card. Now we're having a Kassai activation here, banishing a couple of reds and a couple of yellows. The next weapon attack that hits this turn is going to generate a gold for Hunter. He desperately wants to stay in this game, needs to get that little bit more value every single time. Noah just remembering what the effect does, just making sure that everything's clear.
It looks like Hunter drew another Seduce Secrets off the first one. His hand is Seduce Secrets, Sync Below, and a Blade Runner. The Sync Below is good for staying alive here, but maybe not exactly what you want to see on this exact turn cycle.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Break gold.
A little bit of a giveaway occurring in the sponsor part of the hall here.
And a gold was cracked there, so Hunter draws a card, which actually was this red slice and dice. That's going to be super impactful for him here, trying to threaten Noah's hand a little bit. And so this is going to be 3 power on the Centauri Saber. We're going to play a Blade Runner on it, of course. There's a follow-up to that. So still 3 power. Gets go again, though, and then +6 to the next attack with the second sword.
However, +6 on 2 is 8 and not 11. Hunter explaining that he has not closed the combat chain, so that Nitro Mechanoid can't just block again on this hot streak. However, this hot streak is not lethal. Noah not that incentivized to block, and his hand pushes a fair bit of damage. We may see the Twin Drive hit the chain for a bit of a value block, but the rest of his hand plays itself out pretty comfortably. The writing could be on the wall for Kassai into Max Nitro without High Octane, which is not something I thought I would ever say.
Maybe LSS was right. Maybe the hero's just good, you know? Maybe making lots of resources is fun.
Maybe you should consider trusting LSS more.
I mean, I have no excuses.
Every single time I think, oh, geez, I'm curious about the direction of this change, like 2 months pass, and I'm like, wow, this meta's great.
Yeah, well, now we've got another 0 to 60 to open the turn up. We're going to create a couple of resources off of that for go again. We did get our Valiant Dynamos enabled that previous turn, but we're not going to be using it on this attack, it looks like, because that Sync Below should cover up the... oh, okay, nope. Thinking about the Sync Below. Now Noah knows what he's playing against a little bit. Tipping the hand there.
Yeah, he got to see Noah's hand. He has to consider the fact that A, there's a Pulse Wave Harpoon in it, B, there are 2 more attacks coming his direction, and C, he still has to cover a Nitro Mechanoid swing on this turn. Playing the Sync Below and digging into the deck a little bit, perhaps for some more blocking power, both for the overpower, finding a reaction here off this Stroke of Foresight, as well as just a card that blocks a little bit better. 5 go again coming in.
Yeah, we've got that zipper hit being blocked by a Blade Runner. It's going to have a Valiant Dynamo joining it, 1 chip damage leaking through.
Putting Hunter to 4, and we're going to see Pulse Wave Harpoon come in here, boosted. X is 3, so he's going to get to look at 3 or more, or 3 or if there are fewer, but all 3 cards in Hunter's hand, and take an action card with defense value less than or equal to X and add it to this chain link as a defending card. Unfortunately, he doesn't really get to disrupt Hunter's hand all that effectively here, but if Hunter wants to not die, he's going to take 1 to 3 here, he has to commit both of these remaining cards to blocks on the Nitro Mechanoid that's going to follow this.
Yeah, and interestingly, it looks like he's chosen the hit and run here, which does leave the Stroke of Foresight available as a block.
He can't take Stroke of Foresight, it's a reaction.
Oh, that's only action cards.
Yes.
Wow.
Pulse Wave Harpoon says action cards.
Dang, dang. Well, I mean, that puts Hunter in a pretty good spot here to at least not take lethal damage.
Looks like he's actually going to block for 3 and 1 with the Grains of Blood Spill. Instead of preserving his life total at 3, he says, I need to fire something back here. I need to pitch this gold. I need to pitch this hit and run into a gold, draw a card, perhaps, make my turn do something, or I'm just dead in the water.
Yeah, his hopes here are to hit a Go Again enabler like Blade Runner on top of the deck with that one resource that'll be floating, and that'll let him, oh yeah, just pointing out the gold. He wants to play his turn.
Unfortunately, a bit of a tall mountain to climb. He still has another block for 2 on this Nitro Mechanoid, as well as 4 cards in hand. Hunter needs to find some pretty serious work here to not just die immediately.
Yeah, now maybe thinking about what he saw from that card. I don't know if he likes it very much, you know?
Let's take a look at what it was. Well, first he's going to check his graveyard, seeing if he is capable of activating Kassai's hero ability right now. It seems the answer is no. A little bit unfortunate for Hunter Platt, the Kassai player. We're going to see him play Outland Skirmish. Hot Streak coming in for 5, threatening Go Again if blocked by an attack action card, but Noah is not going to be forced to block with an attack action card, but will anyways, giving him the Nitro Mechanoid and valuing his life total a little bit here, maybe thinking I can pretty comfortably block 2 and 3 here, give this Go Again, and then block another 3 on the Centauri Saber, or perhaps just thinking that taking 2 on the Saber is better than taking 3 on the Hot Streak.
And it turns out he didn't want to play either of those Big Berthas, so he's just going to block both of them away. No damage is going to get through. Preserve that life total.
Hunter holding a T-Bone and an Outpace. He'll be able to play both of these into a Nitro Mech swing. This card forcing some armor from Hunter, but Hunter doesn't really have much armor left to speak of outside of that Valiant Dynamo.
So that's a 3 Go Again. It's going to trigger the Hyperdriver here. Looks like we're blocking with the Spoils of War.
Little bit of a nasty situation here where he didn't block with the Valiant Dynamos to save it for later, but now this Outpace can't be defended by equipment, forcing an entire card to be used here. 6 overpower coming in, and
6
Noah
overpower.
Martin, the Maxler himself, is going to take it down from Hunter Platt on Kassai. I'll be entirely honest with you, that's really not how I expected that matchup to go, but I knew I sensed greatness when I saw Noah take down a Prism on this like grindy Max deck, presenting 70-something cards and just using the Nitro Mech as a powerful turn-to-turn weapon to extract value.
And yeah, you know, that's just a big day for Noah here. 3-0 in the Battle Hardened in Toronto. He's going to be playing against some of the best now as we move our way up in the tournament. What a great game. What a great showing from both players there. Really, really like to see some of the less represented heroes doing well.
Yeah, shout out to both Noah Martin and Hunter Platt. Both players played a fantastic game, and I think we may have yet another Brodie Spurlock type on our hands here. We'll be back soon with another matchup after a giveaway, which we are going to do here. Another Scarf for a Scarf round-to-round giveaway. If you want one of these, all you have to do is engage in chat during the tournament stream here. You get 2 Scarf for a Scarf, so a little bit of a UPF playset for you, as well as a little custom Krampus Blasmofet the Soul Harvester token, and we're ready to announce this round's winner. Torin Rodriguez. Oh my gosh, hey, Torin. Torin's from Texas, my home state. I know him.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's really exciting. Shout out to Torin. Super glad that you won the giveaway. Noah, my goat, Lisan Al Gaib, hyped about the Max gamer, crushing it in the giant mech. Thank y'all so much. We will soon make this an official Canadian Flesh and Blood stream by having Yuki Lee Bender on next round. Right. We'll see you soon after a word from our sponsors.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
All with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Toronto. We have round 4 coming up for you. As I mentioned, it's not a Canadian Flesh and Blood stream without Yuki Bender being on stream, and that is one of our players, versus another Maxim Villeneuve, a Vynnset player who you know quite well from what I understand.
That's right. And you know what? I think both these players have been on coverage a lot in Canadian streams. I know Maxim personally, but he's also just a really good Runeblade and Ninja player, and the past few metas have been pretty friendly to that, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, I'm excited to get into this game. I'm Elly Bird. This is Frank Hong. Let's get straight into it. We have Yuki Bender on a little bit of a meta boogeyman. Count your blessings, new alluring desire, here to show us how to enjoy the finer things in life and stop and smell the roses, because we are in for a long haul against Maxim, playing Vynnset.
Yeah, and when the format first came out, or rather when New first came out, I think a lot of people were wondering, how is she going to play into some of these shadow heroes that can get value out of their banish zone with her hero ability. And so I think we'll really see whether Maxim can take best advantage of that, or if he's just going to get fatigued out as a hero that has some struggle with that type of strategy, right? I know from a conversation I had with Maxim yesterday that he's hoping to dodge the matchup a little bit, but also that in the blind he's playing Reaping Blade into all of these heroes that might be playing Count Your Blessing. So hopefully that pays off for him here with some of that life gain prevention.
Yeah, Reaping Blade, a little bit of a poultice for the bleeding that you can experience as you kind of fall behind to A. So your opponent's going to be gaining life. There's kind of multiple axes on which New pulls ahead in this matchup. A, she's going to be gaining life. She has 6 copies of Count Your Blessings in her deck, which, when all are said and done as far as resolving them goes, represents an extra 30 life, functionally starting the game at 70, assuming she gets to play them all, and Vynnset doesn't present enough damage to kill her before that happens. Reaping Blade helps a little bit, making those Count Your Blessings a little bit more awkward. And something that is very helpful with this Reaping Blade is that because Vynnset is going to lose life to her own gameplay, she's going to be putting blood deck cards in her banish zone, and her health is going to tick down because of that. It lets her have a little bit more agency over her life total, even if Yuki chooses not to attack so as to not turn on that Reaping Blade. She can get her life total lower on her own, both by paying with Vynnset's triggered ability and just by losing life to blood debt, making it harder and harder for Yuki to actually convert these Count Your Blessings, Kind of the nasty fork that you get out of New in this matchup is that she's really good at presenting a disruptive attack. Surgical Extraction, 1 floating, oh, you have a card in your hand, it's Hiss, it's Venomous Bite, they block for the attack reaction, and then you just go, okay, Tunic, I'll gain 9 life, go ahead, and you get a little bit blown out by committing your resources in that way. So making those more awkward makes life a lot harder for Yuki.
Yeah, and I think what's going to happen in this game is, like you said, with the life loss from the Vynnset side, is, it's going to be a pretty delicate tightrope that Maxim tries to walk, in walking both of their life totals down without giving Yuki the opportunity to just, take over the game with her disruptive effects and put him too low to be able to actually capitalize on some of the resources that he accrues.
Yeah, on the flip side of that same coin, though, is that because New banishes defending cards, while Maxim can use that to put cards in his pitch zone to Runegate to play, it can also, because of her banishing defending cards, because of her banishing cards with these contract cards, with Persuasive Prognosis, with Bonds of Agony, there's also a precarious situation where New can overload Vynnset's stock of Blood Debt and put her in a position where she's not capable of converting all of these cards she has squirreled away, and instead just starts to bleed out.
And, I love the round 3 and 4 of the Battle Hardened, where serious players start fighting each other a bit more. You can see that both seasoned competitors shuffled each other's decks before the start of the game. Just a little zoom in there. Vynnset is on the Face Purgatory, Vexing Quillhand, and Tunic for the longer game plan, and Spellbound Creepers. And then that Reaping Blade, so clutch, as we know, against these life gain strategies.
It's a pretty interesting choice to be playing this Vexing Quillhand, though, because Grasp of the Arknight is such an engine. If you have a 2-cost Rune Gate and a blue, you can banish that 2-cost Rune Gate, make a Rune Chant off of Vynnset's ability, and pitch a blue into Grasp and play out your functional 2-card 7, 2-card 8 because of this. But without the Grasp, you're giving up that turn-to-turn engine, but also giving yourself a lot more explosivity in the form of the 2 rune chants that this Vex and Quill hand can give you for free, maybe favoring the ability to either convert a very large stack of cards in his blood debt all at once, or to just put a bunch of pressure down and try to kill Yuki before she's capable of taking the game over.
Yeah, and Yuki's starting turn 0 here with the Art of Desire Mind, so that's a blue, and that's going to be a free Eloquent Eulogy banish for Maxim, but choosing not to overblock here. Justinic's going to go over the top, going up to 6. Nice little chip damage from Yuki's side of the board here, because you know, even though she's a life gain deck, it is still relevant. Oh, and hitting 2 pretty good cards. There was a Succumb and a Malefic Incantation. They're banished there.
Thankfully, no extra blood debt added to Maxim's stack over there. Speaking of chip damage, that can get out of hand pretty fast. You know, he has to banish at the start of Vynnset's turn. He could be forced to either banish not a blood debt card if too much blood debt is put there, or he could be forced to banish a 3rd blood debt and start that kind of bleeding out process a little too early. Also, Yuki already 3 cards ahead on the Fatigue Race.
Yeah, that's right. We're not sure how many cards Maxim would have presented here, but I don't imagine that he's going to be playing every single card in his sideboard. He still wants to assemble these more functional turns together, right? Now he's holding a Widespread Ruin. That looks like it's destined for the Banish Zone, maybe banking that for a future turn, perhaps. Pretty reasonable hand here, though, with some functional cards, generating our Rune Chant from the Vynnset ability. And the life totals are backwards right now. I'm sure the players will rectify that in just a moment. Malefic Incantation, and you know what? I think that Maxim is left-handed. That's why he's playing from that direction. We got the Malefic yellow in play here. So the next time he attacks, it's going to generate a Rune Chant.
He can play that Eloquent Eulogy from his Banish Zone to generate a Rune Chant, since it only has a Rune Gate cost of 1. He's also holding a Machinations of Dominion, which can give something go again, but it might be a little bit difficult for him to generate the necessary Rune Chants to fire off that 2nd Widespread Ruin. So perhaps we will just see this followed up by a Reaping Blade swing.
So 1 and 4 over Power Wagon?
Or the Bounding Demigon in Maxim's hand. Yuki working with a very, very effective blocking hand here. We have Hiss, Surgical Extraction, and Bonds of Agony. Bit of a boogeyman card in addition to a Sink Below and a Fate Foreseen in the arsenal. This hand is both quite effective at blocking and quite effective at disrupting the opponent. Curious to see what she chooses to do with it, whether she prioritizes keeping her life total high at 40 to Maxim's 37, or if she just kind of opts to focus on playing out her hand.
It looks like she doesn't value the Eloquence token that much for the opponent, and so just takes the 1 chip damage from the Rune Chant, but clean blocks the attack there. Maxim's going to close the combat chain before deciding what to do. And just passing, arsenaling a red Bounding Demigon. I guess it's a 0-cost attack. Prevents you from getting kind of owned by a Codex of Frailty. Bonds of Agony hitting the combat chain now.
The dreaded Bonds of Agony. Yuki not actually very cleanly capable of representing 3 attack reactions without cashing in a piece of equipment here. She has the Hiss, but her other 2 cards are a Sink Below and a Surgical Extraction. So she would have to cash in equipment she's yet to get to block with here to make this card valuable.
Yeah,
Does Maxim have any defense reaction action in that hand? It doesn't look like it, though he is holding Oblivion, a Vynnset spec.
I don't know, this is maybe a judge rules question here, is like, can you force your assassin opponent to banish a bunch of whales for you if you block with every other card in your deck and then Bonds of Agony hits?
Well, let's read Bonds of Agony. If you've played or activated 3 or more attack reactions this chain link, this gets +3, and when this hits a hero, look at their hand and choose a card. Search their hand, deck, and graveyard and banish up to 3 cards with the same name as the chosen card. They shuffle. So you
don't have
to choose a card, but you banish up to 3 cards, so you can choose to banish 0 or just the 1 from hand if you don't want to give them a bunch of free cards. Stark contrast to something we saw in top 8 of Calling Portland when Michael Fung and Victor Antonio Mercado squared off, kind of one of the progenitors of the CYB new deck. We actually saw him get attacked by a Phantasmaclasm, and he emptied his hand out in response because Phantasmaclasm is not optional, so you must make them put a card on the bottom, then draw a card, even if their hand is empty.
Yeah, and here we see that hiss coming out, giving go again as well with a slither, and then actually Yuki committing the arousing wave before blocking with it, as you mentioned. So that's going to be 8 power here, getting to look at the full hand on Maxim's side. Kind of evaluated that his turn isn't super contingent on any single one of these cards. He's going to be able to play out that Envelop in Darkness or the Mauvrian Skies with the widespread rune that's in the Banish Zone already, either way. So a little bit bonds proof aside from the disruption in the deck, and Yuki making a decision now, thinking about how to plan out the rest of her turn.
He can do some pretty serious damage to Maxim's overall game plan here. You can take away some of his sources of go again, or you can take away some of his rune gate enablers in the form of these Envelop and Darknesses, and it actually looks like that's what she's going to do. You know, this card represents so much value in Vynnset's overall game plan, where you can just pay 1, and not only does it make a rune chant with go again, which is an incredibly premium effect to have in your deck, one of her most powerful enablers, it's a shadow non-attack so that she can pay 1 to force damage through, and in addition to all of this, it gives the next attack you rune gate this turn +3.
And it looks like she's chosen she's found 1 Envelop in there, but there might only be 1 other one in the deck. And now she's just taking a look at the number of D-Reacts that are in the deck while she's in there, just planning out how long of a game maybe she wants to play for, how defensive Maxim might be able to take in the mid-game. I mean, he's already at 38 life, but, you know, as soon as he gets the tempo and starts slinging out, 28 life, as soon as he gets the tempo and starts slinging out some attacks, I imagine Yuki's going to give him a bit more space by blocking with some of her cards.
Right, she's a little bit forced into being proactive in situations like this because she cannot even begin counting to 6 as long as her life total is higher than Maxim's, thanks to that Raping Blade on the board. Over to Maxim's turn, he's banishing a Deathly Wail to the Vynnset trigger.
Yeah, Deathly Wail not quite able to come in quite yet. And, you know, with the Mauvrian Skies that we saw in his hand, he could make 2 attacks here, but, you know, then you're kind of left with that Oblivion in hand, I guess.
Yeah, Oblivion's very powerful, but you have to find the juice to play it. Yuki kind of recognized that Maxim didn't really have an effective way to enable it, so it's just a blue 0 block in his hand right now. She just left him with it.
Actually, it's a rare instance where, you know, maybe swinging the Reaping Blade to get that out of your hand and save it for a later point of the game would be a pretty reasonable play. Of course, any non-attack action is going to eat up this Eloquence token as well, which is pretty good for creating bigger turns for Vynnset that are required to beat New.
Can't feel too bad about wasting the Eloquence token, though, given that...
Wow, okay, Maxim says, actually, I really like having 2 Rune Gate attacks in my Banish Zone, and I'm just going to take 2 Blood Debt and pass back to Yuki, put the onus on her a little bit to do something proactive, and now she's got a defense reaction that's stuck in there and a Codex in hand, so that's pretty awkward for her.
Slightly awkward, but as Yuki often likes to tell me, there's a bit of a problem with passing. Even if your opponent's hand is bad, things don't necessarily get that much better for you, and she's presenting a CNC here. Even if her hand is Codex and 3 reds, even if it doesn't do all that much, say there's a defense reaction stuck in the arsenal and she has to rot a card here, Maxim is still forced to interact. She still gets to present more disruption here, and this does threaten to take his arsenal away.
Yeah, and we might know that it's a Bounding Demigon, but from Yuki's perspective, that could have very well been a defense reaction that is going to get victimized by this Command and Conquer. And, you know, Maxim having that blue non-block in the hand is kind of faced with a similar problem to what he had the previous turn of having to commit a couple of cards on defense. Maybe thinking about presenting 6 in front of the CNC.
Not really what you want to see when you just pass. I think you're hoping New's hand is a little bit more awkward than getting to present Command and Conquer.
And then this Deathly Delight's going to be blocking 3. Going to take 3 damage from that Command and Conquer. We'll get rid of that Bounding Demigon, which was not doing too much for us in the arsenal there anyways. So
Yuki forced to rot a card in hand here and only drawing 3.
Creating another rune chant by banishing another widespread rune. And now Maxim, I think maybe thinking about, whether sending a 2-gate turn is impactful enough in this case.
It's a difficult situation. If you present too much damage in Nghio's direction, she'll get to start gaining a bunch of life.
Oh, wow, and we're going to crack a Vexing Quill Hand here. Okay, you know what? I see what the line is now. Now that I've seen 5 Rune Chants on the board, you might be thinking, well, that's one too few for us to play that Oblivion out of hand. But we've got a little trick, actually, with the Malefic Incantation. Is you can stack those triggers so that the Rune Chant is created off Malefic Incantation before you resolve the destruction of the Rune Chants on the board. And that lets you play out, or play as if you have all 6 on the board at once, play out the Oblivion, and then the Rune Chants resolve as normally.
And Oblivion will create a Nazreth, the Soul Harvester token, a 6-power, 6-life demon ally that will allow Maxim to Kraken for 6 basically every single turn. It also, if your opponent is a light hero, you may banish a card from their soul when this hits. Not the most relevant piece of text in this matchup, but I'm sure it's mattered at some point somewhere. These demon these demon allies that you kind of see in all 3 of the Shadow Heroes are pretty classic answers to fatigue-style decks like New Alluring Desire, or in the days of old, even Oldhim. That was how heroes like Levia, Ethan's favorite, would close games with her powerful Doomsday spec. Chain also having, oh my gosh, what's it called? Eclipse, which generates his 0/6/6 demon. Vynnset, a Shadow Hero added to the game later, still got her own, and she is hitting the table here.
Yeah, it's such an incredibly powerful effect, and Yuki's got to actually reckon with quite a few different sources of damage on this turn, because if any of the damage on this chain link hits, or this combat chain hits rather, that Deathly Whale is going to create another Rune Chant on the back end for Maxim to save till the next turn, or potentially power up one of these widespread runes. Looks like we're pitching and preventing all of the arcane damage here, so the Tunic Cantor is going to come off, take care of that. We're going to pitch a Siren's Call, just going to be 1 defense there. And between the foot block and the sink below, we're going to block 5, cleanly blocking that Deathly Whale, and just coming in for 6 with the Nazreth Soul Harrower plus. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, not plus. The Rune Chants are going to stick around because they only pop on a attack action or weapon swing, so not ally attack, notably.
That's not an interaction you see every day.
Yeah, no, I think that is a pretty powerful effect, to be honest, because you're forcing your opponent to contend with your ally, but you're just sitting there banking Rune Chants, right?
A little bit unfortunate for Yuki there. It seems like she committed a bunch of resources to stopping Maxim from getting the Rune Chant that he would get if she took damage. However, you don't have to close the combat chain to swing with allies, so he just got to follow up 4/6 for free in that scenario, not only getting the Rune Chants he was looking for, but also forcing Yuki to, after letting him get everything he wanted on that turn cycle anyways, she functionally has to skip her own turn and pitch the Codex of Frailty to send a Command and Conquer into Nazreth just to get it off the board so it can't continue to beat her down.
Yeah, and from Maxim's point of view, you don't always want to see the Nazreth come out so early and then get taken out so early, but that has really given him an opportunity to seize control of the game. He's using that to play a widespread Ruin uninterrupted and send 3 Rune Chants with it, keeping 3 more cards back in the hand.
And the first Count Your Blessings rears its ugly head in Yuki's hand here. She's ABing and maybe committing some cards to blocking. However, she's incapable of using the CYB meaningfully since she's still 12 life ahead of Maxim. And even though she's taking 3 damage here, and this Widespread Ruins effect is going to trigger when the combat chain is closed and banish the top card of your deck, she's still 10 life up, and Maxim's going to lose some life at the end of his turn. It gets Yuki closer to winning, but it also gets her further away from resolving this Count Your Blessings that's kind of becoming increasingly clunky in her hand and deck.
Oh, wow, and actually, so she banished an Eradicate off the top of the deck, which, really kind of signifies trying to play for a fatigue game plan. Maxim actually just passes with an extra card in hand. Doesn't want to commit the Spellbound Creepers quite yet there.
Yeah, he's really favoring taking some very careful setup, forcing Yuki to rot cards she doesn't really want to. He's putting her in a position where her hands don't always convert because he's not attacking her.
Yeah, that's right. And he's going to be happy to walk that all the way down until he can deal enough damage to threaten her meaningfully, I guess.
Yeah, 33 is a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, and having banished a Deathly Delight, we didn't mention that earlier because it wasn't quite relevant yet, but just another attack in the banish zone that he's banking across turns. Sink Below comes out of Arsenal, covers up the Leave No Witnesses cleanly.
Yuki drawing 2 chi at the same time, as well as another Count Your Blessings and a Double Trouble. Not a very easy hand to convert, though she can double transcend and make use of Mask of Recurring Nightmares to force a card out of her opponent's hand without their consent. It doesn't block very well. It has a total block value of 3, and he's cracking in with a Deathly Wail for 5 and 4 Arcane, threatening more Rune Chance if it connects, which it seems kind of destined to.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the power of these cards like Deadwood Dirge from Rosetta. Is just powered up the whole Rune Chant archetype all around. You know, this is basically going to be a pain train. It's going to keep coming until Yuki finds some sort of way to throw Maxim off his game. The double transcend that you mentioned there, we're going to gain a life and shuffle our deck.
We will not gain a life, thanks to Reaping Blade.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Oh, classic. We didn't even think about that. And probably some of this is going into the Arcane Barrier, I imagine.
Yeah, seems likely. Shuffling her deck thanks to the effect of Stir the Pot. Gaining 0 life thanks to Homage to Ancestors. Maxim reaching across the table just to give it a cut.
Yeah, he says, don't worry, I trust you, but I got good luck in these hands. I'm going to cut all your good cards to the bottom, make you draw all Count Your Blessings.
Did you know that it's not legal to do like a cheeky cut where you put like exactly a hand or exactly 1 card from your opponent's top of their deck to the bottom of their deck?
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a rule. In Flesh and Blood, you may not know the amount of cards you're moving in your opponent's deck when you randomize their deck.
And actually, so you keep blocking here just with the Double Trouble. She's going to be taking 2 damage from this Deathly Wail. That lets Maxim create 1 Rune Chant if he closes this combat chain right now. Or at the end of the turn after he does something else, maybe he can create another Rune Chant. I think he's thinking a bit about whether he wants to commit Spellbound Creepers here with one of these non-attack actions and that Tunic counter. One of the notable things here is this 2 resources does actually represent ability to play a Count Your Blessings, which would be so perfect if you didn't have that Reaping Blade ability. And Maxim's just thinking about how much he wants to walk down his own life total before he deals more damage to Yuki. Yeah, oh, and the Tunic counter is coming off. Going to be used to activate Spellbound Creepers.
There's Ethan adjusting something with the camera. We're going to see a Beseech the Demigod played as an instant.
Going to gain, or target a attack in the Banish Zone is going to get +3, so Maxim's going to choose which one he wants to play out this turn. Looks like it's going to be the Widespread Rune. A bit unclear. I think he indicated the Vinnset ability, but I'm not sure if he actually did activate it. I think he did, yeah, because he created 1 extra Rune Chant off of that Deathly Wail trigger.
Yes, that's actually really cool. He used Creepers to play that non-attack action without closing the chain so that Deathly Wail's effect wouldn't trigger yet. While the chain's still open, he plays the Shadow non-attack as an instant, pays 1 life so that he's lost life this turn, so that he gets 2 Rune Chants rather than just 1 from Deathly Wail. Pretty comfortable to convert, 1 life into a Rune Chant, especially when your opponent is to push your opponent's life total down. In addition, that card is worth 3 life.
Oh, and actually, so he banishes 1 of the Count Your Blessings off the top of Yuki's deck with the 9 power Widespread Rune. Also banishes a card from his own deck. Unfortunately, hits a Sink Below, so that's not going to be too useful. But like I mentioned, that 2 resources that Yuki had was perfect for her to play out the Count Your Blessings from hand, since she did, for a minute, go lower life total than him.
Yes, Yuki forced to just Arsenal and pass on her turn. Losing the Count Your Blessings off the top represents a loss of so much life. Since that takes the ceiling down on your Count Your Blessings, that takes 8 life gain out of your deck.
That's a lot of life. And, okay, Maxim thinking, he's poking his hero ability here, thinking about the card that he wants to banish and generate a Rune Chant with.
Looking at a Bounding Demigon, a Succumb to Temptation, a Phantom Wraith, and a Beseech the Demigon. Perhaps his hand does not convert as well as he would like it to, especially since he already has this Phantom Wraith in the Banish Zone. The Blood Debt tax is kind of racking up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's that double-edged sword of trying to stay below Yuki's life total and disable those Count Your Blessings, but you can only go so low before it becomes dangerous for yourself. I think if I'm Maxim in this position, those Spellbound Creepers are what I'm looking at the most to try to keep them around for one more activation, right?
Yeah, looks like he'll banish Bounding Demigon here and make a Rune Chant thanks to Vynnset's ability.
Yeah, still no Rune Gate opportunities until he plays out something else. Here's going to be the Beseech, choosing to take 1 to the Vynnset ability. And then going to play out the Bounding Demigon. That's going to be coming in for 7 plus 1 unpreventable arcane damage. So that would let him keep the Spellbound Creepers this turn, prioritizing that. Yeah, and now marking on the official life tracker in addition to their paper pads that the
Maxim is also holding Succumb to Temptation, which can be played as an instant, especially when you force through this unblockable arcane damage. She's looking at 7 in addition to the ability to rip her hand apart in this scenario. What Maxim doesn't know is that Yuki is holding at least 1 defense reaction in the form of a Fate Foreseen. If she chooses to block for 3 and he plays the Succumb to Temptation, she can not only stuff it with a defense reaction, but keep him away from actually getting to take a card out of her hand, though not all is lost in that scenario, given that Maxim will still get an action point out of it, which he can use to continue his turn.
Oh, and Yuki was confidently saying, I'm going to take 1 on this, and Maxim slams down that Succumb to Temptation. Now she's got to think, do I want to commit this D-React to prevent you from taking a card away from me? She will, in fact, do that, opt a card to the bottom. Maxim gets his action point back.
Looks like she opted the card to the top, actually.
Okay.
Got halfway through putting it on the bottom of the deck and then said, actually, wait a moment.
Wait a second. And now, a Revel in Runeblood. That's going to be an enabler for our next attack here. So some of this arcane damage surely is going to come in, dealing 2 through some damage prevention from that blue. Oh, okay. Dealing 3.
Hitting 2, leaving exactly 1 up here with Tunic ready. You can absolutely guess what the card in our arsenal is. Count Your Blessings, number 2, hitting the graveyard, 1 in the Banish Zone. So the cap on this one is 5, but this Count Your Blessings is going to gain 4, where there was 1 Count Your Blessings in her graveyard, and it's going to gain 3 life in addition to X, where X is 1. Yuki just passing on her turn. Maxim has full tempo here, but he needs to convert it. Yuki can threaten just fatiguing Vynnset if she just sits there and keeps covering up arcane damage by pitching blues rather than taking cards out of her deck.
Yeah, and he did draw into a Shadow Puppetry. Often that sets up for making multiple attacks in one turn, which can, kind of keep the pressure up. But you're expending resources from the Banish Zone when you do that usually, right? And, you're only banishing 1 card per turn right now. So Maxim's really got to think his way through generating something big that Yuki can't quite just block out or sit back and gain life back. It looks like now he's the one that's going through the graveyard, seeing what sort of threats and defensive tools Yuki's gone through.
Maybe Maxim's going to play Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, exactly. Or he's counting on Yuki playing one at some point so he can tuck away something cheeky in the arsenal, right?
Well, actually, Yuki's the one that's counting right now.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Thank you. Let's take a look at these players' hands. Maxim is holding a Reduce to Rune Chant, a Shadow Puppetry, and a red Rune Gate card that he's considering banishing. Sorry, not a red Rune Gate card, a red Deadwood Dirge. Looks like he drew a hand without a good...
Oh, no, he already banished
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
He already banished the Deathly Delight at the beginning of the turn, which is how he's going to destroy that Rune Chant, create a couple more off of the Dirge. And maybe thinking now about whether the Shadow Puppetry wants to come out. If he uses the Shadow Puppetry, he can trigger the Vynnset ability and make one of these Rune Chants unpreventable. Maybe that's favorable again for keeping around the creepers. Oh, okay, and they're going back. Apparently, there hadn't been arcane damage dealt the previous turn, so we're going to have lost those creepers. Oh, okay,
Oh,
no, he's passing. He's
and
passing.
the creepers are dying in the present end step. Over to Yuki's turn. Maxim just opting to set up some. Yuki going, oh, okay, interesting. I'll take a look at your graveyard and see what you're through because you're clearly planning something. Yuki left with 4 cards. I'm curious to see what they are that she gets to use to disrupt Maxim on this turn.
Yeah, maybe Maxim really counting on her not having a count your blessings in this exact moment because after this turn, he'll probably go below her in life total. And then, you know, if he threatens a big enough turn, she might not necessarily get to keep multiple cards.
Her hand a little bit awkward here. We're seeing Path Well Traveled, Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires, and 2 red attack reactions. She doesn't actually have a any action when it comes to
disruption of the opponent.
She doesn't have any attack actions to disrupt her opponent. She only has 2 red attack reactions. She can't really do much with. So we're going to see this Sacred Art hard casted here to just banish 2 cards from Maxim's graveyard.
Oh, wow, and she's going to banish a couple of Blood Debt cards here for him, it looks like, trying to force him to take more chip damage. That's an aggressive play on Yuki's part. Not even going to get the Transcend on that because she wasn't able to play out that Path Well Traveled as well. And Maxim wising up and saying, I see, you're trying to put me on a clock here with additional Blood Debt. We'll see how well that pays off for Yuki.
Maxim also left with 5 cards. Both players having just passed without allowing their opponent to block or asking them to. A little bit awkward for Maxim in the same way that Yuki's hand was. He's holding 2 defense reactions, the same Shadow Puppetry, and the 3rd Widespread Ruin. He's basically forced to light a card on fire here, and he will with this Reduced to Rune Chant going to the Banish Zone, because if he banishes another Blood Debt card, that clock gets a turn faster, basically.
Yeah, and he really can't play out more than 2 Rune Gate cards this turn if he has another way to generate Rune Chants. And the way I'm seeing it right now, I think he can only play 1.
We're going to see this Widespread Ruin come out to play for 4 Rune Chants and 7 Go Again.
It looks like he declined the Vynnset trigger when playing that Shadow Puppetry, so not going to banish a card from his own deck so far.
Yuki holding a Transcend instant, a Bonds of Attraction, a blue Pick to Pieces, and a Command and Conquer. Just opting to block some arcane damage, take 1, being as efficient as she possibly can with this hand, blocking 6 and taking 1 on the Widespread Ruin. It's pretty much a safe bet that Maxim isn't going to banish any Blood Debt cards on the top of his deck with this Shadow Puppetry, because if he does, the counter just keeps going up. You know, it's actually pretty awkward for him to be in this scenario where this card gives you a little bit of functional card draw by banishing Blood Debt cards and putting you in a position where you can make use of them, but it's really hard to actually want to do that when your Blood Debt tally is so high. And
the Tunic counter coming off. I'm going to be pitching the other Widespread Ruin and using that Tunic counter to play a 6 power attack here. This is going to put a Reduced to Rune Chant in Maxim's arsenal. So, you know, if she doesn't attack him, it's going to be a bit tricky. And then having closed the chain, going to banish the top card of the deck to the Widespread Ruin trigger.
That's also likely why we didn't see Maxim opt to ding himself with Vynnset's ability earlier in this turn, because if he banishes another Blood Debt card, it can be a little bit catastrophic for him. Yuki just passing through because we know her arsenal is just a red attack reaction. She has drawn a blue and a 3rd red Count Your Blessings, with the second one in Banish and the first one in the graveyard. This will gain 5 life, a play pattern we're likely going to see happen here. She's going to AB with the blue, leave 2 floating, or even 1 floating since Tunic is on 1, and then gain some life.
Oh, and I think Maxim just passed there. He banished the Deathly Wail and then passed.
Unfortunately, Yuki has some action here with a red attack reaction in her arsenal, as well as 1 in her hand. This Surgical Extraction could very quickly find its way, going all the way up to 11 power if Maxim doesn't block correctly. A, forcing a card off the top of his deck, B, forcing a card out of his hand, and C, dealing nearly lethal damage because Maxim is only at 10.
Wow, yeah, this is going to be pretty tricky for him to navigate. I wonder if he's thinking about just non-blocking and playing out that D-React from Arsenal. But, you know, he's almost forced to block with some of his cards because of how much Blood Debt is in his Banish Zone, right? Like, he can't actually use all of the cards in his hand always.
Thankfully for Maxim, this attack does not have stealth, meaning that Nu's hero ability won't banish the action cards he chooses to block with. Kind of a small saving grace in this gnarly situation. You know, we kind of talked a little bit earlier in this game about how full passing in these scenarios can get you in a little bit of a sticky situation, and it hadn't really punished either player all that hard because both decks were proving to be a little bit uncooperative. But in this scenario, it's kind of really biting him. He's going to get disrupted even if he blocks 6 and plays the defense reaction here.
Well, and this is a little bit of a read here on Maxim's part. Gonna block 6 and then play the D-React out in response to the hiss. So that's gonna go all the way up to 10.
Well, no. Oh, you mean he's blocking 10?
Yeah, he's blocking on...
He's blocking 10, but Yuki can go over the top if she cashes in her Tunic counter here for the Venomous Bite. Maxim only has 2 cards left in hand. I wonder if she ships it.
Yeah, getting pretty tense here in the end game. Neither player has...
She is going
there
to
we go.
Tunic, Venomous Bite, and the Fang Strike, pushing this to 11. 1 over his carefully calculated block for 10. Looks like it's going to connect. Maxim's hand is a Funeral Moon and a Shadow Puppetry. One of these cards has blood, and she found
and there's an Eloquent
off the
Eulogy.
top. Maxim was navigating this game so perfectly, showing this masterful control of how you approach this matchup as the Iron Maiden, but it kind of seems like things are just falling through his hands so quickly.
All right, and now players are cleaning up that combat chain.
Looks like Yuki chose to banish the Shadow Puppetry, denying him any go again, since he can just play the Funeral Moon as an instant if someone's lost life on that turn. Functionally disabling his whole hand. I guess it didn't really matter which one she banished, since the other would leave to Vynnset's ability. The non-optional banish, rearing its head a little bit. Let's see what Yuki's drawn up into here. A Codex of Frailty and 3 blue block
Well
freeze.
then.
With a Count Your Blessings in her arsenal, this game was very close for quite some time, but it seems like it's been a little bit turned on its head out of nowhere here.
Yeah, and that kind of gambit that she played, banishing 2 widespread runes. You know, you're giving your opponent some offensive resources, but Maxim's taking quite a bit of damage from Blood Debt at this point, and you know maybe that's how she closes this game out.
It's a little bit of a curse of King Midas situation, you know, all the riches in the world, but what to do with them?
Yeah, and it's kind of one of these funny situations of Maxim could play out this Rune Gate 3 attack with the Rune Chants he's got on board, potentially generating another of Rune Chant, but then he wouldn't have any action points to play the follow-up.
4 life to Blood Debt.
That's right. Alternatively, he could play the Eloquent Eulogy, which would let him play the Funeral Moon on a different turn and, you know, do some sort of janky additional action point stuff. But then again, you're taking the extra damage from Blood Debt, and you're cashing in a stack of 3 Rune Chants on an Eloquent Eulogy that only really needs 1 Rune Chant, right?
Here's where you wish you still had that Eloquence token.
That's right.
We could see him swing that Eulogy, like you said, and make said Eloquence token to give the Funeral Moon go again, but he won't really have any way to cash out the stuff in his Banish Zone. None of it costs 0, and he won't have any chance.
I guess, yeah, I guess it's an option to just clear out as many cards as possible, right?
Looks like he's just going to play the Funeral Moon.
Oh, he's going to take 4 damage. He wants to disable the Count Your Blessings, and I guess just, you know, make it happen the next turn.
I think Yuki's saying, while we're at the same life total, hold a second, I need to count my blessings.
Yeah. Oh, that's got to feel bad for Maxim, who thought he had it calculated so perfectly.
I know, being at the same life total is the same as being lower. Oh, a 9 life differential out of nowhere. Yuki's hand is a blue Levels of Enlightenment and a Codex of Frailty. It's likely she gets to send Levels of Enlightenment for 3 go again and then play Codex and grab a Command and Conquer, threatening not only 9 damage, forcing Maxim to discard a card, giving him a Frailty, stripping his hand apart, but also presenting lethal damage.
It's going to be really hard to see how Maxim claws his way out of this one.
And on top of all of that, Codex of Frailty draws a card to replace itself.
So fair. Such a fair card.
Well, to be
I
fair,
love that card.
to be fair, we kind of had a whole meta of fair flesh and blood, and everybody decided they hated it.
I actually like this kind of flesh and blood, right? Like, you know, it's exciting.
You like to do fucked up stuff? Ooh, the face purgatory is a really
nice.
sweet block here, forcing Yuki to
discard.
discard that Codex, and Maxim getting to draw a card to replace it. He's still a little bit on the chopping block here. With if this dagger connects, he's going to have a lethal amount of blood debt just on the board right now. But he isn't going out without a fight.
And his hand is actually quite functional by comparison to his previous one. You know, he has a couple of ways to generate action points. It looks like he's going to take the damage from that Beckoning Mistblade, and banishing to Vynnset, trigger Funeral Moon there. Mavrian Skies is going to let us play out this Deathly Wail +5 rune chance with Go Again. If it hits, it's going to generate some more rune chance. And and I see a Count Your Blessings in Yuki's hand right now. She's not going to be able to play that out, but it is a yellow, so it could be an Arcane Barrier source.
Well, what we will likely see... Oh, she is going to pitch it. She is going to pitch it to AB5 and then just block 6 on this Deathly Wail, not wanting to let Maxim get that Mavrian Skies trigger. He's going to come in for 1, but the blood debt he currently has is lethal. If this connects, however, he can convert the Funeral Moon because a player will have lost life, but right now nobody's lost any life. And Yuki can't cover this.
Yeah, Yuki can only block 3 from our armor pieces here, so this Eloquent Eulogy is going to hit. He's going to create the rune chance from the Deathly Wail earlier in the chain and the Eloquence token and be able to clear his blood debt just enough to survive the turn.
He gets to come in for more.
He could play the Funeral Moon right now and play another attack.
Yeah, the Funeral, he has no action point, but if he plays Funeral Moon as an instant because a player has lost life, it'll consume the Eloquence, gain Go Again, and when something is played as an instant with Go Again, you will go up an action point from 0 to 1, generating the necessary rune chain. He needs to send one of these Widespread Ruins for 8, threatening to put Yuki to 2.
Wow, this turn has been a huge game changer.
This game has been swung back and forth on its head so many times in rapid succession.
I think Maxim's thinking about passing here. He's passed like 4 times this game without doing anything. I think he's seriously considering not attacking.
I think he may be deciding between sending the Deathly Delight, which would gain life, or the Widespread Ruin, which will do more damage, and take cards out of Yuki's deck. It's kind of an interesting choice if you want to value your own life total in a situation where you're really relying on Reaping Blade to keep you in a reasonable game state.
Yeah, now you know that one of the remaining Count Your Blessings is on the bottom of the deck. 4 of them are gone. So that actually means there's only 1 more Count Your Blessings he has to look out for until Yuki reaches her pitch stack.
This is one of the greater flaws of Count Your Blessings in that it represents situations where if variance kind of gets you in a bad spot, you know, you don't really draw them in the order that they need. You don't really draw them at the times that you need, and maybe some of them have to leave your hand to engage in some Arcane Barrier or paying for cards. It's really punishing because you don't get to that life gain until your second cycle, and by your second cycle, you're usually really hoping that these Count Your Blessings have left your deck.
And now Bounding Demigon has gone into the Banish Zone, so still 3 attacks that need to get cleared out of the Banish Zone before Maxim eats it.
Looks like he has double Malefic Incantation here, as well as a yellow Mavrian Skies. He's going to get to convert this hand pretty effectively, and Yuki's only at 2.
The Mavrian Skies coming in now, going to give Go Again to the next attack. Playing the Bounding Demigon, so this is going to be 4 Go Again with 1 Arcane, creating 2 rune chance off of those Malefic Incantations, promising another 2 rune chance if she lets the Bounding Demigon hit, which I really don't think she will.
Yuki only holding 1 blue, but thankfully the saving grace is that she does have a sink below in this hand to cleanly cover up the Bounding Demigon. But the pain is far from over on this turn. This is going to be followed by likely a Deathly Delight threatening some life gain. She will be able to cleanly Arcane Barrier and block it, but she's still going to be on the back foot.
And declining to sink, I believe. And yep, now this Deathly Delight coming in with 2 Arcane, 2 resources going to eat up
This is such a powerful turn, but the problem for Maxim here is that Yuki's last card is Codex of Frailty, which, while Maxim has 1 blood debt, it takes him down to 1. Yuki is going to cast Codex of Frailty, get Leave No Witnesses, force Maxim to A, discard a card, and interact with her, and leaving him with almost nothing. You know, if he keeps a blood debt card in his hand, he can't convert at all. If he doesn't keep a blood debt card in hand, you know, he's going to have to block 2 here, barring a defense reaction, which he doesn't have, or giving up his tunic. This is a really, really, really tough spot to be in after having all of the tempo just a turn prior. Codex has kind of yet again stolen all of the tempo from Maxim.
Honestly, I have no idea who's going to win this game. It looks so incredibly close.
I know. I was thinking just last turn, there's literally no way that Yuki survives this.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, there's no way Maxim survives this. It's all just so back and forth. I think that, you know, Maxim's going to be forced to discard here and put a Bounding Demigon in the arsenal. Thankfully, 0 cost is available to him at this stage in the game so late. So at least he can play it out if he has the option to. But, oh, and I see a Revel in there, too. It's tough to convert those cards on smaller hand sizes, so maybe that's got to be the one that he discards to the Codex here. Wow, this is such a tricky spot.
The Frailty and Ponder's not making it any easier for Maxim.
All right, so definitely.
Do you know who the name, the artist of Widespread Ruins' first name is?
I do not.
It's Maxim.
Oh, there we go.
He was destined to play this hero.
Yeah. Right on. It looks like, yeah, just trying to decide on the discard card.
Oh, it's not this one. I promise. I don't remember what it is. Check February. Ethan just roasted me. He's like, no, that's Reza Ashfar.
Yeah, Maxim drew away that Revel. Doesn't think he'll be able to play it. Now has to give up the Tunic and the Deathly Wail, which I guess it's good to not get stuck with more cards in your banish. Yuki draws off of the Ponder. Oh, draws into the last Count Your Blessings. But actually, Maxim's at 1 life now, so it's going to be a bit tough for him. He banishes a Succumb to Temptation and just plays out this. Oh, this is actually a pretty clean sequence from him as well. Plays a Machinations of Dominion, which is going to give go again to the. Going to give go again to the Eloquent Eulogy, and going to send 1 arcane damage along with it.
Just to be clear, Maxim Kostin has illustrated several cards in this Vynnset deck, and somehow not the one I named. He did, however, illustrate the beautiful Malefic Incantation, of which there are 2 presently on Maxim's board, powering this turn.
And Yuki just laying out her blocks. Oh, that's such a beautiful card.
Yeah. He's credited as Maxim Kostin on some earlier cards and Max later. I believe Rattlebones was his first piece for Flesh and Blood.
We have an art historian on our hands here, and Elly Bird.
I love fab art, except for when I get things incredibly wrong, apparently.
You're like Icarus, you know, flying too close to the sun with your encyclopedic knowledge.
I was actually thinking of myself as the guy from, oh my gosh, 50% of the time it works every time. The guy Weatherman.
I thought you were going to say Wayne Gretzky. You know, something about 100% of the shots.
Oh, you miss 100% of the shots. Didn't he not actually say that?
I don't know. Maybe Michael Jordan said it.
I was like, that quote is like attributed to like 7 different sportsmen.
And the pivotal turn of the game here, Yuki really, really thinking about the blocks. She's saying, oh, wait, I'm just thinking about my blocks. I'm going to show you my red card that's going to be on the, depending on the combat chain. But I do have to prevent this Arcane Barrier first.
One of my favorite things about these long stream games is if you look in the background, you can see an entire semicircle shaped crowd has formed around them watching this game conclude. This is so sick. You know, you have 2 incredibly strong players in the 3-0 bracket fighting to stay alive in this Battle Hardened with such a brutal cut. You have to be X1 after 8 rounds to top 8, and we're only playing for a gold foil legendary. Beyond that, it's packs.
Oh, and so Yuki takes the 1 damage from the Rune Chant, so they go to equal life totals, then plays the Count Your Blessings, which lets her go back up to 6, gaining 5 off of that. Yeah, math works. And the Eloquent Eulogy is going to come in for 1 over the top of this Leave No Witnesses. Gets go again, has overpower. things are looking pretty hunky-dory on Maxim's side of the board. He's not imminently going to die, but he also doesn't want to just cash in these rune chants for the attack out of Arsenal, which is just a bounding Demigon that would come in for 2 because of the frailty. And now Yuki presenting a Mistblade, which is pretty threatening to Maxim because...
Lethal damage.
Yeah, he's got no more armor block. This is a full card he has to give her.
I'm not sure we managed to catch what it was she pondered, but she has one floating and a tunic. If it's another
Codex of Frailty.
She's going to get to play Tunic, Command, and Conquer here. And Maxim is holding a defense reaction. He can't block this. He's dead.
He dies to the Command and Conquer.
You know what they say about Codex
unbelievable.
of Frailty? It's the same thing as 3 of a kind. The first one draws the second one draws the third one, and the third one kills you.
Wow, what an incredible game. I mean, like 3 turns ago, I would have said, there's no way Yuki loses this game, right? And then I would have said, there's no way Maxim loses this game, right? And you just saw it right there. 2 of the best players in Canada facing off at the Battle Hardened in Toronto. What a game.
What a game. I love these kind of like... I think longer games, especially in coverage, are a little bit dreaded by the community, but one of my favorite things about them is that when you have 2 just like insanely skilled Flesh and Blood players facing off across the table from each other, you get to see just really masterful piloting out of some really, really sticky situations over and over. I mean, you and I actually both had no idea who was going to win this game
exactly.
like, at multiple points, and tempo was so effectively turned on its head over and over and over and over in that game. That is easily one of my favorite games I've covered, and we're just at Battle Hardened.
Yeah, it's just Battle Hardened. It's just round 4. It's not even the top 8.
So, yeah, 4 more rounds to go of Swiss. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Thank you so much to Maxim and Yuki for showing us such a sick game. And we're going to toss to yet another Scarf for a Scarf and Krampus Blasphemofet giveaway here. Frank, can you tell me who won? No drum roll. Tell me who won.
Oh my gosh, it's Bobble Waffle.
Do you know who that is? Yeah, it's Deb.
There we go. Who will be in a segment later, but today she gets also a Blasphemofet token and a couple Scarf for a Scarfs, and she forgot to breathe for a second because that was absolutely such an intense game. I don't know if you could tell, but like we're pretty excited out here as well.
Yeah. My favorite part of that game was not seeing 6 Count Your Blessings resolved. It's pretty sweet.
Honestly, the 1 made a big difference. Like banishing 1 could have been, like, was gearing to be a difference maker in a pretty long game. Right.
Cool. We will see y'all in just a few minutes with Mr. Brodie Spurlock on the camera as well. After a word from our sponsors, don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
All with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out, because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
welcome back to World Tour Toronto and the Battle Hardened contained within, hosted by Silver Goblin and the amazing Invasion Cards and Comics. I'm Elly Bird, and this is the wonderful, the amazing Ethan Van Sant.
Thank you.
One half of Savage Feats.
51%, at least the legal documents say so.
51% of Savage Feats. How's your weekend been? How's your last weekend been?
Okay, yeah. So this is a fantastic weekend, first of all, because any opportunity to come out and support these community-led Battle Hardens, especially when it's not part of a circuit like this, right? This is Invasion Comics landing a big one. This is their shot to show the world how well they can run an event and how they can sell out tickets this freaking well.
Right?
I mean,
Are you
amazing.
kidding?
Sometimes in the little, this last chapter, right, the last hurrah of these formats, the interest can trickle off a little bit.
Yeah.
So there's two things this speaks to. So number one, Invasion did a great job on the marketing and making sure the player base knew that this was happening. It also means that LSS did a great job because this is a format people really want to engage in. Yeah, you look back at the end of some of these other formats. Unfortunately, in my mind, there's like the kind of outsiders range because that's when Savage Feats launched, was like the last weekend of that event, of that format. And the difference in excitement and engagement and viewership and the quality of games too, with like how tight these matchups are, is really, really cool to tune into. So on that side, it's a fantastic weekend. Genuinely impressed with the judges, the TO, the quality of cast, quality of players, the venue itself, how quickly I was able to cross the border because they didn't check me for bringing guns across because it's camera equipment, guys. It's not guns. But yeah, Elly, how's your vibe been? I've been hearing it from the back end. It seems great.
I'm having a good time. I always love getting to do this. It's a lot of fun. I think it's like my favorite thing about casting is that it's like a separate hone to skill that is still related to Flesh and Blood. I'm feeling a little bit of the like itch to play, so I'm stoked that I get to play the ProQuest Plus here tomorrow, which I'm pretty amped. Also sold out. Please give Ontario, Canada, or Montreal, Canada a calling.
Or Worlds.
Wow. Who said that? Who said that? That's so weird. And the thing I'm most excited for is the game we have, yeah?
Oh, that's right. Before we jump in, though, I want to mention about tomorrow, now that you bring it up. We are not going to be streaming the ProQuest Plus. That is, unfortunately, due to me having a flight at 4 a.m. tomorrow to Vietnam. So I'd love to do these doubleheader weekends. I think day twos you can experiment with a lot of interesting stuff, more guest casters, some like golf commentary with a single caster. I quite like what we've been able to do on the day twos. But unfortunately, I got to 10 and 11 o'clock, whenever late we're going for this event, pack up, drive like straight to the airport basically, and then go and enjoy my best friend's wedding. So I'm really stoked for that half of the weekend as well. It's fab to get us started, and then it's some personal stuff to close it for me. But with that, yeah.
I wish you a safe flight and a good trip, and I hope your friend has a fantastic wedding.
Thank you. Well, cool. We have a game for you. That
finally.
Unfortunately, all those highs that we mentioned, there's some lows in this game. You want to know why? It's because freaking Viserai on camera, Elly.
That's a low to you?
Oh, it's probably the lowest possible. And according to your post the other day, new might be the lowest possible enjoyment for you. But that's okay. That's okay. We're professionals. Well, you are.
I'm a professional. And I was going to say that the lowest of this match is not Viserai or New on either side of the table, but the 6 copies of Count Your Blessings in Nghia Tran's deck list. However, we are going to trust the amazing Kid Wonderful, Brodie Spurlock, to take him out and send his 6 copies of Count Your Blessings packing home.
Yeah, it'll be kind of a repeat of what we saw last game with the New. The strategy should be quite similar, right? Nghia and Yuki, both Canadians, they play all the time. When they travel out to events, they're also definitely sharing knowledge, elevate the Canadian scene as a whole, would you say?
All 3 of us test together. Very true. Love both of them very dearly. And to be fair, going home for Nghia is about down the street. He is also a Greater Toronto area local. Brodie starting the game off with a yellow Malefic Incantation, a Grasp of the Arknight activation, and just a card into Arsenal. Kind of never really what you want to see when Viserai goes first. You're usually hoping that his hand doesn't do much, and especially doesn't establish rune chance.
That's right. There's actually so much combo potential these days with Viserai using Mordred Tide to really push how Malefics then trigger on turns, how Hocus Pocus, high notes like chain-ending attacks can push turns that burning something like a Mordred Tide on a turn 0 isn't something you really want to do all the time anyway. That old play of burn a Mordred, get out or read the rune chant, kind of start the game that way, caps the ceiling of what your Mordred might otherwise do. So as far as turn 0s go, this is like somewhere right, this is a bit of normalcy for how Viserai's want to open up. The Malefics definitely lean into a lot of the value generated by those powerful cards as the game goes on.
Nghhia's turn executed at lightning speed here. We saw an Art of Desire Mind hit the table, coming in for 1. Nghia gives it go again, and +3 with this hiss, cracking across for 4 damage to Brodie's life total, and critically banishing a Revel in Runeblood off the top. It's red, so he's not going to draw a card or gain a life. However, it is taking a powerful piece of action out of Brodie's deck, and then he ended on a Levels of Enlightenment, just coming in for 1, or just paying 1 to come in for 3, drawing a card, putting it in his arsenal, and then passing back over to Brodie, who looks like he's given it a big thing to this 5-card hand he's managed to keep here, holding on to a Become the Arknight, as well as 3 reds in the form of Swarming Gloomveil, Runerager Swarm, and an Amplify the Arknight. It might even be a little bit difficult for him to convert this full hand.
Yeah, and this is 5 cards plus, right? Because it started with that Gorganian Tome, so now Viserai is completely active for even leading with this first Runeblade action that we're going to see for the turn. But that is all dependent on how wide you can take it. And so something you're pointing out here, we'll see how the turn really ends up playing to that strength of Viserai, because that's what you want to lean into. With every card, you get that free damage going. Play that Mordred turn, now it's 2 damage for free every time you're doing those kinds of things. So I didn't quite catch the arsenal, but hey, if that is one of those pieces that can start to extend this sucker, Brodie's little think tank session will unfold soon enough, hopefully.
And we'll hard out, Ira. I don't get +1 a turn. I get +1 for every card I play after the first. And while Brodie enters his signature Mind Palace maneuver, let's take a look at what Nghhia's got cooking in this hand. I see 2 Codexes of Frailty, a Stir the Pot, and another Art of Desire Mind.
Yeah, that's a much different draw sequence than Codex of Frailty and how powerful it looked last game. Right, because Codex, especially when you can find it in those key moments where either blocking down, playing that last one, high value setup with a Leave No Witnesses or something in Arsenal looks great, or pitching them away so readily with something like we saw Yuki spend for a Command and Conquer, send that Codex right back to the deck, where that was all the pitch you needed that turn anyway. Drawing it then in sequence second cycle when it's also so threatening. When you draw 2 together, you just don't get those same amount of choices. You're either blocking down with one of them or now looking for an outlet to maybe pitch one away, just play one. It can get a bit more awkward like drawn up this way.
Speaking of struggling to find pitch outlets, Brodie not having to pitch for this Runic Reckoning here, getting to play it for 0 resources since he already controlled a rune chant, following it with Swarming Gloomveil, which then sends a whole slew of triggers onto the stack. We have, in order from top to bottom, we have 2 rune chants being triggered and sent at Nghhia's face for 2 arcane damage here. Viserai is going to resolve and generate a rune chant, and then the Malefic Incantation is going to remove a counter from itself and generate yet another rune chant. So Brodie's sending 2, making 2, and coming in for 7 with Go Again, as well as I believe all 3 modes on the Swarming Gloomveil are online.
That's fantastic. So this is the right way to lead with a Go Again style turn. Swarming Gloomveil, all it takes is that second rune chant to be created. Now the turn is guaranteed to at least go 2 wide, and that's probably where we're capping it, right? We didn't quite spot the 3 wide style of turn, but that is rare anyway for Viserai to orchestrate. This was a 5+ style turn, and actually, these becomes might change the name of the game here. I guess if you're searching out, at this point, a non-attack action from discarding, it could just be something as simple as Revel, right? Which is effectively like going 3 wide. Oh, okay. Or Mordred.
I think he's getting Mordred Tide to set up for a future turn, and then because this Become generated a 3rd rune chant, he gets to play the Amplify in his hand for free.
True. I thought it was a blue, and that's not the line we're taking. If that's one of the reds you pointed out earlier, then absolutely, this line looks great.
Good old 0 for 9. Amplify coming across for 9 total damage, 3 arcane and 6 physical, discounted by the amount of rune chants that Brodie Spurlock controls, and thanks to Viserai Runeblood's hero ability, generating 1 on the back end.
Absolutely. Leaving one in play as well can be quite important for when you're leading with these discounted type effects drawn to the Dark Dimension, right? When you're going to effectively lead into that with Go Again from a Mauvrin Skies type play. Any rune chance that you're bringing over the turn line up just incredibly well for those lines. Difference made when you play Revel. Of course, your turns can never end up that way. So when you see these Viserai decks that we haven't seen it yet, but I love when they include stuff like Hocus Pocus or hit the high notes. These extra chain enders, like we're seeing Amplify the Arcanite do here, to guarantee that there is that one carry over into the next turn. Those versions of Viserai feel so clean to me. I can't believe I just hyped up Viserai play. Sorry.
Right? You gotta go back to hating it.
Fine, I'll say they feel extra dirty.
They feel
Not extra
disgusting.
clean. Disgusting.
I hate them. Ethan is a Viserai player now.
Yes, well, only because Hemel lent me a Viserai deck, a fully blinged out Viserai deck to go ahead and win.
Sounds like Hemel.
A side event with in Portland. That was fun, to be fair.
Nghia coming in with Surgical Extraction, holding a Transcend card in his hand as well as a Codex of Frailty. What do you think he's cooking up with these 4 cards?
Well, it's interesting. It's mostly Mask of Recurring Nightmares, right? When you make a playline like this, Surgical Extraction already with withheld information can go so many different ways. The Hiss, the potential for even the Arms Piece to factor in, Venomous Bite. There's just a lot of withheld information. You go for this type of line, and it's still disruptive. It's just not extra damage. And now with Surgical, well, we haven't seen any defense reactions come through yet, to be fair, but it looks like this now is taking 2 cards out of the turn for Brodie, where he was obviously pushing for something with Tunic at 3, with Mordred and Arsenal. That type of turn is completely delayed here, and Nghia is guaranteeing a strong return with a Codex now in Arsenal for the follow-up.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't necessarily connect, if he has the defense reaction, because of Mask and Surgical, he's kind of still forcing 2 cards out of Brodie's hand. And if he really, really wanted to, he has one floating and the Arousing Wave up. He could force even a 3rd card out.
Yeah, absolutely. Arousing Wave or Stilettos, right? Because this could turn into a Slither Codex right now.
Right.
Just cycle that into a Ponder token, a Leave No Witnesses. Just get that puppy rolling, because Codex, the more you play, the more you win. When it comes to that card, I'm almost certain.
That's very true. That's very true. I'm not sure he presently has a Leave No Witnesses in his arsenal, which makes me think it's possibly more likely that we'll see it cashed in on a Rousing Wave to push it over, if he cashes that in at all this turn. Brodie taking a look at his hand. Let's do it with him.
Oh.
He's holding another Mordred Tide compared to the one in his arsenal, 2 Rune Rager Swarms, and a Revel in Runeblood. This isn't really the kind of hand that you want to see a Surgical Extraction come across
Absolutely
on.
not. Well, because if this was an uninterrupted hand, imagine this line, the double Mordred on a Malefic trigger turn, on a Revel in Runeblood, on a basically Cheerios hand as well. Double Rune Rager would be coming in with Go Again, Tunic for Reaping Blade. Now you actually have that Chain Ender lining up in Tunic Reaping Blade that would have meant no carryover of Rune Chance anyway, so the Revel of Runeblood, who cares, right, that it destroys. You're spending them all in that turn. What an incredible turn if it was undisrupted. Of course, this is the new matchup. You can't get away with that. Going for the Codex in Arsenal line then, and look at this clumping, drawing another Codex.
All 3 of them have found their ways into Nghyia's hand already. If Brodie got to rattle off this turn uninterrupted, it would have been 1, then 2, then 5, then 6, then 8, then 3.
Pretty gross. Now I can lean into how much we all secretly hate Viserai. That's gross. Like, come on, just say it. Just admit. All of us. Every Fab player, just a little bit. Brodie obviously did at one point because he played Azalea. So there's some inner hatred of Viserai. You're not good enough, Viserai. I'm not playing you this event. Come on.
I think we call that disappointment.
It stems from hate, right? Inside all of us.
For Arcane coming across, in addition to a yellow Rune Rager Swarm for 2, Nghia opting to just pitch a yellow Count Your Blessings and a Codex of Frailty to AB4. Not exactly ideal, just taking 2, maybe opting to keep his life total as high as possible.
Right, so this is pretty much always the decision. Tunic Reaping Blade here. We still haven't seen the drawn, so maybe they're just not in the deck for Brodie to consider those lines. That's the kind of heads-up play you have to make because you know your deck better. Right, Reduced to Rune Chance might change how you make those kinds of decisions. I know Noah and Yanji, when they were playing their version of Viserai at Worlds, they had endless debates back and forth on when it was correct, when you kind of could feel that ghost stack in your deck, where your reduces were, to go for lines where you just value play Tunic for Reaping Blade versus hold that Rune Chant because of the possibility of being a little bit bricked in those situations.
You're not allowed to get a big head about this one, but I do actually prefer the Runaways Viserai list right now to aggro Viserai.
Hey-o. I hope that the general public doesn't prefer it. That's a much harder matchup for Levia than traditional Viserai, to be fair, because they can just do that thing and then say, oh, never mind, I'm not attacking you, your graveyard's kind of screwed. But speaking of graveyard, this Codex of Frailty, finding now the Leave No Witnesses, which was drawn up in this hand, just the perfect pairing here, something that you're going to have to get used to now. You're going to get used to the next set. There's no way Arachnes don't include this kind of combo play.
Here to stay.
That's right. There are many witnesses, funny enough, of this play line. There's just too many. As much as the assassins try to clean us up, we witness this sucker
Every
again
time you
and
play it,
again.
you leave yet another witness.
That's right. That's right.
Unless, of course, you actually kill them.
We don't talk about that game. that stream got deleted.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Chat's going crazy.
Brodie thinking on his Codex discard, holding Rattlebones, Become the Arknight, Yellow Drawn, and a red Amplify. This hand is a little bit awkward without some action from something like a Malefic Incantation to give you some more go again. The Rattlebones can't be played as an instant without actually dealing arcane damage. He gets to filter a little bit thanks to Codex, but then he has to defend himself from the Leave No Witnesses. And with Tunic on 3 representing a Rousing Wave, he can't just shove 4 armor and get away with it.
That's right. This is just another think tank type of line from Brodie. He is in the driver's seat, especially the way the damage is obviously going to trade on this turn. Even if he says no blocks, he still has the advantage. But what he brought into that first section of the game, counting up to Tunic 3, having Malefic in play, those advantages are now slightly gone. So as the difference is made up here, it is going to be, with pretty close, pretty even as we do get into this next factor of the game.
Yeah, that's something very true about New in general, where her numbers are maybe not always fantastic, but the implicit value she gets from disrupting you so much, so effectively, and so frequently kind of evens that out, right?
Absolutely. Death by 1,000 cuts, and many players complain about potentially how frustrating every turn cycle can be, but think about it this way. You're actually playing that many turns to lose by that many cuts. It's actually quite exciting. I think for stream games, it's I mean, we saw last round, right? It's quite fun to watch. As playing against it might be a different story, but Leave No Witnesses now. Looks like Brodie made that choice then. Everything he was considering with that Codex line was under the assumption he's giving it up no matter what. So there we go. Effectively trading a card completely in advantage of Nghia here. Brodie losing, was it the Rune Rager off the top of the deck?
He flipped, I believe, a Rattlebones off the top of the deck and banished a yellow Rune Rager Swarm from his arsenal, chosen over red Rune Rager Swarm so that Nghia would not get any free silver. Brodie playing Become the Arknight, discarding an attack to search his deck for a non-attack, grabbing a Deadwood Dirge, and using it to destroy the Frailty he currently controlled to generate a bonus Rune Chant over destroying a Rune Chant. Then he's going to follow it with Amplify the Arknight for a total of 10 for Arcane and 6 physical, and Viserai's trigger on the back end will make another Rune Chant for him to have at home.
What a fantastic return. Flesh and Blood is less and less about the math, the value per card, but it's situations like these where you can see how overwhelming that analysis of the game really is, because Brodie just, Cody, I was mixing Codex and Brodie. Brodie taking that entire Codex line, he can still present so much in terms of rate that it is tough for the new deck to match that in any kind of equivalency. So just an overwhelming turn there.
I don't know if you caught it, but Nghia actually pondered a Command and Conquer on his Codex last turn. A pretty sweet rip off the top, leading this turn with Surgical Extraction for 4, 1 floating, representing a Rousing Wave, and a whole slew of other things, since he's also representing Undertow Stiletto. Brodie with 4 cards in hand. I see a red Rune Flash, a red Swarming Moonveil, a Sonata Arconyx, and a Become the Arknight. This hand has a fair bit of gas in it, but first he has to contend with the disruption being shown to him.
Oh, please, Brodie, play the Sonata. Don't block with it. I love a gambling man who yet still decides to travel. He flew in at 7 a.m. today, by the way. 7 a.m. today. And made it to the Battle Hardened. He was one of the 224 who pre-reg because this event capped, and he's shown up with Sonata. And you're not bringing that card to block 2 with it, right? He's going to play it.
No. You don't bring that card. Yeah, last night at the Super Armory, I asked Michael Fung, I was like, where's your son? Where's Brodie? And he was like, oh, he flies in at 7 a.m. tomorrow. And I was like, that seems like kind of difficult. And he said, I actually think Brodie Spurlock plays a lot better when he's on really low sleep. And I was like, that's an insane thing to say.
Incredible. Well, knowing Brodie, the behind the scenes of his routine for how much travel he puts into Fab, he will actually spend a day or two trying to acclimate to the potential jet lag, right? Swapping his sleep schedule to match where he's flying to. I wonder if any part of that factors into knowing he arrives so early. It's probably an interview question for later.
Getting a hit on that Sonata, revealing 2 non-attack actions and a Rune Raider Swarm. However, the Rune Raider Swarm is just a blue, maybe not exactly what Brodie is looking for in this hand, where he has 2 other attack actions, a Rune Flash and a Swarming Gloom Veil.
Still a hit, though, so you can't shake your head too much at that one.
It's true, it's true. This hand does convert. He can pitch blue to play Rune Flash, leaving 1 floating, making a Rune Chant, sending Swarming Gloom Veil for 4 and 1, and then ending on a Reaping Blade, which may just be exactly what we see him do in this turn.
Right. Rune Flash, one of the cards we didn't mention in terms of leading these discounted attack combat chains off, right? Like, this is kind of the ideal one. It's already got Go Again baked in. You don't have to combo it with creepers or these non-attacks to give it Go Again. And when it lines up to this rate, this beautiful curve, you start to wonder how fair is it at all that Rune Blades have access to 1-cost weapons? Bit off, right? Bit off. Imagine when this was Rosetta. Whew.
I miss that
Different
sword.
world.
I got to play Tales of Aria box sealed here the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday? Yeah.
The other day. Yeah, I was about to say,
that
that was like
yesterday.
10 hours ago.
I'm very tired. I'm very tired. And I had the most cracked Briar deck. I had Force of Nature, Channel Not Heroic, Sting of Sorcery, Ball Lightning. It was really crazy. Brodie coming in after the Rune Flash, opting not to send the Swarming Gloom Veil, which is pretty interesting here. Threatening a total of 4 with this Rune Chant plus Reaping Blade. Maybe just wanting to arsenal that Swarming Gloom Veil and set up for a bigger turn later. However, he's giving Nghia some space here to just count his blessings here. The first one we're going to see hit the table, only gaining 2 life, but still a reasonably efficient option here as he got to spend 1 resource from the blue on Arcane Barrier Ring. Then gain 2 life with the Count Your Blessings, kind of starting that snowball. And then, back over to Nghyia's turn, he's sending Command and Conquer 4/6 with 1 floating, yet again representing that arousing wave that Brodie's forced to respect. And he can't even weasel his way out of it with a defense reaction because of the text on Command and Conquer.
Right, so the Swarming Gloom Veil is now threatened in Arsenal, so you have to wonder, right, from kind of the layman's view, oh, Brodie, why didn't you just throw it last turn? I think, actually, if you've been paying attention to what some of these banishes have hit, right, one of the random ones off the deck spent a Revel, he lost another Revel earlier. If Brodie is worried at all about the fatigue angle of this matchup, Count Your Blessings starting to come through, so efficiently blocking these decks where, like we saw last turn, pitch in that 1 resource. It looks so beautiful when you do it that way. All the Chi cards, right? Also pitching in for 3. They're not quite the non-blocks they are in a normal matchup. Just how good at defense New is overall. If he starts to worry about that phase of the game with some of the deck attrition we've seen, the Revel's gone, he has to save cards like Swarming to lean into the extra wide turns where there's true damage guaranteed. The Mordreds, the Malefics, once those start to hit the table here, pushing for that 5+ type of hand is where the true damage lies, where he can guarantee an actual win, a conclusion to this game.
Brodie given a big think. I believe his hand is 4 reds here with no chance on the board. That Rune Flash is a little bit difficult to establish. The hand also doesn't really block all that well. It's 2 3s and 2 2s, but you don't really want to get stuck with just Malefic Incantation and a Sonata.
No, absolutely not. There's a world where Sonata, right, just hits everything it's looking for and more. But getting a bit of an opt through with that crown, making you immune to the Command and Conquer entirely, is just another way to know that you're never punished by going for that 5-card route. Crown you're going to cash in once, but the arsenal is actually not under as much pressure because if Brodie's tracking, all 3 codex are gone as well. This is a huge unlock for the way you can play the rest of the game around consideration of arsenal threat.
Brodie just using Crown to keep the full hand, deciding it's time to go.
Let's see it, Brodster. From this angle, we don't get as many facial animations from the Brodie side. But the leaning back and forth, the think tank that he's in, is honestly something to admire. In the early days of Fab coverage, there were complainers in chat. There always are.
Yeah.
I think too much of it was unfairly pointed in Brodie's way, because what you unlock is just masterful play and very smart decision making, and pretty much no gambles unless it is literally like the 1% out that is left to the man. So this Sonata, speaking of percentages, has hit again. So 2 for 2. There is real choice attached to this one as well. It can be a red or a blue. Rune Flash as your red without any rune chance is probably questionable. Depends on the resource count in the hand. It led in with all those reds, as we noted to begin with. I didn't quite see the draw off the crown.
Let's find out. I believe the new card was a second Maleficent.
Another red.
Another red.
Using my technology better than I am. Thank you, Elly. So the answer is there. This is probably a resource card, right?
I'm curious, actually. I think we may just see Brodie take the red Rune Flash, as from here he can play 2 Malefic incantations and utilize his Tunic counter to fire off that Rune Flash, then making 3 on the back end.
Wow, great consideration. Yes, the Malefics sequencing kind of this huge dump of rune chance right in the middle of the turn. Yep, you're absolutely right. I think that's what we'll see.
We could also see him take the blue to fuel the Rattle.
Rattlebones.
I imagine that's what he's thinking so hard about right now. But if you do, it's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult. I think this hand doesn't really cleanly convert no matter which way you cut it. You could, if you take the blue, you can pitch to the Rune Flash in your hand, paying 1. Then you have 2 left over. You can send the Rattlebones. You can Tunic and on Reaping Blade, which is likely more efficient, but you're still not getting to go as wide as you might if you took the red Rune Flash. Knowing Brodie, what I imagine he's doing is mapping out both of these routes in his head and seeing which one adds up to a bigger number.
That's right. Number is a huge consideration because the true damage effect, right, can be quite tough to renew, as we discussed before. But I want to just pat accomplished Viserai players on the back a little bit. For all the players who have done well with Viserai, who have leaned into the hero in this last chapter of how the deck has looked, these lines, these decisions are just more and more frequent. These tough choices. It's not always just Mavrian attack weapon. That's what I just loathed about Viserai in the past, and how people just really thought, oh, it takes so much decision making because Become the Arc-Knight exists in the deck. That's the only card where you choose like anything in that deck. This version, though, incredible lines, incredible lines.
How many players that joined the game starting with Part the Mistveil, since the game ballooned so massively with that set, how many of them do you think even know what Shrill of Skullform says?
Wow. Yeah, you know, we didn't even see Chain really pop off that much at Chicago, so probably not many. There's really not been a reason to look back at that card.
Brodie did opt to take the blue from the Sonata.
Right, so this means, like we pointed out, it's to fuel the Rattlebones lines. So this is being used not as an instant, but of course the tutor effect is wildly powerful. This is actually a matchup where Graveyard State, playing through this first phase of the game to get powerful cards in your Banish Zone. For the Codex deck, like Nghhia's on, it's the Leave No Witnesses, it's the Command and Conquers generally. For Brodie, it's basically Storming Gloomveil, but you also have options to look for, I guess, better Chain Enders. That's not what this turn... Oh, yeah, sorry. I think you even pointed this out before. That is what this turn is looking for. Yes, the Chain Ender because of the Rune Flash and Malefic combo already in hand.
Yes, and getting to end on this Chain Ender. So instead of getting a go-again attack and playing into the Reaping Blade play pattern here, what he gets to do is, like what the Noah deck likes to do as well, is end on a Rune Chant, fueling discounted cards in his future turns. Also gaining an action point.
Yes, because Sonata pings.
Sonata pinged. So Rattlebones is played as an instant, generating an action point. So this amplifies into Chain Ender. It's a Chain Beginner coming in for 6 here, triggering 3 Rune Chants and making just about $1 million on the back end.
Wow, okay, so Brodie taking different lines than we pointed out, like 3 different ones. And here he goes. He's once again showing us you can withhold that information, right? Don't show that you have the go-again right now. You got that extra action point. Slam it. And still look at the amazing threat coming out of this turn. Amplify, Rune Flash, into that Reaping Blade. Nghia needs to update his... oh, there we go. Because there's a lot of hurt coming through this turn.
Yeah, Reaping Blade's going to follow up for another 4. Big old Anathos swing here, taking Nghia down to 6 to Brodie's 17. I bet you wish you had a Count Your Blessings in your hand right now.
Well, it's still, with the way that Nghhia's drawn, there's some objective awkwardness with how those codexes were. The other piece that was missing, right, is how the Count Your Blessings get played out. Because at this point, if he's finding them, he still is likely to commit, one of those resources goes into defense, but then the other two resources, to be efficient, go into paying that count CYB. There's no other choice because there's no blues CYBs in the deck anymore, and they're just not the ceiling that those cards want to be because of how the deck has sequenced.
Back over to Brodie's turn. He has an uninterrupted 4-card hand since Nghia was forced to just block out and pass. He's holding 2 yellows, a Malefic Incantation, and a Drawn to the Dark Dimension, as well as the 3rd red Rune Flash. We saw 1 revealed to Sonata, 1 in the hand, and 1 in the graveyard. So what we're going to see here is another, or rather 1 in this hand, and we're going to see, I believe, the 3rd Sonata.
Yep,
played
3rd
here.
Sonata. Let's see if he goes 3 for 3.
Right.
If the Wonder Kid's still got it. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Of course. Nghia activating Tunic in response, kind of an interesting thing here is that because of the way Sonata works, if you don't activate your Tunic in response to the card, you cannot activate Tunic to pay for the arcane damage attached to Sonata Arconics, since you get the opportunity to pay mid-resolution.
Right. Funky layering indeed.
I remember at a ProQuest once, I played Sonata, I asked my opponent any responses, and he was like, no, and then I flip 3 cards, I say 1 arcane, and he's like, I'll Tunic, and I'm like, you can't, and he thought I was joking. I was like, no.
Funny joke. No, I'm a shark.
Well, I mean, like...
No, you're not. That's how it works. If you're pitching an AB, it's a different story. What we're talking about, right, is activating the Tunic to float that resource. So
right.
I see how people can lose that.
It's also meaningful because Sonata could whiff, and then you don't use your Tunic counter.
Oh, true.
It's a meaningful gain of information.
Nghia is totally convinced at the power of not just the Viserai deck, but of Brodie at this point. He knew the 3 for 3 was coming.
He was like, he hits. Blocking with Justinic. Nghhia's hand was yet again pretty awkward on this turn. This new deck not treating him as well as it treated Miss Lee Bender in the last game. Brodie ending on his deck.
Yellow draw.
Yeah, this is a little bit like Brodie's signature in this current Viserai deck. Yeah, this Drawn to the Dark Dimension not showing up in the Runaways deck nearly as much. But he loves this card, functionally a cantrip, even if it's kind of a lower value play on its own. Replacing itself is incredibly powerful, especially in scenarios like this where you have full tempo and you're going into your next turn with a completely uninterrupted 4-card hand. You get to slam a free card to work with in your arsenal. Nghhia's in such a tough spot. He's 14 life down. His hand only blocks for 6. He has 2 points of armor left on the board. He's running out of time and he's running out of options, and he doesn't have any ways to get back in control of this game, while Brodie is staring him down with not only 5 cards, but 3 permanents on the board, threatening even more rune chance, as well as the 2 rune chance he went into this turn with. I'm not sure there's any way for any deck to find a way out of this vice grip.
I think the flip would have been closer here if this accumulated value was matched on Nghhia's side. If the Count Your Blessings is stacked up a little bit, that's what can counter how overwhelming this looks on Brodie's side with the permanents he's got in play. If the CYB is counted in a similar capacity, then that's some catch-up mechanic just built in right there. But that is not the case. So Brodie just has to look at how much damage he, once again, counting up to that number, that glorious highest number possible in this hand, and with how much go again is reflected in the Deadwood Dirge, the Malefic, it is overwhelming. This is no longer kind of a 2-action deck. It's sometimes, like in this situation, it's almost like 2+, right? Because it is only going to be like the attack into the chain ender, but all this in-between triggers that are happening, it's no longer the singular Viserai.
So many triggers.
It's all the Malefics. Oh, Nghia can't help but laugh.
Nghhia's having a giggle about just how many freaking permanents are on Brodie's board. Yet again, we saw 1 Illusionist today, and that Illusionist didn't generate half as many permanents as we saw either Maxx the Hype Nitro or Viserai Runeblood generate today. Brodie just playing the Drawn to the Dark Dimension there. I think we're probably going to see a Creepers activation, and we did, with the Spellbound Creepers into Deadwood Dirge, generating an action point out of thin air by playing a card with Go Again as an instant, following it up with Yellow Rune Ranger Swarm for 2, but also triggering 9 rune chance.
9 rune chance. Look at this. This is so heads up. The Deadwood Dirge, we knew the game was ending in this turn. Just destroy that Malefic. Why not? Just be overwhelming.
I don't need these last 2 counters. I'll win with 1.
That's right. Look, cool, calm, and collected. Nghia also laughing it off. These are 2 fantastic players making their runs as we approach. Well, End of Swiss is still kind of far. We've got 8 rounds total, so this one wraps up round 5. We got 6, 7, 8, and then a whole untimed top 8 coming at you as well. Is there a deck we haven't seen yet, Elly, that you've really got your eyes on for this event?
Well, I want to see a Cilio.
Yes.
I want to see Verdance. I really want to. We had a Verdance doing really well. I believe going into this round they were 4-0.
We actually will have that Verdance next round.
Next round. I would love to see that. I'm pretty stoked about that matchup because I think a lot of people like to say that Rosetta was just a Runeblade set and kind of downplay just how much it did for the 2 wizards introduced in it. They may be kind of a different kind of wizard than you'd expect from Icelander or Kano, but I think there's still plenty arcane, plenty wizardy, and I'm looking forward to seeing Verdance next round. That's like one of the heroes I'm most stoked to see, especially that like life gain combo. Even if they're counting their blessings, it kind of puts a new spin, a new twist on, you know, the much reviled gain 30 life strategy, which
why would you
I think is pretty nifty.
Why would you want to see Verdance now when she's going to change so drastically next? Oh my God, the whole deck building changes, but in reality they add like 1 card.
They had Ring of Roses and move on with their lives. Speaking of, we're going to move on to a giveaway where Ethan himself is going to give away.
That ain't it.
Is going
Xavier.
to give away 2 scarf for a scarf.
This ain't it, Xavier.
And we're going to get off of the wrong slide here and onto the right one.
It's all right. We got a trainee in the back. He's about to get scolded and is going to go home unpaid. There we go. I'm meaner than Chad is the reality here.
All right. Yeah, we're giving away 2 scarf for a scarves and the cute little Krampus. Well, cute's a strong word, but adorable little Krampus, Blasphemophet, the Soul Harvester little giveaway here. We even have some of these scarf for a scarves right here to show off. And some of the little Blasphemophet tokens. They're so cute. I actually love this. I didn't even know that they were
keep that
foil.
one. Go for it.
Oh, thank you.
Go for it.
He's trying to entice me to play Levia.
Well, it's Levia. That's step 1.
Sorry. He's trying to entice me to play Levia.
There we go.
Yeah, maybe with the token you can get me to say it right the first time. Anyways, one of these little packages could be yours. All you have to do is during our tournament stream today, leave a comment in chat throughout the course of the whole thing. Just hang out, watch some good games of Flesh and Blood with us, and to that end, we're going to show you who won right now.
All in Austin. So fitting. So many rune chants. Go all in with the rune chants.
Gotta go all in with your rune chants, Austin.
And he won. Much like the Sonatas were hitting, this comment found its way, winning this little packet where you're going to take home. This one is provided by Man Sant, unofficial League of Levia, little Blasphemophet. Any League of Levias on the Patreon have been rocking these for about a month, and they are fantastic in person. So sure, you can enjoy the scarf for scarves, but truly this is the prize. And with that, we have just so much more to give away today, more games to get to. So everybody, we are going to be right back with a Verdance, and it's versus Dash. So 2 new heroes we haven't gotten to right after a word from our lovely sponsors.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
Oh, with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to take up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have rune chants, steam counter, heavy hitters damage, spectral shield, chi, and our new arcane damage dice. Order your Fab Dice now at tiecards.shop. That's tiecards.shop. Say it with me, tiecards.shop. One more time for the memories, tiecards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope
7
here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of envelope and darkness.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened in Toronto, but we are Habs supporters here. We're coming all the way from Montreal to represent
Canada stuff.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm Frank Hung, the lazy dog here with Ethan Man Sant here. How do you feel about your last round there? That was a pretty fun game.
That was pretty fun. I'm actually, look, being on camera in any capacity, it's always exciting to go back and see. Generally, that feeling is felt by the players when they're on the table. But, dude, I have not been a caster, other than, one time, really. So I'm eager to go back. Hopefully the chat was nice. And being not in control of the ramble, that was Elly, and I'm just there for flavor. That was actually quite nice. I had fun. I really had fun.
You know what? I feel like you're always so humble. You're like, I'm not very good at it. And every time I've heard you on coverage and on stream, it's just like, oh, this is like a natural conversation. He's just a conversationalist. It's perfect.
Look, I don't know if it's that I'm not good at it. I'm just better at another thing. that over there. So that's where I live. But the weekend overall has felt really fun.
Yeah.
And really, I want to shout out again, it's not just Invasion that has put this together, and they've gone above and beyond.
They've been doing a great job.
An independent TO like this, providing their backdrop, they custom made it for this event. It's not just this one. There's one by the stream area. A lot of what they've done has proven they go above and beyond. They really do.
And the people at home don't see the venue in person, but this is one of the nicest venues I've ever played a card tournament in.
There was a wedding at this venue yesterday.
Oh, that's
right? So
amazing.
that's how you know, right? Upstairs there was a wedding going on, and we're just here slumming it out for a gold foil. It's kind of wild. But they're not the only ones, right? There's a whole slew of sponsors that help make this happen. Two of them represent Canada really well, better than whatever. Is that hockey? What?
This is a hockey jersey, yeah.
Better than hockey ever could. In Silver Goblin, who
from
also
Montreal. My LGS, the team, the just awesome group of people really dedicated to organized play in Canada, both on the production front and
we're getting hand gestures. I believe Invasion Comics is about to pull the power because you're repping the wrong.
Oh no!
Jersey.
Yeah, I'm about to get in a fight about the hockey.
This is dangerous. We're in Canada. This is dangerous, guys. Danger.
That's so funny. Anyways, our next round here.
Anyway.
Anyone else we want to talk about?
Yeah. Look, there's a whole bevy of sponsors. Dragon Shield, we've seen wonderful sleeves on coverage. They pop on camera. They're fab specific, which for a big company like that, leading in the industry of card sleeves, and they've just partnered right up. And they have so many Syndra actually. At least I don't know about Fang or Arachne. How cool would it be to have those guys as Dragon Shields? But at least Syndra.
I'm getting the Syndra sleeves. I'm getting the Marvel Syndra hero. I'm so excited for this hero.
Yeah.
But we're still in the Rosetta meta. I'm trying not to think too far ahead, but it's it's definitely building the hype.
Oh yeah. Well, look, when you've got the world premiere, literally, it's next weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we've got Memphis, 3 days of Classic Constructed coverage, pre-release weekend in between, and then the Memphis coverage. The hype is so real. These moments in Flesh and Blood are really special to partake in and watch as a viewer. But just to wrap this. They're not the only sponsors, of course. There is Ty Cards, Stream Dice. Thank you so much. He's been hanging out in chat. He made that wonderful new ad as well. That's hopefully brighten some people's day. We've got the Runaways, my team, who I contribute no top results to anymore because I'm stuck back here. But they did great. What's the name behind the shirt?
Oh, you know what's really funny?
That shirt.
It's Gomez because my buddy's name is Oscar Gomez. Shout out to him as well, top player. But he had to get the Scott Gomez jersey to match. So we're repping Scott Gomez, one of the most overpaid players in the history of the NHL. But he wore a Habs jersey.
Right. They get paid to play hockey in Canada? I thought it was just for fun. That's wild. That's wild.
It's like a real carpenters and
real
plumbers
sport,
kind of sport.
And then there's also, so you talked Silver Goblin Invasion. I'm running out of who the sponsors were. Fabric. I believe that wraps us up here. Fabric, look at that. Logo's right on screen. They actually just had this really exciting merger where Card Gamer, this website that hosted all these articles, Fabric used to host articles, they merged, and now Fabric has just the analytical tool. You go there for deck building, you go there for all those stats. You want articles not just for Flesh and Blood. You want them centralized across all these different card games written by just a really talented crew, myself included. I got an article, I believe, coming out tomorrow. It's pretty good.
Is it about Levia?
No, but it's really long, and it's about Arachne. That's a lot of demi heroes, so that's probably the connection, right? It's really fun to work for those guys behind the scenes as well. So Card Game or Fabric, please check out both of them. If you're in Canada, you want to pre-order The Hunted, please go do that from Invasion in Toronto, Silver Goblin, Montreal, that kind of deal. And with that, it's still fall somewhere in the world, right? Because we got Verdance on camera.
Yeah, Verdance.
Terrible segue.
Dash extraordinaire. An extraordinary segue from...
Hey, that's much better. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. We got Jordan Beange on the left side here. Is it Beange? Playing Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, new hero from Rosetta. And then on the right side, Chris Borecky. Both players 4-1, staying in the tournament. Getting a win here would be really, really clutch to stay live for the top 8.
Yeah, the top 8, look, this is a very, very clean cut. It's going to be the undefeated, and then either the only 7 X1s, or perhaps 1 X2, but that X2 would have to be basically undefeated as of now, and then lose these last 2. So X1 is in, but you take another loss, especially now, it's guaranteed out.
That's right, and I'm just going to say, like, we haven't been manipulating this metagame spread at all. This is just the rep. There's, like, all the usual suspects, and then there's like one of every other hero in the top tables. I just walked by. We got the Dash. We have the other Dash. We got Verdance here. Verdance is going to start, and interestingly, on the right side of the board, though, whoops, that's the wrong button here. We have a Fruits of the Forest hitting the graveyard there, gaining a couple life for Jordan. On the right side, though, we have a Hanabi Blaster and this...
Second time on camera. Can you believe that?
Yeah, marvel. And a Teklo Pounder start from Dash, so she must be trying to go pretty aggressively here in this matchup against a kind of a combo defensive-oriented Verdance. And Verdance just trying to fill the graveyard with Earth cards. We're going to attack with that Autumn's Touch. Pull a few cards out, make it harder, I guess, for Chris to... I don't know, not fatigue, I suppose.
Right, there's 2 angles that you can either attack and just fold that, okay, look, you're going to give the opponent, the aggressor, a bit of a mulligan, which can make their hand stronger, right, like blocking with blues, trying to draw reds, that kind of deal on turn 0. But the other side of that coin is if you take these cards out of deck, that's a potential win condition in these types of matches because it's so obvious that Dash is going for aggro here. It's the Teklo Pounder, it's the Hanabi Blaster. There is no CYB package, there is no defensive package that Dash Inventor Extraordinaire has been more accustomed to running these days. It ain't the game plan.
By the way, this is a Dumpster Dive, my favorite LSS article, coming in for 7. Because we boosted an item, so that actually gets +1 on the attack and +2 from the Teklo Pounder trigger here. So getting covered up with 2 cards here for a clean 7 block. I believe that's a 7 block. Either Quickening blocks 3, right?
Yep.
And Chris still working with a couple of cards in hand here, trying to push some damage through while the Teklo Pounder's helping out.
It is awkward sometimes with how you have to build these decks that are not Cheerio-based, right? You are the aggressor, but you have to add your blue base because Dash has 2 costs, has 1 cost, but without the pitch outlet of having a pistol, of having any of the induction chamber, that type of strategy, it can be awkward when you draw these hands up. Can you spend your resources on cleanly? That's not really what the deck's pushing for. If it lines up that way, beautiful, Yahtzee. But it's really looking to play 3 cards, no matter what the pitch ends up looking at the end of the turn, because the Hanabi Blaster then gets its counter.
Yeah, this is going to be a high-speed impact coming in for 4 Go Again, boosting away a T-Bone. So a couple of boost attacks hitting the Banish Zone there. 4 with Go Again.
If it hits, next attack, oh man, what a lovely keyword to add to a deck with no hit effects. But look at that. Dominate, my friends. If the next attack, if this one hits, the next one will gain it. And it is a yellow throttle, so in terms of leakage of damage, that potentially is relevant, but there's only 1 card left anyway for Jordan, so the choice is block with that singular card or not.
Yeah, and 5 damage on this yellow. Not the worst turn cycle for Chris, even though, you're pitching a card, you're only playing 3 cards, it's harder to leak damage through. But you still took away your opponent's entire hand with help from that Teklo Pounder and got your first Hanabi Blaster counter.
Oh yeah, this is huge. This is huge. I tried to talk down how important it is to really curve out with Dash, and yet he did it beautifully here and still checked the box of getting to 3 boosts, which he's critically not pushing for. No reason to burn that card. You just have to play the 3 boost cards, and then Hanabi gets that first counter.
Yeah, and then actually that Rootbound Carapace representing the first decomposition of the game for Jordan had the perfect number of cards to banish there because Chris was forced to close the combat chain and activate the Teklo Foundry Heart. A pretty clutch spot for him there, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. It lined up beautifully. It's that turn 0 burn of Double Earth. That's where it came from, right? Turn 0. We're so early into the game, and yet Double Earth was put in graveyard. Another factor we didn't quite talk about with that Autumn's Touch attack that perhaps Jordan was just completely on top of.
Yeah, that's right. Now we're getting an outpace go again for 4 as well. Oh, sorry, 6 because of the Teklo Pounder. Keep forgetting that one. And can't be blocked with armor.
Yeah, not so relevant versus a Wizard. Right? Wizard overall not known for an equipment suite that's really that blocking heavy. Verdance being Earth at least has that chess piece, which does do incredible work being a defensive deck. But the rest of the pieces, look at that. The rest of the pieces do not block. So while it's not super relevant now that you can't block with equipment anyway, it also just speaks to how much damage is probably going to be leaked by these attacks. So you can't block them out so cleanly with that effective extra starting HP.
Yeah, and Jordan just sitting back on his heels a little bit, putting a 3 block in front of this, preventing a bit of damage from leaking through, but still working with quite a few cards.
Right. What my interest in this game is really going to come down to, is Jordan trying to play the game at all? Is he trying to find windows to do cutesy Verdance things with Channelenium Tree, whatever combos the deck really has cooking, play out the Plow, I mean, not much combos, but you got to get there, Plow Unders, Felling the Crown, or is it a completely defensive stance?
Yeah, and Chris's burning through deck is just boosted 3 times these couple of turns and going to activate the Teklo Foundry Heart to mill a couple more cards for an extra resource. So this throttle is going to be coming in for 5. It's going to do some work, but I mean, he's chipping into damage. It's not nothing.
Right. Running cards like Yellow Throttle really shows you how the entire deck is built, right? He's trying to just add every possible aggressively statted boost card because the payoff in this deck is just shooting Hanabi Blaster as much as possible. The rest of the deck might look, honestly, a little bit like bulk. The rest of the deck is just anything that does above rate damage and says boost. So you start to run into these limitations just in deck building power and have to add cards like Yellow Throttle.
Yeah, now this Harpoon's not going to be able to grab either of those cards, but Jordan will show the Heartbeat of Candlehold and a CNC here. And thinking about this Hanabi Blaster coming out, I think.
First blaster of the game. And once again, a turn that curved out beautifully resource-wise. When you do draw cards that require a lot of pitch, the control over how you can pay for them just by deciding on that Teklo Foundry Heart activation or not is quite impressive. It's just those heavy blue draws, those heavy resource draws that you don't want to get to, especially in that second cycle of the deck, because it's loading up.
And now we're getting a Surge and Aethertide activation. This is going to threaten 1 arcane damage, and then if the arcane damage goes through, it'll pump up the next source of arcane that Jordan plays out this turn. And this is kind of one of those interesting things about the deck is it doesn't convert on like the rate that well, but it kind of does a unique thing, which in this case is going to enable the Surge on this. Is this a Photon Slicing?
This is a powerful limited card. So since we're no longer playing limited Rosetta, I've kind of forgot about the card. But there we go. Photon Splicing. Yeah, it's curving out beautifully here. So this is that mid-range rate that Verdance gets to play pretty well over decks like Kano. Kano isn't really going for lines quite like that, but Verdance, that's where she gets her value. She can make decent mid-range plays that ping you for Arcane while still having a lot of the deck that is just strictly above rate. Plow Under Fellings that present physical with a Storm Starter's Wizard combo kill at the very end. So that answers part of our question. Jordan is willing to play the game just a little bit here.
Yeah, and actually maybe that was an understated part of the equipment loadout before, is not every Verdance player is playing Storm Stratters, right? Like some of them are playing the other boots so that you could just...
Block 2?
Yeah, exactly.
It's so exciting, block 2. But honestly, in this matchup, that's where a lot of the gameplay could have boiled down to, is making those choices in equipment. So Jordan all the way at 9 with an equipment suite that can't quite block, as well as just the block 2 booties, means he has to look to play the game. And this block also speaks to that narrative.
Yeah, it's a throttle for 8 off of the last trigger of that Teklo Pounder, and now a Spark of Genius to follow it up. So 5 damage got through on that, and now he's going to get to look for an item of his choice. It's going to be the Teklo Core, the classic. And don't think that Chris is able to crank this, because that's the other hero.
That's right, the other hero. Well, can't crank Teklo Core anyway in Dash.io, which is also doing pretty well this tournament. We'll see. We're trying to get some spicy hero representation for these last couple rounds, and the thing is, we're kind of flooded with choices. The top tables have a lot of really exciting heroes. There's a Victor at X1, a Kano at X1, a Dash.io at X1, and of course, right in front of us, a Verdance and a Dash at X1.
Yeah, the tournament's shaping up pretty well, which is funny here, actually. I'm noticing Jordan is the one that's playing the Dash Inventor sleeves.
Oh, wow.
It's just Must have been fate that brought them here together.
At a certain point, with all the support that Dragon Shield provides for these sleeves, imagine you can just swap sleeves to mind game your opponent. That's probably legal. Judges love that. Hey, no marked cards.
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
a fresh box of sleeves.
And I think Chris now thinking about whether he wants to arsenal the card he drew off the top there. I think I saw a zipper hit. So zipper hit or another card.
Right, he already had the choice on an arsenal, hopefully one he was happy with because it was before that spark draw even happened. So he's committing at that point to being comfortable with that last card in hand. So this is potentially, you're right, these are the extra lines that are open to you now. It's either the Achilles or you potentially drew a better card for arsenal, and that's the decision you're making right there. So he's noticed now that Jordan was not willing to block all that damage for free. Right, that 8 damage throttle that came in, he just ate 5 of it. So now Chris is saying, okay, how about another 5? How does this punish you? And it can go 2 ways because perhaps Jordan was saving cards in hand because he expected a wider turn, and now this won't actually be the punish. But Chris putting that decision right on Jordan, that pressure's there, and Jordan does eat another 5.
That's a 10 damage turn. That's pretty good for a aggro dash deck to deal 10 damage in a turn, get to arsenal a card. It does take your Arcane Barrier 1 out of the equation, but the hat there still has Arcane Barrier 2. And now this Plow Under is going to get rid of Chris's arsenal that he just might have drawn off of that Spark of Genius.
Right, and that first decomposition got us this close. This is what you're looking for, that first decomposition. If it can sequence this way, where Rootbound Caribus is going to be above rate on that first decompose. The attack won't be on that first decompose. It will be on the second. And so this is perfect sequencing on how it's lined up here. He got 4 block out of that Rootbound. Now he's getting the 6 damage off of that Plow Under, and of course that lovely effect that just hit a setup turn that took away Arsenal on a turn that was representing Technical to kick things off.
Yeah, and it's not like a hyperdriver where you can sit around and hold those steam counters. This Technical is firing whether Chris wants it to or not, and he's got to decide whether it's worth taking 6 damage here to play out maybe a medium rate hand.
Yeah, it's like we kind of identified as one of the problems of this deck. If you're flooded with resources, your only decision becomes to just attack with those blues. Much worse rate, still at the cost of cards from deck. That cost is equal on the reds, yellows, and blues of burning that card for boost. And so there's just such a mismatch in power if you play your blues and boost away your reds.
And Chris may be thinking here that Jordan's already gone down to 21. This isn't going to be a game of attrition. Decides to take the damage so that he can play out his whole hand, actually. I was going to say the rest of the hand, but...
It's the whole hand, kicking off with those 2 free resources. I'm seeing at least 2 zeros, a 1 cost, and a 1 cost, so this actually plays out beautifully. Look at that. He will drop at least, I believe, 2 of those attacks are blue. Hold up. We got the tech. 1 of those attacks is blue. So this is great. Dropping 3 reds and just that 1 outpace. I feel like you do it because why not? Like, you've got the resources curving out beautifully. I guess the decision might be on whether he has to burn all of the 0 cost. Does he have to do the data link and the 0 to 60 or just Arsenal 1? Because you're still looking at 3 boosts otherwise for the Hanabi.
Yeah, that's right. And then, that enables you to boost 1 fewer time as well on this combat chain because Hanabi only cares about boost attacks played and not boosted times, unlike maximum velocity.
Right, so I think by arsenaling it, you're smoothing over your ability to just do 3 boosts on that next turn, which is the critical junction for Hanabi to get that second counter off to be able to attack. So that's most likely what we're going to see here. There's also other cards that look for the amount of times you boosted, max velocity.
Yeah,
right, no longer high octane, to be fair. But max V and pulse wave could be cards that look for that.
Yeah, and so we did get this, is that a Flourish that was blocked on the first chain link? And now the Barkskin is going to be coming out on the second one.
There we go. Barkskin's effect is also live here with that second decomposition. There are now 4 or more cards in the Earth Zone, Banished Zone, which is effectively the Earth Zone, to be fair, for this deck. So the embodiment of Earth is now created. Verdance flush with ways to turn 3 blocks into 4 blocks now. I think the thing is, the turn isn't going wide enough for that embodiment to get the value it could have if it had blocked the first attack. But that first attack was outpaced, so you just straight up couldn't do it.
That's right, and Chris declining to boost here, just going to save that 0 cost for the Arsenal, like you said. Another Flourish, and that's going to block 3 this time, so a couple of damage chipping over the top.
Wow, just inefficiencies all around. Outpace made it so Barkskin couldn't block where it wanted to, and then that embodiment only gave a bump from a 2 to a 3, so not even pushing above rate defense for all that commitment of resources. You only get to block that twice, you know? So Jordan all the way down at 17, facing down that awkward defensive turn, basically 2 turns back-to-back. Now, not representing disruption yet, into a true 5-card hand with Teklo, with Hanabi, looking for just one more counter to pop off.
And Jordan gaining some life and playing out a healing potion here. That's going to work towards the combo turns that Verdance needs to win a game like this, where you're chipping the life totals further down. But we'll see how Chris navigates his turn with so many resources at his disposal.
Spark of Genius gets a lot more awkward once the Achilles are gone. These kinds of decks can run something like a one of backup protocol, maybe more backup protocols without high octane, to be fair. The deck building's loosened up a little bit. So that's really the only way to convert the Spark of Genius into buying you back that action point. Otherwise, it ends up being a chain ender type of situation. Pitching for it, a bit awkward, right? You already have the 2 pitch anyway. So I'm interested to see how that card gets used on this turn. The rest of the hand was just, I think it was actually 4 for 3 yellows.
Yeah, it was just a bunch of boost attacks.
A bunch of boost yellows, but it will still get us towards those 3 boost turns for the Hanabi, 3 boosts rather for the Hanabi, to then smack him for 5 overpower.
And Jordan just going to throw the Bark Skin in front of this T-Bone. Really wants these embodiments of Earth this turn. I guess smells that Chris is going to play quite a number of attacks this turn. You got to have 0 to 60, except it's 0 to 3 damage for now, being covered up by a Felling of the Crown.
Cosplaying 0 to 50, 0 to 60. Not going as fast these days in the yellow base. Zipper hit now, boosting a Teklo. This is actually a pretty unfortunate loss of the deck here in terms of all the banished cards we've seen so far. It's the Max Velocity gone, a Teklo Pounder gone, another Teklo Pounder gone, and a Teklo Core gone. So a lot of the setup cards, a lot of the ceiling for pushing for these like 5 or maybe 5.5 type of hands, because you can bring an item along with you, are starting to dwindle from the deck.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how many targets there are even for Spark that would be that great left in the deck. So maybe Chris is going to think about that and take that into consideration as he plays out this turn with the Spark in hand.
Absolutely. Because this is 2 Teklo cores. I imagine there is 1 left. I'm really interested to see, though, about those backup protocols. It reminds me of basically the last time I really was a tournament grinder for Flesh and Blood about... was it about like a year and a half-ish ago at the Realm 5K. In that meta, it was the debut almost, or rather continuation of that Worlds era dash deck that Matt W was playing, that just leaned all in on max velocities and backup protocols to be the turtle crack needed, instead of sideboarding into this switchboard dash with this pistol fatigue package that could just out-fatigue anybody. You could just go all in on being aggro with only the pistols to back you up, because the backup protocol lets you just replay and replay and replay those max Vs.
And Chris is going to dig that last Teklo Core out of the deck before it gets banished to a boost here, and then draw a card off of this Spark of Genius for the Arsenal. Really hoping that that's a good boost one to chain into another attack for these Hanabi Blaster attacks.
Yeah, so I guess this answers the question, though, right? It's that last Teklo Core out of the deck. The setup is there because all the other items are gone. It is the 2 Pounders banished. It is 1 in the graveyard.
Was that a maximum velocity?
Oh, it totally was. It totally was. Okay, so the setup... The setup is like golden
perfect.
now.
Yeah,
it's
that's exactly
perfect.
what you're
it's
hoping
perfect.
for.
It's the last chance. But Jordan is at 19 and has no more block out of equipment. Well, okay, 22. Spoke too soon.
22, Arsenal's a card.
22 is actually a lot of life, because there's the healing potion in play as well. There's some combination of instants as well to make up for potential card inefficiencies to still gain back life from Jordan's side.
Yeah, and things like D-Reacts just to play some efficient math. We didn't mention last turn, but there was the decompose on the
rootbound,
on the other rootbound carapace there as well. And now this high-speed impact coming in for 4, threatening that dominate your next attack on hit.
Next attack, so not relevant on the next chain link, but to be fair, dominate on max V is one of the better things you can do, because sometimes players will just kind of track where the turn's going and say, you know what, there's a max V coming, I'm just going to dump my hand on that side of defense. If the early attacks are a bit awkward, if they're like 1s and 2s, yada yada, with the high-speed impact, you can get around that. Not how the turn's going to play out now, though. With Underloop, I actually really like this card. I love that it's become mainstay, because it's not above rate, but adding a card back to deck is just adding so much survivability to those last few hands you try to scrape together. 1 extra card in deck is the difference between go again or not.
Yeah, exactly. And especially like you know, sometimes you just are shuffling the deck with your Spark of Geniuses. You just put that red back right in your hand sometimes, right?
That's a great point, actually. Although we'll see with the deck this thin and how late you played that Spark. Chris has been pitching about 1 blue a turn. I think he skipped like 2 turns because of the Teklo. So he definitely has started to concentrate his deck to be more blue focused. But he's looking to just present the damage now, get the game over quick before that comes back to bite him with Goliath Gauntlet. Cashed in, max velocity, 12 damage. Whew, down to 10.
Jordan all the way down to 10. Used his whole hand on defense there and still took, 12 damage in total.
Good point. that's still just so much. The question is, can Chris do it again? That's always what you're looking for out of these decks, because there was trade-off in making the choice to end your turn with the max velocity. That's an opportunity to not shoot with Hanabi Blaster. So we'll see if you end up if the game ends before all the counters. I kind of doubt that's how it works. I don't know if Hanabi, does it have a clause to even attacking, or is it just you need to spend 2? Because if so, you can use it.
I think you just spend 2 regardless, yeah.
Okay, so you don't really need to do anything else with your turn, so it can't be inefficient. I take it back.
Yeah. But then, then Jordan has drawn back up in some cases and maybe has different defensive tools. So you do still want to use it at the end of a long chain usually so that you can leak damage through. The T-Bone's going to pull in a Goliath Gauntlet that blocks for 0 and have another Wizard card thrown in front of it, that Photon Splicing. Boosting again here. Coming in for 3 with Go Again.
Sprocket unable to be 4 with Go Again at this point. There are no more items in the deck from what we've seen. There's none. It's the 3-pounders gone. It's the 3 Teklo cores now gone. Underloop again coming back, though.
Another Underloop, another card out of the deck to boost. That was a Hype Up, I believe.
Yeah, hitting good ratios now, right? Reds banishing blues, definitely something you want to see as you consider the potency of what's left. This chain is going to look beautiful, capped off with the Hanabi as well. So really powerful stuff with the deck at about 3rd from the starting power, I'd say.
Oh, this one's a blue one, so it's only coming in for 2. But it is going to boost, have Go Again. Jordan rubbing his head, having to give away that plow under the previous chain link. Now maybe sees the writing on the wall.
He has an extra play set of Underloops effectively in the deck. 2 more red, 1 more blue. That is essentially like an entire extra hand worth of threat from the deck. Not just cards you draw up, right? But in that last hand you draw as a Dash player, you need to be able to boost those cards as well. So 3 cards is actually so many as we approach this endgame.
Yeah, the card has to be cards have to be in the deck to boost. Okay, now we're going to be cracking this healing potion, gaining a few life. We're pitching. Oh, I see what happened here. We drew that Rampant Growth, but didn't draw the payoff pieces to go along with it. So now we're forced to pitch it right now, just play out this Ether Quickening.
Being a bit face up then, you didn't need to. Healing Potion, oh, it's an action. It's an action, actually. So never mind. It's not an instant that he could use in response to actual lethal damage. So just preemptively saying, look, I might live at like 1 right now, so I better go ahead and do this now.
Yeah, a little banter back and forth about the rates of the deck.
Jordan maybe regretting those couple of turns he decided to play the game instead of just mindlessly block. But to be fair, I think with the way we're seeing the Hanabis work out with that amazing spark draw into that max velocity, with the underloops hitting on turns where Jordan really had no ifs, ands, or buts about those underloops. He was still blocking in those turn cycles. It's not like decisions punished from prior. I think Chris might just had enough gas anyway.
Gas? They're steam powered though.
Oh,
how's that
my
supposed
goodness.
to work?
My goodness. Foiled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm receiving paychecks from Teklo. Sorry, I had to mention gas at some point. Big petrol, Teklo.
Big Teklo doesn't want you to know about steam power. There's a 0 to 60 coming in for 4 go again. After the first 4 power attack, ate up a Millennium Tree.
This is where we start to wish, those cards see play rather than just see use on 3 block here. But being used for 3 block now at least had some play on defense in consideration of holding Barkskin for situations where making a 3 a 4 makes more of a difference in the game than when he used a Barkskin just to make a 2 a 3. So on defense, there's still a lot of choices to make for maximum blocking efficiency.
Yeah, and Chris did banish the last Max V out of the deck to a Teklo Core activation, or Teklo Heart activation, but going to come in with Throttle with Go again. and threatening the follow-up Nabi.
Right.
Oh, and there's a Will of Arcana pitching to the Plume of Evergreen just to find a 3-block.
That's right.
Might appear.
It is cool to see that is one of those defensive outlets we're talking about in this matchup. You can convert that Will, guaranteed in first cycle, to block 3. But that's it. There's no more cards left in hand, and then the Nabi comes in to close it out.
Yeah, Verdance eating a face full of fireworks there as the runner-up in round 6 of Battle Hardened Toronto. And Chris on Dash Inventor Extraordinaire gets the dub.
And looking to potentially cross the finish line for Dash, pass her off to Living Legend. She's oh so close. So in these metagames where you don't expect her to win, at this point, we're kind of considering, well, she'll just be around for like the next couple of weeks. Maybe she doesn't even make it through this next RTN season. That's kind of a long stretch.
How many points do you get from a Battle Hardened?
I can't speak to that. I think she definitely doesn't LL from this win, or I would have put it in the thumbnail.
Right, yeah.
Will Dash LL, click and watch now.
Yeah.
Actually, I might have to look at that. I might have just totally overlooked that.
See, but this is the thing about aggro dash is, like, especially in a meta like this where everyone else is fairly aggro, even with the amount of armor on the other aggro heroes, she can just spike tournaments, win quite a few rounds, and do well. Like, now we've got a 6-1 dash going into the last round.
5-1.
Oh, sorry, 5-1. 5-1 dash going into the second last round of Swiss here.
You know what's crazy, though, is that 5-1 has to turn into 7-1 to be top 8. We still have so much to get through. As next up, we will be... actually, I have no idea what the next matchup is. We're catching up live, to be fair. But 2 more rounds of Swiss still, right? We got round 7, where we're going to show some of the more exciting X1s, and then watch that winning in critically for round 8, and then be totally synced up on the edge of our seats for what the heck is going to happen to give us our first... It is first Battle Hardened of the year.
Yeah, first Battle
Hardened of the year.
Wait, was there one last weekend? First North American
second.
Battle Hardened.
There was Hong Kong.
That's right.
There
First North American Battle Hardened.
North America. Yeah, just slap North America on there, and we're safe. But if you dropped a comment in the chat at all during this wonderful banter, thanks for dealing with me, Frank. I'm a pain.
I've enjoyed it.
Okay. Then we have a giveaway potentially with your name on it. It is for one of these fantastic little trio of tokens. It is not Mother Maiden Crone. It is... Actually, it could kind of be Mother Maiden Crone. 1 hour is the mom, 1 hour is the maiden, and then Blasma is definitely the crone. Won't throw that shade on Ira. But that entire trio of tokens is up for grabs for you if you have dropped a comment live in chat. We're doing these all through Swiss. So this means this is our third I was going to say penultimate. It's not penultimate. It's anti-penultimate.
I didn't even know that penultimate was the one before the ultimate until I said it wrong and someone made fun of me for it.
I don't even know if anti-penultimate is a word, but I like it. Just keep adding.
It's the penultimate.
If Louisiana taught me anything, you just add as many contractions to a word as you want.
Exactly.
Like y'all good of or whatever. So maybe you can just add as many prefixes as possible. I'm waiting for the giveaway here. We're buying time. We got someone in the back who's distracted right now. So keep adding comments, I guess, folks. Keep getting those comments in because we are on the edge of our seat to see who won this one.
Now, am I eligible for the giveaway?
Did you leave a comment?
Not this round, but the previous round. We could go on right now.
Oh, you know what? It saved me on shipping. I'm going to drop a comment. Pick me. Pick me.
All right, I'll do it. I'll do it live right now just to show how easy it is for the kids at home.
That's right. Hey, and while you're there, click like. Let me check out. Is that white or is it outlined? That little like button. Oh
it's
my
white.
lord!
I've liked it. I have liked it.
Oh my lord! There we go. Let's get up to 300 likes. Why not? That's a good made-up number. So why not? All right, giveaway. Let's see. Hey, Brian Smith.
Smith.
A gorgeous Soul Harvester token.
Y'all.
Good on. I don't know. I can't on the
good
spot
on you,
right
Brian
now.
Smith
Good
from maybe Louisiana.
Maybe. Y'all is kind of taking over the U.S. and soon Canada as you become our 51st state. So get used to it now. Or maybe we should get used to saying sorry.
Or a.
Everyone should say sorry a bit more anyway, to be fair. But there we go. Sorry for that joke. and that's it. That's it for round 6. We'll be back after word from our sponsors for round 7. It's also going to be the... I might jump in like one more time, but y'all got your breaks in. So Elly will be right back to bring you round 7.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about fabrec.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
Oh, with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to fabrec.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, ticked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope
7
here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of envelope and darkness.
welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Toronto, notably not Montreal, Mr. Habs jersey. Just wanted to set the record straight there. Next, we have a pretty sweet round here. We have New versus Victor, which I know, New versus Guardian. It's whatever. Both of these players are doing incredibly well, and clearly the Victor is doing something right to be making it this far. What are your thoughts, Frank?
I think that Victor has a good chance, and it's not like we just dragged the horse out to shoot it.
The horse.
But it's unfavored, but it's not doomed. It's not doomed.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's like a lot of potential in his ability to visit his summer home and generate a fair bit of gold, which he will then use to pick up New, like the Hulk in the Avengers, and
right. Iconic scene of cinema.
Iconic scene of slop cinema, and smack her around a little bit. But let's get straight into it. I'm stoked to see this game.
Sorry, that was my bad. I was not ready. Woo! I'm sloppy now.
We have on the right-hand side the villain, New Alluring Desire, played by Patrick Larouche, going second, and Sean Fox, Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty, going first. I actually think that's pretty ideal. It makes me think that Sean likely won the die roll, because I think Victor does want to go first in this matchup. I think he wants to push some uninteractive damage, maybe like a Blue Macho Grande or something to that effect. Kind of push some damage over Patrick's ability to defend, especially in a turn 0 situation.
That's right. And, I think I walked by Sean playing an earlier round, and there were, there's a lot of good blues in that deck that maybe can be played by New. But there's also some red pummels that can do some stuff.
Yeah, I agree. It's very much like New wants to stack up your Banished Zone with her effects like Prognosis, Bonds of Agony, that sort of thing, steal your cards. That's her gimmick, outside of just counting to 6 and fatiguing people. But it's like that is often how she closes games into decks, especially like Guardian with really premium blues. And I think there's kind of two ways that you can approach matchups like this. One that we saw be reasonably effective was at Pro Tour Amsterdam. There were some Bravos fatiguing people because all their blues were garbage. They were playing Titanium Bauble, Towering Titan, just a bunch of slop that New can't really take advantage of, and fatiguing. And then I think there's I think that strategy definitely falls by the wayside with the printing of Count Your Blessings. I think it's a little too much to keep up with that incremental life gain. But the other strategy that is tried and true is to just beat their face in. And Victor's really good at that. He has access to Zealous Belting, Outmuscle if you're feeling saucy, Rouse the Ancients, and Lighten Strike. And he has access to either Anathos or Sledge of Anvilheim. He can put down some pretty serious punishment and just put a clock down for New to deal with.
And, you're Victor. You just draw extra cards sometimes, and that extra card can turn into a pretty big swing or a pretty big attack. The one thing is the other news we've seen today have been playing Count Your Blessings, and as of yet, no confirmation on whether they're in Patrick's deck. I'm just trying to eye up the deck as he's shuffling it a little bit there.
How many cards is that, bro? All of them.
Yeah, and Sean got all of his equipment in mini snaps. That's just the way I like it. Very discerning man over here.
I'm excited to see what's in those mini snaps. I'm curious to see if he's presenting Crown of Dominion, right? That was pretty common in the Zen meta, was Victor players were starting with Crown of Dominion too, because in conjunction with Auramigus, it powers your cast homes faster, right, because the first Visit the Goldmane Estate you play will be online, and we are seeing that.
And there it is.
Now the only thing you can truly hope for as Sean here is to draw Visit the Goldmane Estate in your first hand. Let's see if he hits it. Nope, three reds and a blue. Pretty typical Guardian fare. He does have a sink below, which is going to be great for dealing with whatever New sends his way on New's first turn of the game.
And looks like the Titan's Fist is going to come out just so we can filter out this Disable. And a Weakest Link, it looks like. Oh, all right. Yeah, a couple of reds and that blue Choke Slam going to hit the pitch zone.
Setting up that pitch stack early.
And Patrick blocking with an E-Strike. And says take one. Okay, yeah, maybe was thinking about making another play, but decides to keep the remaining 3 cards in hand. They work pretty well together.
It's kind of an interesting question Guardian asks you sometimes, is if fatigue is part of the game plan. If it's on the table, leading with the hammer, it's kind of like, do you want to take 1 damage or do you want to take 2 cards out of your deck? And I think both of those kind of equally have roles in how you play to your outs when it comes to fatigue.
Also, just noticing, there is no scale peeler on Patrick's side of the board, so there's not a guaranteed Mistblade for, or sorry, no scale peeler. No flick knives on Patrick's side of the board, so there's no guaranteed Mistblade for a big pop-off blue turn with Guardian attacks from Sean's Banish Zone. Instead, we just see scale peeler coming in for 1 here, preventing any armor from being super, super effective at some point in this game.
Mr. Goldmane's hand a little bit awkward here. 2 reds, a golden sun, and a blue that only blocks 2. Probably not exactly what you want to see into new, where you kind of need to start off, you need to hit the ground running.
And now this Persuasive Prognosis is going to be a little bit threatening.
Yeah, it's tough. New kind of immediately starts out sending these threats that want to chew through your armor, and you got to play disciplined and not give it up too quickly.
We've got a Venomous Bite coming over the top, and then we're going to play out the Fang Strike.
He does have a defense reaction. I'm curious to see. He will burn it on just the 1 or 2 damage coming over, valuing the cards that are presently in his hand and not wanting New to put cards in his Banish Zone.
Yeah, and choosing not to sink here, actually.
Yeah, content likely to arsenal one of the attacks he presently has.
Yeah, and just a reminder about the fact that, yep, those attack actions that are blocking my stealth attacks are indeed going to the Banish Zone.
Gaining 1 life off Persuasive Prognosis is a static ability. Or it's a triggered ability, yeah? Whenever you... That's a really good question, actually.
To be honest, I let my judge certification lapse, and...
I'm unsure if whenever is a static replacement or a triggered ability, actually.
I'm going to leave that one to the experts. Sean's going to play out this Crush the Weak here, pitching a Rouse the Ancients to the bottom. I did notice him manipulating the pitch in the previous turn, so he is keeping some sort of track of what's going on bottom of the deck.
Yeah, presently the bottom of his deck is a Weakest Link, a Disable, a Blue, and a Rouse the Ancients. That is a hand capable of swinging Rouse the Ancients, possibly even into Weakest Link after that.
And Patrick would like to do something on this turn, so going to prevent the Crush trigger by giving the Arousing Wave and a Bonds of Agony on block, so taking 3 damage over the top here.
Yeah, a little bit of a, kind of an interesting piece of tech here. You don't typically expect cards like Crush the Weak to be, it doesn't even see that much play in the current format, but you wouldn't expect it to be that relevant into new, but it actually just is so fantastic against the vast majority of her stealth threats.
And Patrick going to resolve the filter effect on Rising Sun setting Moon.
That's right.
As well as the Passover, which put a Prognosis on the bottom of the deck, I believe. Doing that on Sean's turn, just getting as much information as possible, I suppose, before starting it off.
The card it put on the bottom of the deck was, I believe, so Preserved Tradition put Prognosis on the bottom of the deck. Rising Sun Setting Moon drew and then put on the bottom a Cosmic Awakening.
Right, saving that one for later.
Because there's a Cosmic Awakening at the bottom of the deck that Sean hasn't actually ever seen.
And there's going to be 2 Chi right next to it.
Yep. Scale Peeler coming in for 1.
Sean taking the damage for the first time this game.
Can't give cards to daggers. You'll fatigue.
I wonder if Sean's going to give any cards this turn.
Let's look at his hand and see if we can find out.
Oh, and there's a Bonds of Agony.
He has a Trounce, a Cranial Crush, a Spinal Crush, and a Golden Sun. This Bonds of Agony is politely asking him to hand over some cards. This is a pretty nasty Bonds, threatening 8 damage, and Sean is not capable of cashing in his armor. He has a Trounce, but Patrick has the ability to both activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares and push this Bonds up to 8. 4 from its own ability, and +4 from the Venomous Bite.
Yeah, and Sean knows that there's probably another Chi there in the hand. So always got to be counting on, if your opponent does a few things, you still have to play 1 card down from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares on top of whatever happens with this Bonds of Agony.
I would expect that Trounce to hit the combat chain here. Tough that he can't block with the Gauntlets of Iron Will. It seems very impactful against this card. Oh, no.
He's going to use the gold to put Test of Strength on the bottom.
And re-clash.
Clash again. This time we're going to see a choke slam. That's a win.
Debilitate blue.
Oh, sorry, it's a debilitate, yeah.
We're going to see.
And then and a sink below. Doesn't get the double.
That is what Nghia asks of you sometimes, because you have to put these tricks for her for her threats, because you have to put these defense reactions in your deck. It makes winning these clashes so much harder.
Yeah, and Sean now thinking about the card he's going to banish here. Is it going to be a blue? Nope, it's going to be the other Golden Sun.
Oh, 2/3 of his late game inevitability gone like that. Interestingly, Patrick opting not to use the Venomous Bite there, even though it could have turned on Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, I guess valuing it to go into the arsenal here. And Sean just pitching to swing the hammer for 4. That's a cranial crush. Is that what I said last time? It might have been.
Patrick holding a Levels of Enlightenment, a blue Bonds of Attraction, and a double Justinic. This hand may be having a few too many attack reactions.
I mean, at least the Knicks can be, you know, put on that Bonds of Attraction. That's kind of interesting.
They can, for sure. It's vanilla damage that isn't going to present all that much relevant text. But Patrick is taking 4, so I think we may see him convert this hand into a dagger swing into Bonds of Attraction that he'll just send to the moon with regards to how much damage it does.
Yeah, and you know, it looks like Patrick hasn't been scared to put attack reactions in the arsenal, so maybe one of those Justinics will make its way into the arsenal at the end of this turn. Starting off this time with the Beckoning Mistblade. The interesting question that you're asking your opponent when you swing with your different daggers is, what information can they glean from the dagger that you swing with?
What does this tell you about my turn?
Yeah, and sometimes it's nothing. And sometimes it's like a bit of a, you know, tip of the pitch, as it were. And in this case, you know, it's going to eat the block from this Aurum Aegis. We both know that there's no follow-up attack on this Bonds of Attraction. But from Sean's point of view, this could have represented, you know, a blue attack into Codex or something like that, right?
Here comes Test of Strength. Gonna hit the combat chain. And it's time to clash.
This time E-Strike winning over that Leave No Witnesses.
That E-Strike's gonna end up in hand, thanks to Victor's triggered ability.
Drawing a card is quite good.
I love free cards. It's a beautiful thing. We are going to see Nick and Bite cashed in here, pushing this all the way to 10.
Yeah, and we do know about the Sink Below that's in Sean's hand from the previous turn.
Revealed off that unfortunate trounce.
So let's see if he chooses to sink here. He says, yes, I will sink below.
Maybe he can find my favorite card, Slap Happy, off the top. No such luck. Taking 2.
I think we better buckle in for a long one, because these players aren't taking very much damage. Banishing another card off the top. Ooh, is that a blue debilitate?
You don't want to see those hit the banish zone.
Then banish another card. Oh no, it's the Cold Vein.
His vacation home in ruins. He gets off the bus to find it burnt to a crisp.
And then banishes this Spinal Crush, it looks like. That one's just for funsies.
Yeah, opting not to go for the life gain, instead taking relevant Codex targets out of Sean's graveyard.
I guess if you're Patrick on that side, you're planning to draw into some of these Codexes because you haven't seen any of them yet. Now, Sean did draw a card off winning that clash, so operating with a 3-card hand. Leads off with the E-Strike that Patrick knows about. Gonna go bottom.
I bet the ask is 5, go again.
And these are almost Aurora numbers.
Look at those beautiful cold foil Civic Steps. My favorite thing about these is there's a print error. They say Guardian Equipment Arms, proving that Victor was the horse all along.
That's right. And a Sink Below on Patrick's side of the board now. Going to bottom a card and draw another Sink Below, I believe. This will chip over the top for 1 damage. And now the Titan's Fist following up with the Rouse the Ancients. Only swinging for 3. We have not fulfilled that condition.
No, Rouse the Ancients costs 3.
Oh, that's right. It does cost 3.
Yes.
Yep.
It may not be a Guardian card, but it does cost 3. A 3-card 9 presented here. Every single card in Sean's hand amounted to a head jab.
That's right. And here the Sink Belows are going to do pretty good work, though, of covering up 8 of that 9 damage.
The Sink Below brothers. The brothers sink. Patrick's hand, a blue Surgical Extraction and a Leave No Witnesses. Not much use for that just to Nick. I imagine we'll see Scale Peeler swung into Surgical off Tunic. Let's take a look at Sean's hand. Looks like he has a blue Thunderquake, as well as 3 other pieces of cardboard.
Oh, and looks like he wants to keep his hand because he's thinking about using those Civic Steps. So giving the go again to New can be dangerous sometimes, but sometimes in this case it might not even matter at all. Okay, no, opted not to do that, so just going to be facing down this regular old Leave No Witnesses without a card in Arsenal.
No card in Arsenal, but it does threaten the top of the deck. Sean's hand is a Trounce, a blue Thunderquake, a blue Chokeslam, and a red Chokeslam. Can engage in a powerful 2-card 8, pitching a blue and playing the Chokeslam. But first, he has to deal with this card threatening to take cards off the top of his deck. Going for the Trounce here, winning the first clash with a Thunk, generating a Might token. Let's see if he can win the second.
Good.
Come on.
Who'd have thunk it? Oh no, the test is ranked.
Going straight
Sean
for
says,
the gold.
yeah, get this gold out of here. I really, really want to win this.
I need this one, please.
Let me draw a card.
Tragedy strikes.
Oh, and he loses because it's a double trouble. 1 is more than 0. Sean is now lost or tied, I guess. 2 of 3 crucial clashes in this game.
This is not how you want to see this matchup go when your goal is to beat New into submission.
You know what they say is you live by the horse, die by the horse.
I don't think they say that.
The Might's going to pop at the beginning of Sean's turn here.
I've never heard anyone, you know what they say, you dim some, you lose some.
That one I've heard before too. That's on the LSS mothership, you know. And then like you said, I'm pitching a blue here to play out this Chokeslam. Now it's going to be for 9. That's a pretty good 2-card hand. That's like as good as his last turn.
My personal favorite saying in that genre is if you're a mechanologist player, you can say some days you get the crank, some days you get the shaft.
Oh, yeah. Praise Lord Jesus says, remember kids, never gamble.
This is still a pretty efficient 2-card 9 here, thanks to that Might generated by the Thunk. All was not lost.
And, you know, if we're talking about this in the context of, like, a fatigue game, there's still plenty of opportunities for Victor to come out ahead on that kind of axis. Just by, like, presenting fairly efficient attacks, big attacks that, you know, New's kind of forced to block. Like, in this case, you know, you're giving away 2 pretty good cards just to not take this crush effect from Chokeslam.
Yeah, I believe that's actually the 3rd Justinic since the other one is stuck in Patrick's arsenal and the last one is in the graveyard.
Yeah, and now facing down the double trouble that did we know about that? We did know about that double trouble from
the clash.
Yeah.
Found its way into Patrick's hand. Gauntlets of Iron Will smartly finding their way to the combat chain to deny a little bit of value. However, these only reduce attack increases by attack reactions by 1, reducing Justinic down to a measly +4 instead of a +5 as a 0-cost attack reaction. Not necessarily going to slow this down all too much. Double Trouble still coming across for 8 instead of the 9 it could have been.
Yeah, not sure on the interaction with the Fang Strike, but that's okay. We're going to banish... Oh, no! We're banishing 2 more cards, including the 2nd Goldman Estate.
Oh, no! This is a bloodbath!
And then another one, a Spinal Crush. Oof, these are some premium cards out of Sean's deck. And honestly, a good collection of blues now.
The nastiest part is that once there's 3 Visit the Goldman Estates in the banished zone, New can play all 3 to generate 3 gold and a Might token.
Oh, boy.
Or 3 Might tokens, rather.
Hey, Might tokens are pretty good with some of those assassin attacks.
I've heard. Here comes Rouse the Ancients. We're going to see some real aggressive action from Sean on Victor here. Coming in for 7 with Go again, and it's likely we see this followed up by a Command and Conquer for card 13, just a point above what we consider average rate, I suppose, with every card being valued at roughly 3. But it also presents a disruptive effect. Patrick finally cleared that Justinic to get the opportunity to arsenal something else, and he's going to see it threatened here. New doesn't play Crown of Providence. He's likely going to be forced to respect this Command and Conquer.
Yeah, and not going to pick those cards up, just going to jam the CNC onto the combat chain.
I don't need to.
There we go. Takes 6. There's a couple stealth attacks that are going to hit the chain link there as well.
I know everything that I'm doing. Rouse, CNC, go.
Yeah, now just trying to play for a long game, but we'll see how that pans out for him.
New pitching an Homage, a card that didn't block, so maybe not necessarily what Patrick wanted to do this turn if he wanted to protect that arsenal. Coming in with Scale Peeler for 1, 1 floating. Sean down to 29. But here comes the ever-faithful Codex of Frailty, threatening Sean's arsenal as soon as it forces him to put a card there, as well as getting Patrick his pick of the litter, whatever he wants from his graveyard. And on top of all of that, his armor is nerfed, and 1 resource is floating to threaten an attack reaction.
Discarding a Choke Slam since there's no efficient play for it this turn, and gives up 2 cards, including the 3rd Spinal Crush.
Sad to see those go. Frailty on Sean's side of the board makes the hammer value prospect a little bit less attractive.
I'm going to just play out that CNC that we got back for free. It's going to be for 5, but it's still going to threaten the card that Patrick drew off of the Ponder. The Ponder's still hanging out on the arena, but, you know, we both know it's not actually there. Give us the Frailty token back, get that Ponder out of here. Players playing at a pretty good clip for a slower matchup, staying well apprised of the time.
There's that 3rd Visit the Goldmane Estate. Not really primed to do all that much at this moment, as he only has 1 functional gold on the board in the form of Oramagus.
And now a Bond's coming, or sorry, hitting the pitch zone to power up this Surgical Extraction.
Well, to power it at all.
Power, yeah, exactly.
Power this Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, mystery card in the arsenal for Patrick. Sean doesn't know, we don't know, but this Surgical Extraction is already demanding a couple of cards from Sean.
Holding on to Clash of Might, Macho Grande, Visit the Goldmane Estate, and an Enlightened Strike. You would really like to get to keep more cards than this.
Sean's going to cover 7 here. Respecting the +3. Wins the Clash.
Finally, he can win a Clash.
There's a weakest link showing it was a Surgical Extraction on the other side as well. He's going to get the Might from winning the Clash of Might. No gold, because that's not Clash of Strength, I guess. I got too excited. I was like, when's he drawing a card?
Test of Strength versus Clash of Might. Yeah, you do have to draw a card. You don't just get a gold every single time you win a Clash.
That would be.
That would be.
That would be sick. I would want that.
Here comes Enlightened Strike for 6. Draw a card. We do love to see this card be a 1-card 6.
Oh, and not sure if Sean liked the card so much, but Hiss being the block here from Patrick. Going to take 3 damage over that.
There's an interesting dynamic occurring in this game where Sean is staying pretty comfortably ahead on life total, but his deck is taking some pretty serious damage. Patrick is also taking a fair bit of damage on a lot of these turns, only blocking 1 to 2 cards. Curious to see if Patrick kind of ends up in that kill range to some sort of inevitability, like the Rouse the Ancients pitch stack we saw Sean set up early on. Giving up a red here.
And that's coming over the top with Hiss. We can give that go again.
Let's see if he can draw well off his opponent's deck. Oh,
and the Sink Below is going to come over as well, so that's not going to hit. It does have go again. Sinking a card. And we're going to banish that disable. And the surgical extraction is going to be the follow-up. Unfortunately for Sean, he just used a nice clean 4-block on the attack reaction up front. And now this is going to ask for 2 cards.
4 is a strong number.
And because they're playing the Crown of Dominion for the gold generation, you have a little bit less in terms of a fridge. The Civic Steps here blocking with the pummel gets you to 4, but also gives the Quicken token to Patrick.
A little bit unfortunate. Sean has Tunic up. It's likely he wanted to cash in that pummel, but surgical extraction kind of forced the issue. That is where New excels, presenting one on-hit that you don't really want to deal with, therefore forcing you to deal with yet another. Oh, that pummel would have been fantastic here. Even though Patrick does have a target for the weakest link in his hand, it is an instant that he can play for no value, denying Sean the ability to draw. However, the pummel would have curved out perfectly with this hand and given him the opportunity to strip cards away from Patrick, as well as take a fair bit of tempo away from him. Patrick now just getting the agency to block however he pleases.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't necessarily want to play this hand out. Thinking about blocking 6. Oh, maybe 3. Maybe prioritizing using this Quicken for something valuable. So that's going to be 6 put in front here.
It's difficult. He could have used the Quicken to draw a card with Levels of Enlightenment if his hand had another blue, but he doesn't really have access at the moment. I think we may see him just play Sigil of Solace to gain 3 and then Arsenal Command and Conquer.
Yeah, which is still a pretty powerful play because then you can play the Command and Conquer with another disruptive card off that Quicken. Quicken, much more flexible of a card than an Embodiment of Lightning or an Agility.
While true, it does give Sean a 4-card grip to work with. I believe we're going to see him play Crush the Weak here, filtering away a weakest link.
And most of the stealth cards in, oh no, that's sticking around there. Most of the stealth cards in Patrick's deck are 3 or less base power, so it does disable some of those effects.
Patrick committing a Siren's Call to blocks here, as his hand contains 2. He may simply allow the Crush effect to occur, as this hand does not contain any relevant targets for Crush the Weak's ability. Going down to 22, his hand contains 2 Transcend instants, an attack reaction in the form of Siren's Call, allowing him to strip Sean's hand a little bit, and he has a Command and Conquer in that arsenal. That Quicken may end up wasted after all.
Yeah, if he plans to swing one of these daggers up front, which is likely the plan. We're going to pass over and stir the pot.
Yeah, I think if Patrick chose to just sit on this Command and Conquer forever until he had a good opportunity to use this Quicken, Sean would be a much happier camper than if he just chose to disrupt him.
Yeah, and a couple of Chi are going to be pretty useful on this turn. Be interesting to see if Patrick decides to swing the dagger or if he decides to just send the CNC. Because Siren's Call can target any assassin attack or any attack.
Siren's Call can target any attack.
Yeah,
it
that's
works on
good.
any attack.
Oh, and a Macho Grande going to hit the Banish Zone that Patrick can play later off of the new hero ability.
Something that's so fantastic about Siren's Call is that if your opponent says no blocks on the Command and Conquer, you get to force them to block and get hit by the Command and Conquer anyways. And if they choose to block on the Command and Conquer, you get to force them to overblock and still rip their hand apart.
Oh, and as it turns
and
out,
draw a card.
Yeah, as it turns out, Patrick says, actually, yeah, I do want to just play this Macho Grande for free with the Quicken.
Seems pretty good.
8 with Dominate here and go again. And then can play out the rest of the blues for free and still do the rest of his turn normally. Wow, this is brutal with the Tunic counter up as well. That's going to pay for this, the Siren's Call, and get another card stripped out of there with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
This isn't brutal. This is a Guardian and an Assassin.
This is a fair flesh and blood. Sean's rooting around in the tokens, just thinking about the blocks at the same time. Wishing that he had those gold main estates still back in his own deck.
The only one he got to hold on to went to the bottom to fuel an Enlighten Strike, unfortunately. At least Patrick can't play all three.
Yeah, I believe he declared no blocks here.
I mean, what are you going to do? It's a dominate, go again.
Yeah, vanilla damage, right? Now we got Disable. If this deals 4 more, we're going to put a card from Arsenal on the bottom of the deck. No dominate this time, so just 7.
This card's a lot better when it only costs 3 to play.
That's right. Well, and then it's effective, 1 card 50.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, God.
Why are you laughing?
Remember earlier when I said we're not just putting the horse down?
It was hopeful. It was hopeful.
Oh, and Sean's going to give him another Quicken token, but Patrick's going to pitch the Chi.
The moment you see that Civic Steps hit the combat chain, Patrick was salivating, ready to cash in those boots for functionally another action point here, giving this attack go again, and the Quicken giving the next attack go again, followed by Command and Conquer. 4 chain links wide on New, threatening a total of 6, 13, 21, 27 damage on a 3-card hand from Patrick.
And he's smiling.
Oh my God! I can't watch. He can't even block this Command and Conquer. He's holding a pummel.
Oh, yeah, not without giving up the tunic. I guess, yeah, this is rough.
Sean's fighting so hard to stay in this game. He was really like kind of grappling for tempo for the longest time with New, but eventually once she finds the opportunity to transcend and play some of these blues she puts in your banish zone, things fall apart so quickly.
Absolutely, and now the Orm just is coming up, thinking about using that to defend, giving up our last gold. That'll be it. It's going to cover up for 6. Patrick gets to save the Siren's Call for the next turn. This is so brutal. It's going to be a pass back from Sean. We'll see what 4 cards Patrick draws here. Yeah, when we started the day earlier,
scenario.
We said something along the lines of she's the villain in some of these narratives. And, up until this turn, I don't know if I had fully agreed.
There is a certain allure to playing 1,000,000 of your opponent's cards for 1,000,000 damage on your own turn.
I just like taking away all of their cards. Playing the free cards is just, salt in the wound, right?
Patrick heading it off with levels of enlightenment here.
And just coming in for 3, it looks like. Okay, we're going to activate the tunic. Oh, no, we're going to transcend with Sacred Art here. We're going to see that we've played another blue card before resolution. We're going to banish a couple of cards from...
He's going to banish the blues he just played.
Yeah, see if we could find some better ones. There's a Thunderquake in there as well. That's going to give a Fang Strike and a Slither. That'll be really useful.
In about 5 seconds.
Yeah. And so... he's going to be able to pitch this to New's hero ability here.
And name 2 modes on levels of enlightenment, likely go again and draw a card. Check the top card of Sean's deck. I believe he saw a Golden Sun, but I may be mistaken.
That's okay. Sean can keep that up there. Yeah, so it says... might have heard him say 5.
5 go again, also not unreasonable. We're going to see a Trounce. Perhaps this is Golden. It is the Golden Sun.
Oh!
Golden Sun trigger goes on the stack, but won't resolve until you finish resolving the Trounce. Can Sean win a Trounce?
I believe in him. He can do it.
He only has to beat 1. No!
Oh my gosh. The pummel.
Please, please, I beg you. Oh, thank
Command and
God.
Conquer.
We
Okay,
got
okay.
there.
We won the Trounce.
Trounce will generate, in addition to blocking 3, a Might, a Vigor, and a Gold, and
draw that
will draw that Command and Conquer. And here comes the Siren's Call to take it all away from him.
Yeah, well, you only have so much hope, right? Going to pull that Cranial Crush onto the combat chain, defending this attack. Patrick's going to draw a card from that, so that's why he didn't want to draw off of the levels of alignment, you know.
He was prepared to draw later in the turn.
That's
His
right.
hand is Art of Desire Mind, a Fang Strike, and a Slither. Here comes Beckoning Mistblade, asking Sean for either his Tunic or the last card in his hand.
Yeah, now all the cards are face up, so Sean knows both cards left in hand, knows that there's going to be a couple of blue attacks coming out here, knows that preventing that Beckoning Mistblade is so important. Yeah. This is a Thunderquake for 8. Pretty good rate here, you know, 2-card 8, that's like kind of fair.
Likely to gain Go Again from the Slither generated by Sacred Art under Current Desires. This is just over half of Sean's remaining life total.
He does have 2 cards left because he drew off of winning that trounce. So he has 2 cards left that he can use to block.
His last 2 Command and Conquers. Blocking for 6 on 8. Slither giving it Go Again, and we know what's coming. It's a blue Macho Grande.
And he will pump that up to 8 as well. So Sean's going to... Oh, that's right. Yeah, up to 9. Sean's going to go down to 4. Wow. You know, just 2 turns ago, he was at 29 with a reasonable life lead against Patrick Larouche, trying to lay down the beatdown. And he's going to go and crack these the Vigor and Might token on his own turn to no avail.
We're going to clear away, and we're going to pass back to Mr. Larouche, whose hand looks capable of plenty of action. I see a Chi, I see a Transcend Instant, I see a Codex of Frailty, and a Command and Conquer. Worst case scenario, we could see this Path Well Traveled played for functionally 0 value.
I think there's a better line here where you just play more of Sean's blues to activate your Transcend.
Well, Sean doesn't have any good blue. I guess you could activate new, play Visit the Goldmane Estate, play Command and Conquer, Transcend.
Yeah, exactly. But no, we're going with the safe option. We're scale peeling, which is
the fail state of your opponent not having a blue on top and then your turn doesn't really do much is pretty painful. It's a lot of tempo to lose when you're 18 life up and your opponent's only at 4.
Yeah, well, we get to swing both daggers here, you know.
Command and Conquer following it up. Both of these daggers don't really have much of an on-hit at the moment. One, Mistblade not having an on-hit because of the composition of Patrick's hand, and Scale Peeler not having an on-hit because Sean has no clothes left.
The Emperor has no clothes. Covering 6 on the CNC.
The writing may be on the wall for Mr. Fox here. But he's not going down without a fight.
Coming in for 7, threatening any small attacks that Patrick may have. I think I see a Bonds of Agony, so that would be disabled. However, not that many attack reactions remaining to enable it as well. Except for the Siren's Call that is going on the combat chain.
We're going to see a clean block for 7 here. Getting rid of that Sigil of Solace, maybe hoping to find a little bit more gas for this Bonds of Agony. Patrick also has a Codex of Frailty in Arsenal, so worst case, his turn could be Dagger, Dagger, Codex, CNC with 2 blues. Oh, this is a red and a blue, so we're going to see the Leave No Witnesses pitched under the Bonds to swing this dagger to free up 2 resources to Codex of Frailty so that Patrick isn't forced to discard on account of still having cards in his hand when Codex resolves.
That's right, and now we're getting the Codex played out. Sean's going to look in his graveyard, try to find something worth doing. Gets a Frailty. Patrick's going to get a Ponder for his troubles.
And Sean's going to get his Frailty for his.
Yeah, this is shaped up to be a pretty good game, I would say. You know, got some big plays. Oh, and that was a test of strength.
That Cosmic Awakening is representing 0 value on the top of Patrick's deck.
And hey, Sean drew a card off of that. He can play this, gets a gold from the test of strength, and he can play that CNC from the Codex of Frailty.
Coming in for a whopping 5, thanks to the Frailty.
Yeah. And Patrick says, you know what, I will absolutely Arsenal this Cosmic Awakening. And if you see me and I don't have Chi in my hand, maybe I'll just let it go. 3 blues, including 1 chi in there. So it could come in for 10, but might serve just as well to play out the hand a different way. Patrick thinking on the blocks of this frailty Command and Conquer.
Patrick not that incentivized to block, as his hand is pretty capable of putting Mr. Goldmane 6 feet under. Valuing the tempo of not blocking, probably looking to just close this game out.
And as we know in Flesh and Blood, value is tempo and tempo is value. And Patrick has so much life here that, you know, he's just going to turn that into cards. He's going to keep all these cards and really make it hard.
Bars?
Oh, wow, and another failed clash here in the late stages of the game. The Clash of Might reveals the 3rd test of strength. I think we've seen this test of strength come up on Clash like 6 times. This is like the 4th specific time it lost to that card. We're winning now with the Thunderquake. We're going to get a Might for our troubles. Use the gold to do that one.
Cashed in a gold for 1 value. Scale Peeler coming in. This is a really expensive Kodachi in this exact situation, given that Sean has no armor remaining. Sean's hand is also a little bit awkward. Looks like he's planning on blocking with Arouse the Ancients, which only blocks for 2, and his last 2 cards is 2 blue Thunks. Combat chain closed out by an Enlightened Strike, likely for 7.
Coming in for 7, throwing 6 in front of that. Sean's going to take the 1 chip damage. And now just going to go back to Patrick's turn, drawing up 4 cards.
Patrick having found 2 blues, a Sigil of Solace, and another Codex of Frailty. I suspect this may be the last turn of this game.
Oh, another clash. Oh, visit the Goldmane estate. Our good friend showing up at the wrong time.
Can we get a clash record? Does anyone know how many clashes Victor has actually won this game? I think it's like 2.
Now the Scale Peeler coming in.
Threatening to put Sean to 1. This dagger represents half of his remaining life total.
And he's going to think about giving a whole card here.
Blocking with the Thunderquake, and here comes Codex of Frailty to seal the deal. Well, after he gains 3 life.
You know, even late in these tournament games, you still got to play optimally, right?
Play everything
throw it
correctly.
Away.
Do it all right.
We're going to find our Command and Conquer. Sean's going to find his Command and Conquer. And hope the opponent decides not to block or not to attack, but nope, that's going to be it.
My out is my opponent choosing not to attack. What a game. You know, I feel like that one started with like a fair bit of back and forth. There was kind of this interesting question of whether or not Sean was going to be able to cash in the life lead he had for basically the entire early game to at some point turn the corner and really like beat Nghia down with relevant on hits. But the problem was like, I think Nghia found a pretty fortunate blue off the top, letting her go 3 meaningful attacks of Sean's wide, as well as like, it's pretty difficult to contend with Macho Grande with Go Again, and I think Patrick kind of saw that like, oh, this is in his banish zone, I'm just going to wait to use this Quicken until I can find a Transcend Instant and cash it in for such an unbelievable amount of damage that you could never possibly come back.
That's right. And I think even just the disruption that was being offered for a few turns there made it really hard for Sean to, you know, stabilize in a meaningful way, and that was kind of the final very large nail in the coffin for that game.
Very large nail and a very large coffin for our resident horse, Victor Goldmane. Just a little bit of an update for the folks at home. We even had his big chat about asynchronous streams, what they are, how we do them, but we are actually pretty much caught up to live. And for the last round of Swiss here, we are going to be live. Round 8 hasn't even paired yet, so we've completely caught up. So we're going to be live, coming to y'all.
That's right.
In Toronto from the last round of Swiss all the way through top 8.
Look, I'm hot mic'd right now. I told y'all, chat. The doubters. Anyway.
If y'all have listened,
And despite Ethan being mad at everybody in chat for doubting him, he is, in his infinite generosity, still going to give away one of these packs of a promo Savage Feats Blasphemous the Soul Harvester Christmas token and 2 Scarf for a Scarfs. Ethan, while you're hot mic'd, can you go ahead and let everybody know who won this giveaway?
It's the famed Sigma, who almost everyone has yelled at some point across Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky.
He's just
what an introduction.
Yeah, the man knows how to give his opinion in a way that makes other people respond, you know? And in this case, there he goes again.
Too, Frank, you do
Oh,
too.
Look, 15 damage out of a chi and a quicken. It's like, listen, I worked hard for that chi, and I worked hard for that quicken by attacking.
I had to play another one of your blues to transcend that chi.
That's right. Well, congrats, Sigma. I know that you're a big Brute player, as it says, Chaos Brute there, so I'm sure you'll enjoy this Blasmafet token. And hey, maybe Chaos Brute will be the next UPF hero.
Next UPF hero, not a... Oh, for Scarf for a Scarf.
Yeah, for the Scarf for a Scarf, exactly.
I was like, not like a constructed hero. You're just wishing ill upon him. So at the end of Swiss, we have exactly one more giveaway for y'all.
So this is the penultimate giveaway. This was the penultimate.
Great word.
And then we'll be doing the ultimate giveaway.
The ultimate.
At the end of Swiss before we go into that top 8 cut. And yeah, what do we think of that, Elly? Is I think not. There's going to be a little bit of a break here, so I'm just chatting.
Sure.
How do you feel about the tournament so far? Like the meta spread that we've seen and just how the gameplay has been?
So from what I saw of the top tables, kind of scouting out a bit before this round started, I wasn't really sure what to expect. I saw a lot more Viserai at the top than I necessarily expected. Everyone knows he's a pretty good deck right now, but I think there was a little bit more action from him than I necessarily was prepared for, I suppose. We did have 3 players locked going into this round 7. It was Yuki Bender, Michael Metallo, and Brodie Spurlock, which is 3 different heroes. That's an Enigma, a new, and a Viserai, so we're going to see at least 3 different heroes in the top 8. I saw a Count Your Blessings Enigma at the top tables, which is interesting because I think a lot of people were under the impression that that deck was dead.
Yeah.
We also have Michael Jazaker on Zen, who is also undefeated, so I think that's 4 separate heroes, all 3 Mistveil plus Viserai. We also have a Kano and a Dory at X&1 playing a win-in, duking it out against each other, fighting for the top 8. Oh, not against each other, sorry.
They're just both
playing
on the
a
win-in.
Both on the bubble.
You know, that just kind of that top tier of heroes that you mentioned earlier. I talked to quite a number of players, and you know how the top players, whether you want to call them pros or just good players that have friends and stuff like that, 3 of the different groups I talked to that I respect their opinion a lot, I know they put a lot of work into testing for the game, they all gave me different answers for what they felt the best deck in the room was. One of them said it was new, which we just saw do very well on stream. One of them said it was Zen, and I quote, "It's definitely the best deck in format." And then one of them said that they thought it was Viserai, and so I think it's kind of telling. It's just like those are the heroes that are floating to the top a little bit, despite this pretty wide spread that we're seeing in the Swiss meta.
Despite her seeming inability to convert, I personally believe that the best deck is Aurora because I love her the most. You know, love it or hate it, the meta is reasonably diverse. We're seeing a lot of decks find success, and we'll see one more hero perhaps find success in our next round after a word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. One more round, then top 8.
Choices. So many choices. It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
Oh, with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new arcane damage dice. Order your fab dice now at tiecards.shop. That's tiecards.shop. Say it with me, tiecards.shop. One more time for the memories, tiecards.shop. Purchasing these fab dice will not guarantee you to win every fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these fab dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
welcome back to Battle Hardened Toronto, our present stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour, where people are playing for a gold foil legendary, their share of some amount of cash, and maybe some boosties if you do well at the Battle Hardened. Though this is a calling-sized event, I mean, shout out Canada, right? I mean, this event is gigantic. Shout out Invasion CNC and Silver Goblin for hosting it. This event has capped. They could have raised the cap and more people wanted to join, which is completely bonkers. We've said it before, but biggest standalone North American Battle Hardened ever to date.
That's right.
Which is really crazy. I'm super stoked about that. I hope we finally get a bit of a calling situation in the Great White North, maybe a PT or a Nationals. What I'm like particularly stoked about on that regard is seeing a store like Invasion that has not necessarily been in Flesh and Blood all that long, but is super duper passionate about Invasion, working so hard to serve the community. Silver Goblin working with them. They worked on Nationals with Red Riot, working to serve the community and bring this event to folks, you know?
That's right.
The players up here are so stoked to have these events, but they just gotta have them.
I think I might have started saying this earlier, and then we got sidetracked by being chirped about hockey jerseys or something. But both of these organizations are so good because even though you got this dedication to the big organized play events like the Battle Hardens, Nationals, and stuff like that, and doing things that are big and elaborate, they're also both just huge local player and local event size focus kind of thing. And they fire armories that are huge every week. They've got other scheduled constructed events in the week that aren't even armory promos. It's just we want people to play Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, people just want to play Flesh and Blood. We'll give a space for people to play Flesh and Blood, and that's admirable. That's the best thing a store can possibly be. It's a community center. Just want to, yet again, shout out Invasion Comics and Cards, not Cards and Comics, InvasionCNC.ca, and Silver Goblin, or Goblin d'Argent, from Montreal.
That's right.
And we have a bit of a treat for everybody. In the last round of Swiss, we have a Kano, a hero long thought dead, back from said dead after his tomes were banned, fighting against all odds to claim his spot in the top 8 against another deck thought to be long dead. Count Your Blessings Enigma.
Spoiler alert on the Count Your Blessings. I don't know if Brayden knows that about his opponent yet, so we'll see if that changes how he prepares or goes into
that's
the
very
match.
interesting.
But yeah, the last time we saw Kano on kind of this high-level constructed play was the finals of a Battle Hardened in one of the first weekends of the Rosetta metagame. And here on the bubble, winning in for Brayden Pritchard, he's going to show us whether Kano still got the juice.
Yeah, we've been shown that Kano still has the juice in the Living Legend format, with the Battle Hardened at Osaka being won by Peter Budensiak, who literally walked up to his finals opponent. His opponent was on Oldham and said, "You're on Kano? Yeah, you're not going to mess this up. I scoop."
Which is the funniest way to win a Battle Hardened. He's here today playing Aurora, I believe.
Miss Shooting Star.
Yeah, was sitting next to Brayden for one of the rounds and said, "I didn't bring my Kano deck, so I wouldn't be tempted to play it." But maybe he will for the PQ Plus event tomorrow. Maybe he'll get Brayden or someone else to lend him a Kano deck.
Yeah, we're going to see Brayden choose to go, or maybe not choose to go first, but likely going first here. I actually think players are deciding turn order, and these banners are not quite accurate, so we're going to give this just a second.
Alrighty, let's see it.
Okay, Brayden is going first here. As Kano, kind of an interesting situation. You can force through some arcane damage, but it does give Enigma the opportunity to cast some instant speed auras on your turn, as well as maybe the more nightmarish outcome, begin counting her blessings.
And in previous metagames with tomes around, one thing that Kano has been able to do is pitch stack a combo that can actually deal more damage than even the amount of life you could gain from 9 Count Your Blessings. Now both of these strategies have been fairly significantly nerfed. Maybe the Kano strategy a bit more so than the Count Your Blessings strategy. But I'm going to be interested in seeing whether Brayden just tries to go, full hog and take control of the game from the outset, do some tempo plays, and just fire off these wildfires off the top, hoping to hit into some card draw. Or is he going to pitch them to the bottom of the deck and, you know, hope that he survives long enough, right, to get to play those cards out for a big combo?
Yeah, I played against Brayden yesterday in the Super Armory, and he was pretty aggressive. He was really playing off the rip, casting Kindles, drawing a lot of stuff off the top. He cracked Stormstriders on my very first active turn.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I think we may see him, but maybe a pretty short game here. He'll come out the gate swinging, try to just do what he can to put Enigma down before the problem can snowball out of hand. You know, this is such a small percentage matchup for Kano. I would really like to see him really thread the needle on this matchup, find the perfect lineup. Maybe both players' decks line up perfectly. Maybe he hits the perfect top deck with Kano. But I would love to see Enigma taken down by the Drakai of Ether here because, you know, people don't really think of him as winning this matchup. I'm a big fan of the underdog.
We're rooting for the underdog hard here. And actually here, both players as well are from local Canada. I think both from the GTA-ish area.
Yes, Brayden Pritchard is from Kitchener-Waterloo.
There we go. And then Matt Muus is from, I think maybe London, so similar-ish area.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Speaking of, Matt Muus's gorgeous altered Fendel Spring tunic there. Holy, that is beautiful.
And the Silent Stilettos and Crown of Reflection, not in every single Enigma list, offering Arcane Barrier 3 there.
Seeing a little bit more respect for the kind of classic archetypical combo wizard deck here than most Enigma decks would probably be presenting.
And an Eye of Ophidia in Brayden's opening hand. That can let him get set up a little bit.
As well as an Ether Wildfire. I was talking about finding the ideal setup. Brayden may be pretty close to it. I think the only way this could be a more ideal start off the rip is if he had an Energy Potion.
Hey, maybe you'll hit it off of this Kano activation, right?
Maybe we'll find one.
He's got these full art Kano tokens. That's beautiful.
I don't think that's Kano's normal art. I think that may be a picture of Runaways member Pheno Black with the text Pheno Whiner of Aether.
Oh my
he
gosh.
is a little bit famous for not loving the Drakai of Aether. Pheno will likely be glad to know that Kano is not really the menace he used to be.
That is hilarious. I didn't even notice that till you pointed it out.
Well, I only noticed it because I saw it in person.
Yeah. Now looking at the top card here.
Giving it some thought. Let's see if we can get a peek at it. Nah, he's not holding it in the right spot. It's a mystery to us all.
I mean, I guess the fact that he hasn't just slammed it down does indicate that it's not that free energy potion.
That's true, that's true.
Oh, he moved it just that way.
He sighed.
All right, gonna leave that on top. He wants to draw it the following turn.
Or it's not a legal banish target. Let's take a look at Matt's hand. Does he have any auras to cast?
Oh, and there's a Count Your Blessings.
Not only does he have a Waning Vengeance in the opening grip here, he also has red Count Your Blessings. I'm going to see Ether Quickening come in for 4 Arcane here. Matt only has AB3, so this is going to get the Waning Vengeance no matter what. But
it's going to leave a Spectral Shield behind.
It's going to leave behind a Spectral Shield, and Matt has 2 floating with which to cast the first count of the game.
And it's going to let the cat out of the bag in pretty quick order here, taking 1 damage down on Matt's side to that Ether Quickening. And the Waning Moon as well. Says, I would like to clear off your Spectral Shield.
Yeah, kind of an interesting decision point for Matt here because he can protect the Spectral Shield, but it will mean not getting to cast this Count Your Blessings.
And no, it looks like he's prioritizing playing that Count Your Blessings because it's basically a free card, right?
Yeah, he's also holding a Restless Coalescence, which is a 0-cost instant aura. So we're likely going to see that hit the table on this turn 0 as well, as Matt finds himself back above his starting life total on the 0th turn of this game. Brayden arsenaling what I believe is Ether Wildfire, as it was the only card remaining in his hand, and drawing up for, I want to see what he has to work with here. We're seeing an Open the Floodgates, a Blazing Ether, a Lesson in Lava, and an Overflow the Ether Well. Over to Enigma. Here
oh boy,
comes
and there's
the
a
dragon.
Mirror Guy on the stack, as well as a Homage to Ancestors. That's going to transcend. Now, this Mirror Guy isn't going to get the extra bonus
This
from
little
the keys.
piggy.
It's just going to be Ward 2 for now. But Matt is going to get to throw that Chi into the deck for later.
Guy coming down with 2 counters. The interaction with Guy's text with itself is pretty interesting. It has ward X, where X is the number of counters on it. So it has ward 2, but because Cosmo says that things have power equal to their ward, and this has 2 plus 2 counters on it, it has ward 2 plus 2, so it blocks for 2 and swings for 4. Good old blue 2-card 6 here.
Yeah, and we're going to throw this floodgates in front of it. Take 1 chip damage from that manifestations of Guy. And interestingly, Matt pitched the Chi there to attack. Going to attack with the Restless Coalescence as well. Probably prioritizing this card going in the arsenal over making a Spectral Shield. Going to block with the Blazing.
Especially since he seems to be valuing just taking cards out of Brayden's hand. The fewer cards Brayden has left, he only starts at 30 life, so he does have to prioritize his life total in this matchup. The fewer cards he has left, the worse he is going to be at being able to clear what Matt has on the board here.
Yeah, and the Waning Moon here is proving to be so pivotal because, this Lessons in Lava is threatening the either or both of these ward instants, and then there's going to be a whole nother instance of arcane damage from the Waning Moon. And it looks like Arcane Barrier 3 covered that up fully.
The Crown of Reflection is a pretty brutal level of respect for this matchup. Definitely not what you're hoping to see as Brayden. Matt holding, I believe, a Sigil of Solace, a Preserved Tradition, and a Levels of Enlightenment, content to just fully defend Brayden's turn.
Yeah, that Arcane Barrier is doing some work. I think, even if you're a Kano player and you queue into Enigma in one of these larger tournaments, you're just hoping that they're not tech to the gills like this, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that would be more of a death knell is seeing an Oasis respite in here,
What we've found so far does not mean that. I believe that is...
And, okay, that's an Ether Flare, I believe, hitting off that Kano activation. Trying to destroy this Mirror Guy so that... Matt doesn't get to do a more functional turn, basically.
Unfortunately, that's going to prove pretty difficult. He can send Waning Moon here, and even though it is for 3 because it isn't Brayden's turn, it's not hard for Matt to just cover 1 and let the ward 2 on his Restless Coalescence eat the rest. What he's going for here is to destroy Mirror Guy while it's attacking and take away Matt's action point because the chain link won't actually resolve. So he's going to Kano again and dig to try and find something to that effect.
Oh boy, and fortunately and unfortunately, it was a wildfire, so he can use that to clear off this Mirror Guy, or so it seems. But that's 1 fewer combo piece that he has to actually win the game with later.
Thankfully, he does have an Ether Wildfire in his arsenal presently.
There we go, we're representing both of these with 4.
Getting this Mirror Guy off the board is the first step to this game being winnable for Brayden. Sending Matt down to his starting life total, which he is about to rubber band back above to 43 as the Sigil of Solace hits the table. Matt's deck is stuffed to the gills with life gain.
Oh my god, there's the Oasis.
No way!
I mean, did I jinx him, or I'm so sorry, Brayden.
You spoke that into existence.
If you watch this stream later, I completely apologize. When he was 3-0, I talked to him and I said, hey, if you're doing really well, we should try to get you on stream. And he says, maybe not if I'm against Enigma or Aurora.
Yeah,
so,
he does not like those matchups. We played at the Super Armory, and he was just kind of gambling off the top, and I was like, yeah, it's tough when you don't find what you need. And he's like, yeah, it's tough when you play against Aurora.
Yeah, now Matt Muus coming in with a Phantasmaclasm for 9. Brayden's just thinking about whether he wants to do some of the Kano stuff before being forced to show Matt his hand. Decides there's not quite enough there. Second Blazing Ether.
Good old 3 head jabs and a trench coat here, Phantasmaclasm. It's to disrupt Brayden's hand in whatever way he likes.
Yeah, oof, and I mean, you know what? I think it's like spring cleaning, you know? You got you got to do it. You got to do it. Sometimes you just have to take your pills. You have to do your spring cleaning and
eat your veggies.
You have to eat your that's what this game is, you know? This is the eating your veggies of playing Kano.
Interestingly, he took Brayden's only blue, and then Brayden just drew another blue. So maybe not the most impactful Phantasmaclasm of all time, but Brayden's hand was not super fantastic to begin with. We're going to see if he opts to just go to 20 or has any response of his own. Matt has 2 cards he can't really make work in this hand, but he does have the Count Your Blessings in his arsenal, so we will likely see this followed up by him casting the CYB and then arsenaling the Oasis Respite.
And what I'm imagining here on Brayden's side is, like, if you block with all of these cards, how, does that kill your combo potential?
How do you win, right?
Yeah, how do you win the game without this Lessons in Lava, without this Blazing Ether? Interesting card, this Eternal Inferno.
Eternal Inferno.
Eternal Inferno card. I haven't seen much of it in Kano, mainly because I haven't seen much Kano personally. But really interesting card and approach. Try to basically double dip on that Kano activation. If you hit it off of the Kano activation with the Wildfire, you can basically play the one card twice, which is quite good.
Sort of. You have to have an action point or a Storm Striders to be able to play it, which is a little bit difficult.
Right, the second time.
It's
yeah.
still an action speed. Yeah.
I'm going to play the Eternal Inferno.
Now he's pitching the Blazing to preserve that in deck, to play out this Eternal Inferno.
Eternal Inferno.
That's right.
Itadabababa.
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 And the Cosmic Awakening going into the pitch zone, that's going to prevent 3 of the 4 damage. And Brayden may be thinking about whether this blue is going to get become a Kano activation or a Waning Moon activation. Looks like he opted for the Kano.
Overflow the Aetherwell, coming in for 1 Arcane. Asking to take a card out of Matt's hand yet again here. I think his goal was kind of to strip cards out of Matt's hand on his turn, then draw up and blast him on Matt's turn, which is pretty classic Kano gameplay, but it's usually pretty complicated by how much ward Enigma is capable of putting down, especially at instant speed. Matt just cashing in his Tunic, his set of 3 Tunic counters.
Yeah, Matt also a big fan of the doohickeys. Not quite enough permanence on the board with all that ward aura. Needs to have doohickeys as well on the Tunic. Going to start with the Spectral Manifestations. This is going to be coming in with 3+1 counters. And going to swing for 4 here.
Brayden's hand a little bit on the awkward side. It looks like a Spindle red, 2 Eternal Infernos, and an Energy Potion. I kind of wonder if he just blocks down here and just plays the Energy Potion.
Now taking 1 damage over the top, having blocked with the Spindle. And passing priority here.
That's a Kano player's favorite words. Pass priority.
Pass back, yeah. We're going to be very clear on these phases. Is that double? No, that was a blue in hand. It was not an Oasis.
Does have another Sigil of Solace, though. About to be at 48 life on the other side of the table with 1 point of ward on the table.
And I think while Brayden would like to play out this E-Pot. Oh, okay, he's going to do that, yep.
Looks like that is what's going to happen. We may see him pitch 2 reds to activate his Waning Moon and threaten Matt's board state.
Yeah, he's running through that Mind Palace of his right now with his place object thing. Something. Person, object, something. And doesn't want to have 2 reds next to each other in the pitch stack is my guess. Putting one of these Eternal Infernos on the bottom, using that Tunic counter efficiently, and going to stick with this Waning Moon here.
He may also be prioritizing holding on to a red 4 damage spell for his next turn because it lets him break up the board given that Matt only has AB3. It's a little bit of forced damage.
Now we got a Sonic Boom in hand. A lot of these blue zaps with upside as well. I think there's 2 of them in that hand. Some more damage coming across. No block at all from Brayden this time.
3 blue zaps in the hand, yes? 2. 1.
Oh, that was a snapback. Sorry.
I also thought it was a zap. It's a snapback.
That's a pretty good card. I don't know.
Perhaps a zap back. Snapback is a pretty interesting Kano card. This card didn't see all that much play for quite some time because it didn't necessarily play directly into the combo all that cleanly. But what it does here is, again, helps you break up Enigma's board. It's by far the most important thing you can possibly do. His hand does just convert on his turn. You know, he can pitch that blue to play Eternal Inferno and pay for Waning Moon, and he can just pitch the Sonic Boom to pay for Snapback if he really, really wants to bust up Matt's board here.
And as of yet, that board is just one Spectral Shield, representing more offensive than defensive value.
It is just one Spectral Shield, but it also represents a pretty significant clock. This is 0 for 4 with Go Again every single turn until it leaves the board.
And the player's tanking on the decision here. I think there was a priority pass. Surely a priority pass.
I think Brayden may be trying to decide. Oh,
okay.
Matt was trying to decide how he chose to follow this up. Coming in with a Phantasmaclasm.
I think the reason he took a minute there is because that's a red in hand.
Yeah, he has to decide if he wants to go proverbially shields down in this scenario. Matt deciding to let his opponent filter his hand with the Phantasmaclasm before taking any actions.
What do you think about what to take there?
Matt giving it some thought on what he's going to put to the bottom. Getting rid of this. Oh, never mind.
Reading the text on Sonic Boom.
Rereading Sonic Boom. Doesn't do anything if it doesn't deal damage.
Yeah, that's a strong card when you deal damage with it and you can put
Not
a
when
0
your
or
opponent
1
has
cost.
ward.
Yeah, exactly. Although it's only ward 1, right? For all we
Well.
know, the Sonic Boom could come in for a big number.
I want to see the nastiest, most vile Ether Wildfire combo that Stream has ever seen.
That's right.
I can't believe I'm rooting for the Kano, but it's where I am in my life right now. Let's see the blue off the top. It is another Sonic Boom. Brayden's deck maybe not lining up the way he would like it to in this game so far. He may be forced to take 9.
Just to preserve those cards in the deck, or just to play a functional turn?
Just to keep his turn to do anything. You know, it's half his present life total and almost a third of his starting life total. He says, oh my god, that card hits so hard. Taking away 9 of his 30 total life. Brayden only has 1 more Phantasmaclasm in the tank to work with. He's been hit by 2. Matt going up to 48 life, 8 above his starting life total with 1 ward on the board and an Oasis Respite in Arsenal. I want to see the way that Kano finds the route here. I need to see him enter the Mind Palace and summon the most powerful spell he can from the arcane depths of Wraith to send Enigma back to whence she came.
Which would be the moon. But there's a Mirror Guy in the hand now and a second Oasis as well. So we're going to play the one out of Arsenal. Not getting a life off of it, unfortunately.
Inferno resolves, dealing no damage. Snapback coming in for 3. Matt knew about this one.
Pretty nifty little card there.
I love the art on Snapback. The guy kind of, I don't know, snapping back, I guess. But
yeah, exactly.
I like his pose a lot. It's very dynamic.
Yeah, I wonder when they designed this card if you were like, you know, intended to give it Go Again or something somehow as well. That would be kind of cool.
Well, it's kind of functionally Wizard Go Again, right? Wizard spells don't get Go Again, but you can play this one on a turn where you've already played another Wizard spell.
Yeah, and now we've pitched the Mirror Guy just as a blue. It's going to prevent a couple points of damage. And now a Waxing Spectre.
Here comes a funny puppy.
And yeah, with the Waxing Spectre coming into play.
We're going to see Waning Moon here.
And we're going to we'll let the Waxing Spectre blow up because the Spectral Shield swings for free.
This is kind of what I was talking about. Even though that's Ward 1, he's really got to get that off the board because, I mean, it's just presenting so much damage on its own. And Matt has Tunic and an Oasis Respite, so even if Brayden goes for it here, he's not going to find it.
Oof, yeah, I mean, there's a Blazing, there's a Floodgates there, but I don't think that lines up super well.
No, he
only
needs
have
a little
one
bit more
Ragamuffins.
action. What's his hand look like? There's 2 Open the Floodgates, but I can't quite tell what cards or what color they are. I see at least one blue. Unsure about the other one. I know most Kano decks are playing 6 to 9 of them now. I believe the other one is red, so this is red, blue, blue. Maybe not quite as many resources as you would like to have when you're looking to combo off, especially if you are trying to get through Ward 1 and an Oasis Respite with your opponent at 48.
And it's tough that the Tunic is lined up so well for Matt here. Or rather, on Brayden's side, the Tunic has lined up very well for Matt.
Yeah.
Because that Oasis is just going to perfectly cover up anything.
And he tries to get going here. And if he goes for it, Striders are off the table, and then from there, it's just a fool's gambit.
That's right. I mean, hey, maybe he'll fatigue him. Like, you know, figuratively.
Mentally fatigue him.
Just both players locked
He
in a
certainly
prison
won't
of their own choosing.
literally fatigue him. Because he can pitch cards rather than taking them out of his deck to prevent the damage that Brayden intends to deal. However, he may mentally fatigue him.
31 minutes left on this round timer. You wanted flesh and blood. You're getting flesh and blood. This might be the longest game that Brayden has played all day. Every time I walked over and checked out the tables, he had already finished his game because he blew his opponent up.
That's Kano players.
Sometimes you run hot and sometimes...
sometimes you hot run.
Yeah, exactly.
Some days you get the crank.
Some days you get the missed failure.
All right.
A block on this Spectral Shield. It's going to deal 1 over the top. Oasis is going into the arsenal, the scary zone. And I think I spot another Count Your Blessings in Matt's hand, but that's... Oh, the Scour!
The Scour finally letting him actually get the Spectral Shield out of the way.
That's right. That just says destroy token aura, so...
This card just says, get that away from me.
And Matt going to prevent the one arcane that comes with it.
Well, he needs an outlet for 1 resource because he has a 2-cost instant to resolve. Matt Muus on his way to 53 life to Brayden Pritchard's 8. Count Your Blessings Enigma is here to stay, folks.
And now commits the Waning Moon, knowing that Matt probably would have to pitch a whole other card to resolve an instant aura here.
2 damage is a little unfortunate, but I believe we have another Count Your Blessings in Matt Muus' hand.
Yeah, interestingly enough, doesn't prioritize playing it on this this step, I guess. Gosh, I think I just lost track of whose turn it was. No, that was Brayden's turn. That's why he's not playing it yet.
Brayden's turn, yes. So he's going to cast it on his turn and leave 1 floating.
Yeah, that's right. Efficiency.
1 floating that he can use to cast Oasis Respite.
Oh, and there's the
Brayden
second.
chooses to go for it. Brayden's holding. That's Wildfire number 3. The first one is in his arsenal.
Yeah, yep.
And then pass priority.
He's got to get a new piece of paper because of how many times life totals have changed this game.
And okay, so the big question I have here is, what are we going to do with this Wildfire in hand? Are we going to put that on the bottom and try to shuffle at some point with the lessons? Or
He doesn't really have enough life to try and pitch stack here, does he?
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like, oh, okay, no, it is going on the bottom.
It's unfortunate. That seemed like the perfect hand to go for it, but he just didn't have the juice.
Yeah, maybe not quite enough resource cards because that's a Sonic Boom and
This is, no, it's a
Blazing
Lessons in
Ether.
Lava and a Blazing Ether. This is 3 reds and a yellow. Not really what you want to see here.
it's like every card you want to banish on your Wildfire.
That's
turn.
every single card you want to banish by pitching your blues rather than drawing the reds in your hand. Like someone said in chat earlier, this is kind of 2 villain heroes really squaring it off. The villain of yesteryear versus the villain of just as recently as Worlds at Osaka. Count Your Blessings Enigma that won Worlds. People assumed the deck was kind of dead after they banned blue Count Your Blessing, but that's clearly proving not to be the case as Matt Muus is in a pretty commanding position here at Battle Hardened Toronto. This is the final round of Swiss, and Matt Muus is X-1. If he wins this game, he's locked for top 8.
He's trying to count his way up to 7 wins so that he can make it in there with this Enigma deck.
But these decks can only count to 6, Frank.
Well, I think that Matt has better mathematics skills than that as he plays out this Spectral Manifestations.
Here comes another Spectral Shield, nearly just as soon as the first one left the board.
And I think maybe Brayden's thinking about, is he doing...
It may be time to go for it.
Yeah, I don't know how big of a window he gets here to...
This may be the best chance he gets. He has 9 resources and the Blazing in hand. If he can find a way to force the Wildfire over, he can get there. But the problem is that I'm not sure it's that possible.
I mean, if you don't know about the Oasis, it's kind of one thing. But also, you know your opponent played out an Oasis from Arsenal, so...
Let's be realistic. Brayden's a good Kano player. You have to be an insane Kano player to be X and 1 in this present meta when your meta predators are Aurora, who gets to run AB3, Spell Void 2, and presents a 2-turn clock to your 30 life total, along with all 3 Mistveil heroes and several others. He's X and 1. I would bet without a shadow of a doubt that he's sniffed out that Oasis Respite is in Matt's arsenal, and that's why he's sculpting his hand so aggressively, holding on to this Blazing Aether for 3 turns in a row.
If he drew these hands the other order around, that kind of would have been crazy.
Yeah, if he had the opportunity to kind of push over, I think that like there's a very real chance he could get there if he caught Matt with just 1 open.
All right, and let's see what the follow-up is. Is it going to be an attack? Or are we just going to pass because...
That card is a Waxing Spectre. He can cast it here and have Tunic open for Oasis Respite, but I think he's just going to pass priority.
Okay, maybe valuing the idea that if he does pitch a blue for the Oasis and the Waxing Spectre, you know, that's kind of like a 7 block, basically, at a hand.
Yeah, 7 block on Wildfire is pretty big.
I'm going to do an Kano activation here after playing an Energy Potion.
Interestingly, Brayden's deck seemed to include amps when I played against him. He may have sided them out in this matchup.
Yeah, I think we only saw a small number of them.
Sorry, not amps, Kindle.
Oh,
the
Kindle.
card that says
right,
amp
right.
1.
Right.
I always think of that card as amp.
Yeah, the only non-blocks so far being the E-Pots that we've seen so far.
Matt holding a collective 5 ward in addition to 6 resources in his hand here. Brayden just moving to his end step, putting onus back on Matt to close this game, but Matt has a free lethal outlet here, able to force Brayden to interact without taking anything out of his hand. Blocking with Tunic and floating 1.
I like how you said in the defense step, I'm going to use the Tunic ability to get the counter. Just, you know, flashy plays.
Flashy plays. Just activate your Tunic when you block with it. That's called good hygiene, sir. Now that's eating your veggies.
That's right. He's going to go down to 1 here. It's interesting. I think he's trying to force Matt to do something else. Matt plays a Restless Coalescence. Thinking on the counter is moving over, maybe. Yeah, and the other rough thing is if Brayden just passes priority on all these cards that are played out as instants, Matt still just has an action point to swing with them afterwards.
He also, despite resolving this Restless Coalescence, still has a Waxing Spectre in his hand with which to cover up damage from the Wildfire. So Wildfire needs to be bigger than 10 presently, as Matt would be capable of ABing 3, playing Waxing Spectre, and an Oasis Respite. And on top of all of that, the combo needs to deal 50-something damage.
Oh, we have a Storm Strider's activation.
Here it comes!
Is crossing the Rubicon, whether he wants to or not. Or maybe the Rubicon is crossing him. We're pitching a blue. We're playing this Aether Wildfire from Arsenal, and we are definitely activating that Metacarpus nodes to give it +1, much needed against this pesky illusionist hero.
But 5 is only half of 10, and 10 is the amount that Matt is capable of covering on any given Wildfire here. With the Oasis, he's kind of sculpted into his arsenal, the ward he already has on the board, and the ward he has in his hand. Waning Moon coming in first, interestingly enough, trying to take some of this off the board and force some action from Matt.
Yeah, used it, paid 2, float 1, pitch for this, float 2.
Very good, just making sure we have the correct number of resources. Still 2 E-Pots out there, plus that 2 resources on the board. That's 2 Kano activations it represents.
And a Blazing Aether in the hand if Brayden were going to get any damage through on this turn.
I think he's going to play the Blazing because he wants to go out in a blaze of glory. He got one. There we go. That was
He
2
did
damage.
get some
2 damage with
through.
the Waning Moon.
I believe the Coalescence is still on the stack, which was maybe not that clear.
Yeah, that's right. The
That would
Coalescence is
explain
on
why
the-
it's still next to Enigma. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's coming out of her, I don't know, magic wand, I guess.
She's summoning it with the Ledger, with Cosmo. The Ledger of Ancestry.
Mm-hmm. Those are ancestral cats.
Are you saying that they're old cats?
They're like kind of ghostly looking. All right, now we got another Crucible
Being a ghost
activation.
is about as old as you can get.
Gonna play the Oasis if that's an arsenal?
If you just caught that, you're gonna play the Oasis. That's in your arsenal. Covers up 4 of this 5 arcane damage.
Wildfire resolve.
AB1.
Taking
Covers
0
up all of it.
on the Wildfire.
Felt 0, so I'll just put it to the side.
And now Brayden's got to think about whether he wants to use the Ragamuffins hat here. He's already committed the 2 other pieces of combo equipment.
He does still have some resources on the board here. If he were capable of finding a Wildfire off the top, he could get there, but I believe he's seen all 3 of them. 2 in the graveyard and 1 in his pitch stack, and he's nowhere near the second cycle.
Snapback for 3.
Matt saying no free rides. I will AB3, despite this being a bit of a foregone conclusion, with Lethal presently on the stack and Brayden holding only 1 card. His Striders and Metacarpus headed to the graveyard.
And that'll be gone now. Or, yeah, technically gone.
Yeah, it's still walking.
Still there.
Yeah.
I will come in for 2.
Yeah.
Coming in for 2. Are you going to give up that blazing?
I just gotta keep going.
I just got to keep going.
Ragamuffins, finding...
Save me. Save me, Ragamuffins.
Save me, Ragamuffins hat. Save me.
Are you going to put, which card are you going to put back on top?
Card to the bottom.
The secret mode of Ragamuffins hat. You can put the card on the bottom. Matt reading it for the first time.
Okay,
saying,
yeah.
Oh my God, that card says or the bottom? Seeing a spell on the top and ether quickening.
That gives me an action. Oh, no, it doesn't. Extends the fist bump. Oh, no. All right, you know what? I will say, this was a team-building exercise. We went through all of that together as a family, you know?
And one of my favorite things about competitive events and the Flesh and Blood community as a whole is that you can see both of these players capable of being good sports about perhaps the most cursed matchup in all of Flesh and Blood's history, Kano versus Count Your Blessings Enigma, especially post-Tome Kano. Thank you so much, Brayden Pritchard and Matt Muus. Congratulations to Matt Muus, who should be now locked for top 8, looking to take the tournament down on a Count Your Blessings version of the Ledger of Ancestry. And thank you to Brayden Pritchard for being a pleasant human, a pleasant individual, and good to play against. And for
There you
repping Kano, be the people's champ.
I want to know who hurt Matt Muus in the past that he's running 3 Arcane Barrier and Oasis, presumably 3.
Well, his goal was to
meta.
never get hurt again. He ended that game at 50 life.
I know, yeah. I mean, it's just like somebody's got to give that guy a hug or something, and not Kano.
Well, I'm not sure he needs hugs. It's hard for him to ever take that much damage ever again. We have not the penultimate, but the ultimate Scarf for a Scarf giveaway here for y'all. I hope you're ready to see who our final wiener of the day is, except for the wiener of the Battle Hardened.
And I mean, like a Scarf for a Scarf is basically like a hug for a hug. So, you know, you're winning a lot here. This is like 2 hugs and a hat. 2 hats. You can steal somebody's hat in UPF and then trade that hat for someone else's hat after the fact, after you like use it or something.
And after we announce the winner here, we also have guessed the event code in a second.
That's right, Bobble Waffle, who did win one of the previous rounds of the giveaway, but we'll see who gets this ultimate giveaway.
And without further ado, skip the drum roll.
Oh, all right.
No drum roll. Show us. Bruno L. My turn, our turn, my turn, our turn. A true Kano player in the chat. Congratulations to you, Bruno L. period, for your win of this giveaway. 2 Scarf for a Scarfs and the lovely Ethan Van Sant custom Blasphemafet the Soul Harvester Christmas token there. We will be back soon with Guess the Event Code, and then we're going to go into top 8. Don't go anywhere.
All right, hey everybody. Real quick, I just wanted to jump in on an update overall. I've been running around. Xavier's been manning the ship. Hey, like we promised, beginning of the day. Also, holy moly, this camera is so much worse than the other camera. I don't look like this, folks. Anyway, with what we promised at the beginning of the day, we're synced up exactly 1-to-1 to wrap up the day here. So we are still about 10 minutes or so out, about 13 minutes or so out until round 8 is done. So we don't know the top 8 for another 13 minutes or so. We're going to be back with the top 8 announcement, along with a Guess the Fab event code segment, which if you've ever been around a Savage Feeds stream, like here on the channel where we host them, they are insanely fun. So these ones in particular, Deb always does a really good job on them. So it'll be our way to fill in the deck check time before we launch right into top 8. And then it's just going to be smooth sailing from them on. Announce top 8, gets 5 event code, top 8 game, top 4 game, finals. And then I got to drive direct to an airport to make it to my flight to Vietnam at 4 a.m. And with that sponsor message, we'll be right back. A little bit of a longer break, right, because we need to wait for the top 8. So please don't go anywhere in the meantime. Content's pretty much nonstop after this announcement syncs us right back up.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about fabrec.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
Oh, with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to fabrec.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, ticked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have rune chance, steam counter, heavy hitters damage, spectral shield, chi, and our new arcane damage dice. Order your Fab Dice now at tiecards.shop. That's tiecards.shop. Say it with me, tiecards.shop. One more time for the memories, tiecards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feeds has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeeds.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
everybody. All right, everybody. With that, we literally just got the top 8 announcement right here. And yet the graphic, we made it lickety-split, mostly because we were right about 1 through 7, with the 8th being toss-up. And look how exciting the 8th actually is here. Because here it is, folks. This is the top 8 of the Battle Hardened Toronto first seed, Michael Yasker. We did know about that. I was dropping some hints in the chat. With that, there's 8 seed in that same bracket, and it is Evan Herndon sneaking in. There's only supposed to be one X2. There's only one that we done the numbers on, assuming that would make top 8. Yet there were a couple pair downs, a couple weird situations that let a second X2 in, leading now to Evan Herndon making it right there at 8th. So pretty exciting. Then Matt Muus versus Michael Metallo next in our bracket, 4th and 5th, both on Enigma. So upper half of the bracket is this mirror going on. Mirror, Zen up top, Enigma down below. Then Variety continuing 4th with Yuki Lee Bender at 2nd seed versus Brodie Spurlock at 7th. He was one of the undefeateds who then lost the last 2, so he's on a bit of a loss streak right now, losing the last 2 games. But that does still mean he was guaranteed top 8 at 7th. So he's going to be playing against Yuki. That's come on, we're probably watching that game. That's pretty insane caliber of players there on a well, we did see that matchup before. I don't know. I'll put this one to a vote in the chat, actually. We're going to do a vote in the chat. Then we've got Jean-Philippe Legacy versus Jimmy Nero Demers, whose name I finally spelled correctly. And this one is also a fun one, right? Zen versus Vis. It's aggro, though, so I'm not entirely sure how long that one's going to go. I'll put this one to a vote. We are still waiting for a bunch of things to happen at this moment in time. Top 8 picture has not been taken yet. As soon as that happens, judges will take over for a little bit of a deck check, and we'll play Guess the Fab event code, and then we'll be right back with that top 8. So in the chat right now, I'm going to start a poll to go ahead and get us engaged for whatever this top 8 feature will be. And we care literally only about what you guys want to do on this one. There's no narrative to push. This is kind of the last bastion, the last chance we have to witness this Rosetta metagame with, look at all these Rosetta heroes making top 8, isn't it lovely? Jokes. All right, Evan, Zen v Zen. Zen v Zen. All right, whatever. I'll just do it by hero names. V Enigma. Then we'll have New v Viserai. And then we'll have Viserai v Zen. So, with that, tell us which, it's in the chat right now, tell us which of these matchups you want to be basically the last Battle Hardened, the last premier event played in this season. Let me know which of these top 8s you want it to be. Last season, next week is Prague, then it's World Premiere, and then I'll be off to Memphis to bring you all the Calling Day 1, Day 2, and a Battle Hardened. 3 days of nonstop CC coverage coming at you at Memphis with the entirety of the new metagame. For now, we're focusing on wrapping up what is this Rosetta meta dominated by the heroes you see in front of you. So go ahead, vote. I'm going to touch base with the casters so we can jump back in the booth for the Guess the Fab event code segment, and then it'll be right on to top 8. See you then. Hopefully it's just about 3 minutes or so. We'll be right back.
welcome back to just before the top 8 here at Battle Hardened Toronto. I'm Elly Bird, and I'm sure you're wondering who this is. This is Shelby Ward, 50% of the ownership of Invasion CNC, along with Chris Kadanjas. However I pronounce that, I'm sure I'm butchering it. And before we jump into the event code, which he is going to join us for, guess the event code, thought it'd be a fun little inclusion. I want you to tell us a little bit about the process of getting this event going, planning this event, and also just like, you know, talk about Invasion.
It really came to bugging the hell out of LSS until they gave us a shot at this. They said basically present them with a plan, and if they liked it, go for it. And I'm still kind of shocked at how this all turned out. I wasn't expecting it, but
It's gone really well.
It has, and I'm really happy with like I don't even know what to say. Like it's way more than we thought it would be. Like from running 30 to 40 person RTNs and PQs in store to,
which are already pretty big.
I don't know. This was just kind of like holy crap, basically.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to swear. Yeah.
I can respect that. How long has Invasion been in Fab? Not as long as some of the other stores in the area,
kind of a funny story. I would say around the time of Everfest.
Okay.
I needed Pokemon, and they wouldn't give it to me until I bought something. So I bought Fab, and they gave us some starter decks, and we played, and we're like, this is better.
This game's sick.
And yeah, it just kind of was like, I don't want Pokemon anymore.
That's dope. I'm actually super glad to hear that. All right. Thank you so much for coming on, doing this segment with us. We're gonna enjoy watching you squirm on camera just a little bit.
Yeah.
As we
it's more
do
don't
this
say
segment.
anything bad.
We're gonna take a quick look at the top 8 there and then go into Guess the Fab event code. We have a drawing on the left by Deb, aka Bobble Waffle on Twitter, and I believe Blue Sky, if that is how you are inclined, as well as they have a little tip link there. So if you like their drawings enough, feel free to toss a tiny bit of cash their way. But we have 4 options here. We have Floral Water Dog. I'm pointing with a pen. Right. So while I'm on this, we're going to talk about Guess the Fab event code, which is a segment that has come from previous Savage Feet streams, where I think this kind of started as like a bit of a one-off, like for funsies segment, and people ended up liking it so much that it's come back multiple times. The last time I did this was Canadian Nationals last year in 2024, which I hosted with Brodie, which was actually my first event casting, which was like a ton of fun. This is the second time I've gotten to do this segment. I'm really stoked. I think it's a lot of fun. Sometimes they're particularly wacky and entertaining, and feel free to vote, engage in chat. You know, you've got pick the choice you think is correct.
Oh, I'm
yeah, your chat.
So
we've got Floral Water Dog, Summer Shepherd, Ambrosial Collie, and Aromatic Sheepdog.
It's not a collie.
You don't think it's a collie?
No, I don't even remember what a collie is, to be honest.
Not a collie?
Going with B.
B? You're feeling B, the Summer Shepherd? I'm going to say Aromatic Sheepdog, because I think it sounds funny. That's like a funny way to describe a dog that smells kind of bad.
So
it's like they're aromatic.
Is this like an actual like event code that's come up?
Yeah. So these are real like generated Flesh and Blood event codes. You know how like you punch in the event and it like gives you like the event code? One of these answers is like a real generated event code. My favorite one from last year was like Dapper Hamster or whatever.
I'm going to go through like 3 years of event codes and kind of find out.
Yeah, just like enter the Mind Palace, like the Rolodex, just like.
Yeah, I'll hot mic here just to explain it a bit more. So the way it works, right, is Deb took this from her, what she was just posting on Twitter of just fun ways to engage and doodle with these event codes that are just so ridiculous that get generated by Gem. She was doing this via Twitter, having people guess what her drawings were. So we've kind of taken that game. She feeds me the answer. I know which one's the right answer, so I can't play.
Of course you do.
But then it's up to me to try to trip you up, right? Trip the chat up and make you guess incorrectly, because that's the fun of it, right? So one of these legitimately is a real event code that Deb was inspired to make this doodle of, and then the rest could be event codes, but they're gotchas. They ain't real.
When I said B, you did wink at me, so I'm hoping I'm right.
I'm definitely walking in on Aromatic Sheepdog, and Shelby said Summer Shepherd. Yeah, so I'm going to say D. You're on B. Let's find out. We're both wrong. It's Ambrosial Collie. I don't think I've ever used...
I'm looking up a picture of a collie right now because that is not a collie.
So Deb specified she went with a bearded collie.
Ambrosial.
Well, bearded collie as like the dog, the base.
Right.
Made it ambrosial, right?
Right.
So there are many collies. This one is bearded.
Oh, that does kind of look like a collie. It does.
What?
Shelby's mad.
Chat was off base though. They went D by a long shot.
I was also on D. I was ready. I like the flowers. I also just think aromatic is like a funny way to describe like a dog that smells bad.
Okay, here we go. Next one.
Okay, we have Tiny Fly, Micro Pegasus, Mini Moth, and Minute Griffin.
It's B.
You think it's B? You think it's a Micro Pegasus?
I'm just going to go with D every time until I hit one.
You're just locking in B? I don't know. I kind of like... I can't tell what this is like supposed to be, which makes me think it's like Minute Griffin, just because like... I don't know. That doesn't look like a fly to me. It doesn't look like a Pegasus, and it doesn't really look like a moth.
Did the last one look like a collie?
Whoa, don't roast her like that. I thought it did.
That's fair. Okay. I think people have had enough time to vote. I'm going to say Minute Griffin, and Shelby's going to say B until he's right.
All right, well done, Shelby. This is a good strat.
All right, there's one.
We got there.
Well done. Chat on that one was leaning into... Oh, it was B or D. They didn't take the bait on fly or moth.
It doesn't look like one.
That one resembles more of a collie than the last one.
Minute Griffin did win, so chat is 0 for 2 on these. 0 for 2.
That's okay. I'm also 0 for 2. I've chosen D both times. Maybe I'm just like doing Shelby's strat, but worse.
Okay, here we go. Next
Try
one.
B.
I'll try B. Guess the Fab event code number 3. We have Red Herring, Imaginary Herring, Submersive Herring, and Nautical Herring. Okay, like, Red Herring is a really funny one, but I don't think that's like an actual Fab event code.
You don't even need to ask me. It's B. We're going for it.
There's Imaginary Herring. I guess, like, there's, like, a world where, like, you can imagine a herring looking like a submarine. That's, like, possible. Submersive. Submersive isn't a word. I'm pretty sure submersive isn't a word, so I'm striking. Ethan is telling me that it is a word. I'm pretty sure submersive isn't a word, so I'm going to strike off submersive because... And if I'm just wrong on that one, I'm just going to dig my heels in and refuse to be wrong about submersive not being a word. And I don't want to just say D again and say nautical herring. So
you've gone with D every time.
I've gone with D every time.
And you're sticking with D, and I'm going with B, and we're just continuing.
I'm going to say red herring because I think it being a red herring that's a red herring is like pretty funny.
Well, I don't know where it's going to go. These codes are so crazy.
Chat is all in on it being C. Ellie, and I'll let you know, submersive is a word.
I believe you. I'm just not going to, like, admit that I'm wrong.
It's not on every dictionary site, but it is on some.
It is on some.
However, it was not correct. B, once again.
Oh, my God. I'm getting owned.
So there's a bit of a story on this one, which I thought was hilarious. Deb was really perplexed on what to draw for this one. So she went with the route, I think you'd mentioned it, Ellie. You might think that maybe a tiny submarine was a herring when you were looking in like the waves over there. Was that a herring? Oh, it surely was. But no, it was a submarine. That's why it is a submarine. That's it.
Okay. I got the reasoning, but then I was like, nah, sounds fake.
Okay, there's another one here.
These are fake?
Huh?
These are fake?
No, they're all real.
Oh, I know.
They're all real.
They're all crazy.
They're all very real. They're real photos taken with a camera. It says wedding invite. I thought that said welding invite. I don't know. Maybe it was like drawn by a stoat. So we have...
I'm going with B.
Inviting ferret. We have guessed the Fab event code 4. Formal stoat is A. He's
got a bow tie.
Formal. Yeah, he has a bow tie. He has cufflinks.
A wedding is slightly formal.
Yeah, wedding's pretty formal depending on like the vibe. There's inviting ferret, which you've already locked in on before reading any of the other options, which he is inviting you to a wedding. Betrothed mink. I kind of like that. Before I even read D, I'm gonna lock in on betrothed mink. I think that's pretty sick. This a married mink. And then there's Cordial Weasel. He's cordial. I don't know. Is he a weasel? Is that a weasel?
Was that a
Ethan's
collie?
shrugging at me.
I'm
Is
gonna
that a
keep
weasel?
running by that.
I'm gonna say betrothed mink. I'm gonna say betrothed mink.
You know, I'll give you bonus points, Elly, because you even know what a stoat is. You like the first thing you said was, "Oh, it's a stoat holding a wedding pipe." I didn't know what a stoat was.
What is a stoat?
It looks kind of like that.
Stoats are cute. They're little they're kind of like ferrets. They're like, they're like if a snake was like hairy, kind of. They're really cute. They're really cute.
Okay, chat is pretty tied between B and D.
Chat's right with my strategy.
Damn.
Which one did you say again, Elly?
C. I said betrothed mink.
All right. It is slightly tipped in B's favor in the chat. And so with that, I will reveal Cordial Weasel just so chat can be 0 for 4, suckers. I think this is the first time, too. Normally, chat's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Does that mean I'm winning?
I think so. I think you're beating me and chat. Ethan can't lose because he knows them all.
Correct. Well, I can
I
lose.
got a dictionary and everything over there.
I can lose on the next segment. Or the,
Oh,
the
is
next
this
slide
the
here.
one that you don't get to know?
This is where you have to guess what I'm drawing.
Right.
Because this event has a code, which... Oh, shoot, Shelby, I think
I
you
know the
this
code.
All right, so you can guide Elly a little bit.
Okay,
Guide- because
okay.
He's going to be
In the
pretty tough.
wrong way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I'm
Go for
going
it. Some red herrings, right? So I'm going to give this a go to try to draw the event code here. Let me remind myself what it was.
Oh, I remember what it was. Good luck.
Whoa. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Here, I'll draw
Oh.
two. I'll draw two.
Oh,
there's,
man.
there's references I could use.
I'll
that are
draw.
Just funny,
I'll
but
draw
I'm not
two.
going to.
Oh, it's so not going to focus. I drew a smiley face on my notepad. All right. Cat. Cat of some varietum. A devil.
Could be Batman.
Could be Batman. We could be Batman here. Are these maybe fangs? No. Oh, maybe it is Batman. What the?
Oh, man. I should have warmed up.
Even lamenting his drawing skills. Okay, I'm seeing a mask. I'm seeing a face. I'm seeing the top of a head. Vampire bat. A bat of some variety. I'm locked in. I'm leaning forward. Okay. It's the face of a dog. It's the face of a dog for sure. I'm kind of enjoying watching this take shape. Okay. A dog. Toothy hound. Oh, maybe it's a cat. I think this is a cat.
It's a stout.
Oh, it's a stoat.
Oh, I can't even say the word.
It's a stoat. Oh, is it like a bald cat? Do we have like a shaved cat? Oh, he's got one hair. Is he like a baby cat? Sprouted
Well, that's
cat?
a good idea. It's a good idea.
We're going for it.
Apple cat? Fruity cat? Verdant cat? Apple cat? Orange cat?
Maybe be more specific on what the cat
Wait,
is. Shelby, guide her.
Orange
okay,
panther. Orange tiger.
Oh, you're actually getting close.
Orange panther. Apple panther. Apple panther. Tangelo panther. Tangerine panther.
No way you got it like that. It's Tangerine Panther.
I'm
oh
so
my
good.
goodness. Wait,
It actually did look enough like a panther.
maybe I'm just got a drawing.
Maybe, yeah. You should play some what's that word game? Pictionary. Go
Tangerine
Pictionary.
Panther.
mode.
What do you think,
Tangerine
Shelby? Was
Panther.
this the right approach?
I'm trying to picture a tangerine. I would have gone with orange over yellow.
I can't control the color.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's just
Um,
his.
It was kind of appley, but you got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely thought it was an apple for a while, and then you started drawing the dots.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that was a what? Last time Brodie and I were stumped.
This was a pretty good code, but somebody just needs to go and name a metal band after this.
Tangerine Panther, my
Yeah.
metal band Tangerine Panther.
That's it.
Huge.
You can play with Steel Panther.
Sorry, I'm still giggling about the drawing of the Tangerine Panthers. Thank you so much for coming on, Shelby. We appreciate you coming on, talking about Invasion, doing this segment with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you hosting the event and doing everything for the local community and for us here. We will be back in just a little. We have the in a little bit, we have the first game of our top 8 here at Battle Hardened Toronto. We have Yuki versus Brodie Spurlock. Count Your Blessings New versus Aggro Viserai, a matchup we saw play out in Swiss with Yuki's teammate Nghia Tran. We will see if Yuki can turn the tides. Be back in a few. Don't go anywhere.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about fabrec.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
Oh, with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to fabrec.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, ticked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope
7
here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of envelope and darkness.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Toronto. We are just about to go into top 8 here, and we're just before that, we're going to take a look at the bracket because we have only 6 Part the Mistvale heroes in this top 8 bracket. We have 3 Zen, 2 Enigma, 1 new, the Yuki Bender, of course, one of our first game players, and Brodie Spurlock, 1 of 2 Viserais also squeaking into this top 8. So we have a bit of a Part the Mistvale plus Viserai situation going on here, Frank.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of a narrowing of the metagame at the top tables. Like, you know, all of those other rogue decks that we were seeing kind of getting crushed by some really, really good players in the last few rounds.
Yeah, something I think is interesting on what you say about the narrowing of the metagame is I think a pretty big part of this is actually just like preference to some very real extent. I mean, we had Battle Hardened Hong Kong just a week ago, and more than, I think, like 4 to 5 members of Blue Pitch all took Pudding's Aurora deck, and there were multiple people on Pudding's Aurora deck in top 8 at that event. So I think it's kind of interesting that, like, a lot of Americans, like, especially stronger North American players, really don't seem to value Aurora as much. This is something I was talking about where a lot of people on relatively aggressive decks in the North Americas seem to just be picking Zen over Aurora, which I think is kind of an interesting preferential shift.
Yeah, and Zen and Ira as well, actually a lot more popular out in Asia by comparison between the two ninjas.
She even got her first LL points at the PQ Plus attached to Battle Hardened Hong Kong.
Good for her. I was not really I was not really a believer until she just kept topping these events, and you know, hadn't seen one do that well today, but I'm sure there will be many more events for her.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to point out about this bracket, you know, we are coming to you from the World Tour of Flesh and Blood in Battle Hardened Toronto, and let me just say, I count 2 American players and 6 Canadian players trying to defend our home turf against these interlopers from beyond the southern border. Not quite ready to join up yet, and so I don't know, I might be cheering a little bit for the Canadians more than the Americans this time around.
Well, how do you feel about me, given that I'm an American who now lives in Canada?
I think that, you know, anyone can prove themselves in the field of battle.
So will you be rooting for me tomorrow in the ProQuest Plus?
Depends if we play against each other, I guess.
All right, Frank. Well, I hope we don't play against each other, and I hope you choose to root for me tomorrow. And we can root for the 2 players we have in our first game of top 8 here in the quarterfinals. We're going to jump into Yuki Bender on a Count Your Blessings variant of New Alluring Desire, the premier assassin from Flesh and Blood's 2024 set, Part the Mistvale, against Brodie Spurlock on Viserai Runeblood. Had new life breathed into him by the last set of last year, Rosetta. However, this is one of the oldest heroes in the game, one of the game's OG 8.
Yeah, and we've seen both of these players on stream so far winning their way up here. Yuki, being the higher seed, got to choose not only to go first here, denying that opportunity to Brodie to set up, and also got to choose to sit in the right seat, which has won the last 3 rounds in a row, I believe.
And speaking of, Yuki's opening hand here contains 2 copies of Count Your Blessings and 2 reds. I think she's going to pitch one of them away to lead off with a Count Your Blessings. Impossible to deny the life gain on turn 0 when you're both at the same life total here. Certainly not bad when your goal is likely to fatigue Viserai and run him out of options to deal you arcane damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just noting on the other side here, Brodie opting to play Crown of Providence over Face Purgatory here, trying to dodge some of that Arsenal disruption from the Assassin deck. And then, of course, Grasp of the Arcanite over Vex and Quillhand. Maybe playing a bit more towards a longer game plan rather than just trying to force the issue with a quick Vex and Quillhand explosion.
Yeah. Interestingly, both of these players are incredibly accomplished, some of the best in the game, but also both of them had a bit of a frustrating 2024 in that I know Yuki really didn't do as well as she wanted to at Worlds, and neither did Brodie. Knowing both of these players personally, I think it's kind of cool seeing one of the first major events of this year and one of the last major events of the Rosetta meta have both of them in its top 8, kind of both looking to start the year off strong here.
Yeah, and we just saw Swarming Gloomveil hit, so that's actually going to have the arcane damage prevention rider active now for the rest of this turn.
Yes,
Brodie followed that up by resolving another Malefic Incantation, so now we got 2 of those on the board. And he played it in this order so that he can hold more rune chance going into the next turn, and then finishing off with this Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
Yeah, Yuki's hand contains a Count Your Blessings, a CNC, and a blue. A little bit awkward if she wants to resolve that Count Your Blessings, because then the CNC won't do what she wants it to.
And just counting up the number of auras here.
So when I played Gloomveil, I got one
Clarifying how many rune chants were made. So he created 2. He's clarifying that Swarming Gloomveil had all 3 modes on, which Yuki may not have been aware of when she took 1 damage.
And then I made a 4th aura, aka 3rd rune chant from playing this.
But when you played this, it wasn't active, right?
What's your question?
So.
And it just looks like they're clarifying earlier on in the combat chain.
Let's just listen into this.
So then you made 2 rune chants?
Yeah.
And you had 2 modes.
I had a 3rd mode because Gloomveil cares about auras created, and like this in itself is an aura.
Understood. Okay.
Yes.
I thought you were saying you made 3
The realization happening here is that Swarming Gloomveil says played or created, not just created. So, with 2 rune chants on the board and Malefic Incantation itself, Swarming Gloomveil's dreaded 3rd mode, maybe easier to turn on than ever with Rosetta in the equation, says that Yuki cannot prevent arcane damage for the rest of this turn since she took 1 damage there. Maybe not as dire here as it could be later in the game, but it does deny her 1 value from getting to use the Count Your Blessings in her hand.
Yeah, now just thinking about blocks on the rest of the hand. I believe she did Arsenal Leave No Witnesses the previous turn, so it still has some kind of play here.
Yeah, she'll definitely get to swing her dagger and follow up with Leave No Witnesses. Just having to contend with this Drawn to the Dark Dimension. Functionally a 0 for 3 here that sent a couple rune chants along with it. Yuki deciding if she even wants to block this. Opting instead to just take 3. Curious to see what Brodie's arsenal is. Let's see if we can sneak a peek as he draws his hand up here.
We may have missed it, but I do know that, this Viserai deck can play every card that it has pretty happily.
Yeah. Yuki opting to just ship the Leave No Witnesses out of Arsenal and hold back a blue, a red, Count Your Blessings, and a Command and Conquer. It's likely what we see happen on this turn is that while she's withholding information and, putting Brodie in a position where he has to think about, what is she doing with 3 cards and to Leave No Witnesses, she just gets to do the kind of CYB new classic where she just goes, oh, okay, now that you've blocked for however much you want to not lose your arsenal, I'm just going to gain 4 life and pass.
Yeah, and I think we saw a couple of blues in Brodie's hand, so, he has a functional turn if he keeps every single one, but it's not actually the highest rate to be worth losing your arsenal over.
No, definitely not. We have a blue Drawn to the Dark Dimension, a decent turn finisher, but maybe not the attack you want your entire turn to center around. A yellow Rune Rager Swarm, acceptable, but not the highest priority. A Revel in Runeblood, which is far from bad, and a Machinations of Dominion. This turn really depends on what his arsenal is, and what his arsenal is just won't matter, as he is going to draw a Rattle Bones off the top after blocking with his Crown of Providence, perhaps making the right read here that Yuki's hand is just Count Your Blessings. Top card off of his deck, banishing a Swarming Gloomveil.
And she's going to get to make a silver token off of that. And now pitching, shows Brodie the CNC. Oh, he might not have noticed
I don't think he saw it.
Pitches this blue to play a yellow Count Your Blessings, so that's going to gain 3 life for her, having played 1 earlier in the game. Yes. For those of us keeping track at home, there is one on the bottom of the deck. We'll see if Yuki shuffles the deck at any point.
She does play Stir the Pot.
Tunic ticking up on Brodie's side.
2 Malefic Incantations on the board. Brodie kind of valuing this tempo that he's trying to use. We saw him beat Nghia Tran, somebody on the exact same deck list as Yuki and a testing partner, in Swiss earlier today. I wonder if he's kind of trying to take that same approach where he just hit hard, hit fast, and never let up any pressure and just didn't let Nghia get any setup going.
Yeah, if you're forced to play all of your Count Your Blessings exactly as you draw them, they don't start to be good math for quite a while. And, if you've already chipped them down quite a bit, that's pretty valuable.
Story looking a little bit different here. When Nghia cast his first Count Your Blessings, he was at 10 life to Brodie's 20.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's...
yeah. Yuki having already cast 2, with her at 39 still, a point above Brodie. Bit of a different candor to this game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, maybe a couple of these blues getting cashed in here for value.
A little bit tough to cash in your Crown of Providence and then have to play out a hand of multiple blues. But Rattle Bones is any red you want from your graveyard. It's very cool to see him opt for the drawn here. He's going to be able to pay 0 for it. Yuki is responding with pass over to the drawn to the Dark Dimension. This blanks blanks Rattlebones, which then doesn't resolve the go again part of the card because the target fizzles and the rest of the card doesn't work. This is like one of the biggest blowouts possible in this matchup.
Oh, wow. So Brodie just loses his full turn there. IP1.
He loses his action point, and he cashed in his Crown of Providence to blank Disruption to get that turn going.
Yeah, that's quite something else. And now Yuki gets to go into her turn with 3 cards and an arsenal that we know is the CNC, starting with the Beckoning Mistblade.
See the rest of Yuki's hand. When she picks it back up, that is, Frank.
There we go. Oh, and now she's going to lay a card down for us to see on the combat chain.
I think her hair maybe. Oh, my goodness. While we were looking at her hand, she took from her hand and put levels of enlightenment on the combat chain. How much is this for, Frank?
I think that was for 4 with Go Again because of the Beckoning Mistblade, giving it Go Again and plus... Actually, I'm not sure what mode she chose on that.
I believe she chose Draw a Card.
Right. Oh, yeah, you're right. She did choose Draw a Card.
Yes. You kind of get all 3 modes when
Yeah,
you hit with Mistblade.
Those daggers are so good. And now Brodie facing down a CNC, 2 turns in a row of Arsenal Disruption, having given up the Crown of Providence to the first one.
Yep, no Crown to bail him out now. And Yuki's last card is Codex.
Oh, boy. We saw that card be very effective a couple of rounds ago.
This is such a different game from the one that Brodie played against Nghia. This is such a strong start for New. Brodie working with 2 yellow Rune Rager Swarms, a red Deadwood Dirge, and a blue Rune Flash. His hand blocks pretty well, but it's not really certain to us that he's going to be able to do all that much if he gives up cards here.
Yeah, and I think the card in the arsenal is a Rebel, so he can present quite a bit of damage, even if he blocks.
That is true. He can block with the 2 yellow Rune Flashes, then... Or, sorry, 1 yellow Rune Rager Swarm, blue Rune Flash, play Deadwood Dirge, play Rune Rager Swarm, play Revel, Tunic, swing Reaping Blade, present a pretty impressive amount of damage for just 3 cards, thanks to the Malefic incantations on the board.
Yeah, but maybe that plays a little bit into the new strategy. I'm sure that's what Brodie's considering right now, is just what if he does all of that and generates a 20 damage turn, and then Yuki just blocks as much of the damage as she can, right?
And then plays Count Your Blessings.
Exactly.
Exactly. There's still 4 more in the deck. 1 is towards the bottom and will be functionally the last Count Your Blessings Yuki gets to see unless she has to pitch more of them.
Yeah, and that's like pretty big spike of healing right at the end of the game or into the start of the second cycle.
And Brodie can block 6 here, but he does have to be aware that Yuki can cash in the Arousing Wave to take his arsenal from him. She's opting not to do it, content to let him do some blocking here.
Yeah, maybe the read on having pitched a red to play out that CNC was reason enough for him to think she valued the arsenal target. Tunic ticking up now. Going to play our Deadwood Dirge, go up to 5 Rune Chance, and now playing the Yellow Rager. We got our triggers, the attacks on the far left here because we got our combat chain stacked a certain way.
Yuki holding 3 blues, one of which is a Transcend instant. She kind of gets to do basically whatever she wants with this hand, and what she wants is to prevent damage without taking cards out of her deck. Perfectly reasonable here. Leaving just 1 floating is pretty... Oh, I'm sorry. That's 2 blues. She leaves 1 floating because there were 5 Rune Chants coming in.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And so then 3 Rune Chants being created from each of those Malefics and the Viserai trigger. Looks like Yuki's declared no blocks on the Rager itself. That's going to chip in for 2 damage.
Pretty safe declaration of no blocks there, too, because she can't get hit with a card like Succumb to Temptation because Arcane Damage hasn't been dealt that turn. So playing it as an instant isn't really something that's on the table.
Yeah, and then like we said, the Revel comes out, makes the 8 Rune Chants, and a Reaping Blade comes in, which Yuki covers up cleanly by pitching for the remaining arcane damage and blocking the sword swing, taking a couple of points leaking over the top.
But don't you dare think that with just one card, she isn't going to do anything. She is about to play Codex, leave no witnesses, forcing Brodie to put a card in his arsenal and then threatening to take it away from him.
Yeah, this is such a marvelous play on her part with that beautiful card art, and Brodie's going to have to think about what card he wants to put in his own arsenal.
Marvelous Marvel Codex of Frailty there.
Yeah, I am not paid by LSS to say that, by the way. I just came up with it on my own.
Well, I'm very proud of you. You know what hero she bought those codexes for?
Was it Lexi?
It sure was.
I double guessed myself a bit. I was like, maybe it was new.
Maybe it was new.
No.
She is a pretty big fan of new, but it's pretty hard for her to ever be as big of a fan of a hero as she was of Lexi. Speaking of people getting to play their favorite heroes, it's kind of awesome seeing Brodie back on Viserai. I kind of talked to him a while back when he had his run on Azalea, because when I lived in Dallas-Fort Worth, we were local with each other and got to see each other at armories and the such. And he was like, at the time, this was quite some time ago. This is like Outsiders. Viserai was quite bad. Azalea was quite good. He was like, it's disappointing to me that Viserai is not that strong, but Azalea gives me a little bit of that like A+B style Runeblade gameplay that I crave. So it's cool to see that come full circle a little bit and have Brodie in a top 8 here on the purple dad himself, Viserai Runeblood.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel like I'm in the same boat of, having played a lot of Viserai and gone through that saga of, oh, he's not actually that good to, now getting to play him again. And
this dude's good now.
And Brodie, having discarded to become the Arc Knight there, puts a Rune Flash into his arsenal. Is he?
Yeah, I believe he's just opting to take the Leave No Witnesses, putting a blue there so Yuki doesn't get a silver from his arsenal. His hand has become the Arc Knight Rune Flash.
Rune Flash, I believe.
The way he was flicking it made it look like he had 4 cards in hand, but I just watched him discard. I was so confused.
Yuki's going to get 1 silver off that Leave No Witnesses because it hits the 3rd Swarming Gloomveil, I believe.
Yes, I believe he is discarding Rune Flash to go get a non-attack action, likely a Mordred Tide or something to generate rune chance, maybe even just to read the runes.
And we're 4 turns into this game, and Brodie's deck is already looking so much smaller than Yuki's. Like, fatigue is such a real possibility in this matchup.
Malefic Incantation also makes sense. Getting those all out on the board really helps you maximize your Mordred Tide turns. I think in a matchup like this, where the damage in your deck matters just so much, it's important to kind of line up having multiple incantations on the board with your Mordred Tides to kind of make the most. Viserai is a very exponential deck. He scales very exponentially. When he has 5 cards, it's not like each card is worth 4. It's kind of like this card's worth 1 and then this card's worth 10. Especially, cards like Revel and Runeblood, where, you have some cards that are 0 for 2s. This card's worth 4, but it only works in conjunction with large hands. This is also true of Viserai's board state, where he really wants to have multiple of these to set up these powerful turns and, like you said, create that true damage effect, where you just present so much damage that the opponent really just can't interact with it.
Yeah, and he hasn't drawn a Mordred Tide yet this turn, this game. So that'll go real well with these 3 now Malefics that are in play. Passing back to Yuki, just arsenaling that last card, which I think we said was an attack action.
He's holding Sonata, Rune Flash, Machinations of Dominion, and another Rune Flash. Yuki
coming in with the Beckoning Mistblade, floating 1 resource here. Not quite going to have the Tunic counter up yet, but maybe next turn.
We are never going to get to see her hand.
She holds those cards close to her chest.
Like a true assassin player.
Yeah, exactly. You won't know what's coming till it gets you.
Yuki and I always do this funny little thing where, not to share too much of our personal life, where she will kind of tell me, no, I don't only play control decks. I like every kind of deck. If an aggro deck is good, I'll play it. Lexi was kind of aggressive, and then the only decks I've seen her play for, she topped Worlds on Icelander, she's on New, and she's like, wow, this deck is so fun. And I'm like, I think you just like control decks.
This is the Art of Desire Mind, which, and it's going to banish a Mordred Tide from the top of the deck.
Oof.
Had go again from the Beckoning Mistblade, and going to use that additional action point to play another Leave No Witnesses. This one just straight out of hand. Wow, Brodie wishes that card was just 1 card further up, and he could have drawn it. That intellect penalty from the couple turns back, really punishing him here.
Yeah, lacking that deck velocity is so painful. Yuki having a Venomous Bite here, just converting it for a 1 for 4 attack reaction.
Yeah, pretty confident no blocks from Brodie there. Just recognizes that you know, the card there is really, really hard to protect without giving up too many resources. He would rather keep these cards that are in his hand. And so top card is an Amplify and the Rune Flash. 2 more powerful threats get banished from Brodie's side of the board.
Oh my god, was this? Did he have all 3 red Rune Flashes in this hand? He had 1 in Arsenal and 2 in hand.
Yeah, well, this is a tough situation for him. He's going to have to figure something out. And, you know, Yuki can't gain life off those Count Your Blessings right now, but she doesn't really need to. She's kind of beating him up. And the Sonata hits a Drawn to the Dark Dimension and a Rune Rager Swarm. So we'll see what Brodie thinks is more important to play here. Going to threaten 1 arcane damage on Yuki's side of the board as well. You know, while we're thinking about this Sonata play and your comment about Yuki only playing control decks, one of the decks that I, you know, saw her play at one point in the Everfest meta was Viserai.
Yeah, she loved Runechant stacking Viserai.
Yeah.
Bloodsheath Skeleta.
Such a great card. And Brodie's picked now his Drawn to the Dark Dimension. Wishes that he could get back to that Bloodsheath ability. Has a little, you know, the younger cousin, maybe older cousin, but less potent effect in Drawn to the Dark Dimension. That's going to cost less because of these Runechants in play.
Only extracting 2 value rather than the 20 or so you would often get off of your Bloodsheath Skeleta.
Yeah, so good. Oh,
I love that card.
we could just have Nostalgia Hour, you know?
Paying 2 for this Rune Flash.
Yeah, and now, unfortunately, not going to get to pair each of these triggers with a Mordred Tide. 2 of those Malefics are going to go off the board after this attack resolves, creating 4 Runechants in total. Pretty sizable chunk of damage, even having eaten a Leave No Witnesses.
One that took a Mordred Tide out of his deck, no less.
No reactions.
Yeah, Sink Below. Yuki.
Oh, we're never seeing it. I'm giving up.
Declining to sink. Brodie says, actually, I have another one of those. And the way the resources work out here line up pretty well. He'll be able to play that draw note using the last floating resource and 1 cost reduction from the Runechant here to draw a card for the arsenal.
Yeah, a little bit better than swinging that Reaping Blade. Just generates a Runechant, better than not having a Runechant, and draws him a random arsenal rather than just arsenaling the drawn.
And now Yuki facing down 4 arcane damage, 4 physical damage with Go Again, and knows about that last card in hand, so she can kind of plot out the rest of her turn pretty easily.
Is a 0 for 8 good?
Yeah, actually, I do think it's pretty good.
Taking 1 arcane, it seems. Viserai trigger generating 1 more Runechant.
Yeah, this is Viserai's version of the Math deck. Just a Nick and a Rousing Wave being used on the blocks here. Going to cash in that arm piece so that she can use it later. And like we drew it up, the Drawn to the Dark Dimension is coming in hot on the combat chain.
Let's see Brodie's rip here.
And Brodie, so meticulous about representing his game actions. He's going to finish resolving the Arcane before he goes through the triggers, makes the Runechant from Viserai, and then draws the card.
Yep.
I think that in a lot of games, these little intricacies of trigger order and mechanics don't matter that much. But
the players don't want us to see their cards today.
yeah, they're really holding it close to the chest. Yeah, in a lot of cases, it doesn't really matter that much, but there's just always these edge cases where it does, like, you know, when you play Succumb before a defense step or something like that.
Right, because you weren't necessarily sure. You know, you didn't necessarily communicate to your opponent very clearly, or, you know, someone on some side of the table didn't know what was going on because stuff was maybe not necessarily enunciated all that well. Or just because somebody shortcut something a little too aggressively. I've definitely done that, like cast the Succumb and block step, and my opponent goes, oh, I was still thinking on blocks, and I'm like, oopsie.
Yeah, and now there's a Surgical Extraction coming in for 4, and we can see why Yuki might have wanted to block with that Arousing Wave as well.
Yeah, the Bonds of Agony finding its way to her pitch zone, as well as just representing the ability to push the Surgical Extraction to 5 if Brodie doesn't respect it. 8 life ahead. As you said, she can't gain from the Count Your Blessings, but that's not, you know, that's a good problem to have when you're playing against Viserai.
Yeah, and even though Viserai can turn around the games, if he finds the right sequence of cards, Brodie's really fighting against his deck here, you know?
Yeah, this is the Runeblade problem crystallized. Maybe not as dire as it used to be in the older configurations of Viserai, where you would draw a 4-card hand that just doesn't do anything, with like 4 Mavrian Skies that are all red or something to that effect. Maybe they can't all be red because that's not legal, but
Yeah, exactly.
point aside. Kind of finding those hands that truly did nothing, but the Runeblade issue does still occur where you can draw these hands that are just pretty clunky. Brodie holding on to 3 non-attack actions and a blue attack action. This Sonata could replace itself, but it may not be what he needs it to be. I think his arsenal is either a Revel in Runeblood or a Malefic Incantation. I only really caught a glimpse of the very top of the card, but pretty much no way you cut it. This hand is far from ideal, especially when you're staring down a Surgical Extraction, and with 1 floating, making it just straight up impossible for you to just shove your 4 remaining pieces of armor.
Yeah, I imagine Brodie's thinking about whether this Grasp is going to go on the combat chain, which he's picking up right now. Purple sleeves for the purple hero.
That's right.
Are those purple? Those might be blue. We don't need to get into my colorblindness live on the feed.
It's okay. I'm green yellow colorblind.
Oh, that's pretty novel.
Thanks.
And yet we're seeing the Runic Reckoning. One of the upsides of that card is that it blocks 3. It's going to cover 5, so Yuki gets to hold her Arousing Wave for the next time round.
Yep. That is when you don't have the defense reaction, that's the power of it. We're going to see Mordred Sonata.
We love good old Mordred Sonata, revealing 2 attacks, 3 attacks. Oh, no.
Still does make 2 rune chance thanks to the Mordred Tide, but that's not what you want to see. Speaking of the Runeblade problem.
Yeah, the opposite problem in that split is just all attacks. So Brodie effectively having spent that Sonata to make a couple of rune chants off the Viserai trigger. Going to be playing out another Malefic here from the arsenal. Going to make 2 more rune chants from that. And now attacking in with the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, 5 rune chants coming first, and then all of our triggers with the Mordred Tide in play.
So we're going to trigger 5 rune chants here, which Yuki has to deal with. Viserai is going to generate 2 rune chants, and then each incantation individually is going to remove a counter from itself and generate 2 rune chants. So when all is said and done, Brodie's going to have 6 rune chants on the back end after this 5 comes in, and then this Drawn to the Dark Dimension is going to draw a card to replace itself.
And there is 1 more Mordred Tide left in the deck, so, you know, there's not nothing. And maybe Yuki thinking about, is it time for me to take a more defensive posture in the game?
Speaking of, she's A-being 5 of the rune chants here. 6 on the back end.
Brodie's so smooth with that. Just
Yeah.
like, yep, I know exactly what's going on.
He's memorized the position of those dice.
Just 1 damage from this blue Drawn to the Dark Dimension coming in here.
I think like the worst case scenario for Yuki here is if Brodie draws Succumb to Temptation, can play it as an instant. Since no, Arcane Damage was not dealt.
Use the Tunic counter on Creepers to force that through would be an option. Oh, but no, she's going to Sink Below here on the 1 power attack just to get the Sink Below out of her hand.
Just to get the value. She has a 1-card play. You think it's Codex?
I think it might be a Codex here.
I think it's Codex.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Brodie probably knew that before we did, but you know what? I'm happy to catch up as it happens. We got a Ponder coming out.
Yep,
Frailty.
generating a Fronder and a Palety on each side of the board. Leave No Witnesses coming in to threaten Brodie's arsenal, also threatening the +1 attack reaction since Tunic is on 3. Brodie's got to consider his options here, holding 2 Rune Rager Swarms, a Drawn to the Dark Dimension, and a Machinations of Dominion. This is another blue-heavy hand that maybe just doesn't have enough gas in it. Brodie's deck is not lining up the way he needs it to this game.
Yeah, it's like all the stuff is coming together in clumps. It's not coming together the right way.
His deck looks about half empty by this state of the game.
And the tricky thing is, you know, with this Ponder, Yuki's just going to keep drawing into gas, keep drawing into ways to sequence her hands to maintain that pressure.
Yeah, Brodie does thankfully have 6 Rune Chants on the board, has a little bit of action left over from that Mordred Tide turn. So that does kind of, you know, as we actually saw, this is something I really like to, I felt like that ban article where they banned Art of War and stuff gave me such a useful and helpful term in offensive overlaps. And that's Viserai's like entire domain. He loves to have offensive overlaps. That's the entire ethos of the OTK Viserai strategy, where you just have so many rune chants stacked on top of each other. And even when he's playing a more aggressive plane, he still does it in kind of micro doses like he's doing here, where he has 6 rune chants on the board from the previous turn. And while that Mordred Tide turn, you know, presented X amount of damage and the 6 damage is attributed to that turn, it's still going to create a situation where it comes in with other sources of damage, forcing extra damage through because of the timing on it.
And now that Arousing Wave being cashed in is going to, clear out a Malefic incantation that was drawn off the drawn dimension the previous turn and a Runic Reckoning off the top of the deck. So Brodie kind of using his last point of armor on the grasp with the Arcanite there to force Yuki's hand a bit.
I believe she drew a Mystic attack reaction, either a Hiss or a Venomous Bite. She has to decide if she wants to Arsenal it.
And maybe thinking about the number of codexes that she's seen.
Yeah, having those attack reactions stuck in your arsenal when you draw a codex can be absolutely brutal because you can't just play the codex out if you don't have an attack to play the reaction on.
And now the 6 rune chants come in, microdosing that offensive overlap. Got 6 instances of arcane damage coming through, Yuki evaluating the game state and her hand, which we will one day get to see.
Only when she shows it to us.
Couple of blues being pitched now. We don't need to transcend. We just use these as blues.
From chat, BRB gonna go microdose some offensive overlaps.
Yeah, 3 rune chants being created off each of our triggers here. The Drawn to the Dark Dimension resolves. Brodie's gonna draw his free card.
It's important for us to know how silly the things we say on here are sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I hope that one makes it viral, as the kids say.
Wow, viral. Yuki opting to take the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, I believe, going to 25.
It was a blue, so it was only dealing 1 damage.
How could you possibly block it? It had overpower.
That's true. It is a very overpowered card.
Let's see Brodie's hand. He's got a Sonata and a Rune Rager Swarm, likely deciding how much he wants to ship on this turn. I think you can easily fall into the game plan that Nghia wants you to end up in, where if you're afraid of her taking cards away from you, you can find yourself playing out smaller hands, which lets her defend more effectively, pushing you further and further closer to fatigue.
And I really, really like this play by Brodie. He's going to play this Rune Rager Swarm, gives him more information on what Yuki's planning on doing, which is blocking in this case. He'll be left with 1 rune chant left here, and deciding just to use the Tunic to send the Reaping Blade after seeing Yuki defend with all of her cards.
Yuki gave up the whole hand. Did she ponder another codex? I don't think so. Perhaps she's just deciding to preserve her life total as much as possible. That is a Hiss in her arsenal.
Yeah, I think maybe just seeing that there were a lot of blues in that hand, preferring to wait for some better action. Brodie taking up the Tunic now.
Giving yourself, and that is something about this matchup that's so important, is that when they stack up chants like that, when they overlap their offensive advantages like this, you can kind of give up a little bit of tempo to neutralize that, which, while giving up tempo is painful, when you're out is to fatigue the Runeblade player. Keeping cards in deck while preventing damage is so instrumental.
Oh, and now Brodie's seeing a bit of a payoff for having kept that Sonata, because now he's going to hit, oh my god, I can't believe it. This is the second Sonata he's missed on a Mordred Tide turn. Going to still create those 2 rune chants off of it, but no attack action put in hand off Sonata Arcanix.
Also, I think life totals may be off. I believe Yuki took 4 at the end of that previous turn. She should be at 25 because she couldn't defend the Tunic Reaping Blade 1 rune chant 3 physical. She was at 25 when that came in. So I believe she's presently at 21. Bit of a misnomer. I imagine they'll correct that when they get around to it. Brodie, though the Sonata did whiff, he is still holding Rattlebones Amplify the Arcanite, so there's a little bit of action going on this turn.
And that arcane damage is going to be prevented. We're going to draw a card here.
Let's see what the rip is. Another Rattlebones. I don't think Brodie's dealt arcane damage this turn, so he can't play them as instants. I think he may be forced to light 2 cards on fire on this turn cycle yet again.
We don't have the stream cam on right now, but I'm just holding my head in my hands. I feel like this residual pain through the screen just watching this play out in real time.
I feel like everything has gone against Brodie in this game.
I was cheering for Yuki at the beginning because I was saying, you know, that Canadian representation, and this is just absolutely brutal. Yeah. Yuki says, yeah, I'll give you a 3 block here on the Drawn to the Dark Dimension. That's Art of Desire going to the bin.
Still has 2 cards to work with and that Hiss in Arsenal. Curious to see what she gets up to. I suspect it may be some sort of 2-cost attack. It's that one. Yeah, they're correcting life totals here. 22, I believe she may have AB'd the rune chant that came in.
And that's a Bonds of Agony. And you know what the funny thing is? There's not even any Mordred Tides left in the deck because Brodie just played his 3rd one on that previous turn.
Frank, what you just said is how I feel every single time my opponent presents this card. I think, well, that's a Bonds of Agony.
Yep.
Yeah. Brodie holding on to a Rattlebones, a Deadwood Dirge, and an Amplify, the Arc Knight, as well as a yellow Rune Rager Swarm. And I believe his arsenal is that 3rd Rattlebones.
Yeah, he was really hoping to draw blue on that previous turn, I think. And, you know, we saw so many of them go in the Banish or in the Graveyard already earlier in the game. Oh, and now she's pitched this Count Your Blessing. I don't need to count anymore. I can just kill you. Getting 3 reactions out here. Looks like she's holding on to this additional Hiss that's being generated because she doesn't need it, having already given go again. Oh, nope, she's going to play it.
Opting to clear it. I think that's pretty heads up. I think it can be pretty painful. It can just be so punishing to keep these generated token attack reactions in your hand. Because, like, if you just hold on to this and arsenal it, and then you draw a hand that's not capable of utilizing it, and you need access to your arsenal, either because you have a defense reaction you couldn't make use of, or because you have a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah.
It's just so punishing when you can't clear it.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, she might want to play a CNC or something, right? And, wait, no, Slither works on CNC.
Slither can target
all
CNC.
right.
That's kind of the payoff, right? Is the, like, I have Command and Conquer, you know, leave no witnesses, and a Venomous Bite or something in a blue, and that's like my 4-card hand, and then I have the Slither, which enables something really powerful.
And Yuki looked like she was checking out the number of Rune Ragers that were in the graveyard and now the Banished, so that she knows which card to select from Brodie's hand. Really wants to neutralize the threat density from the rest of his deck with this Bonds of Agony.
Is Brodie on? Let's find out. I believe Brodie is on 9 Rune Rager Swarms, so if she takes this, she's likely always able to take 3 cards out of his deck here. And oh my god,
so small.
That deck is thin. He has like 3 hands left at most. I don't even know if he has 22 damage left in his deck.
There was a lot of Storms or Ragers left in there still, actually.
He plays 9.
Yeah, but overall the number of cards is it's looking dicey, for sure.
Not doing the usual new thing of taking the blues to play them, but rather prioritizing the reds just to take damage out of Brodie's deck.
Yeah, and now Yuki Lee Bender doesn't have an arm piece or a leg piece, but has come out ahead on that exchange.
Brutally far ahead. Bonds of Agony is just backbreaking when you can't play around it.
Go fast, but then if it flips over, it's all Jover.
Brodie explaining his high-level shuffling technique. Oh, and look at how you threw that deck out there, you know.
Yuki attempting to emulate it on the other side of the table. Shuffle, 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 shuffle.
That's how, like, animated characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Shuffle, and it's like, it's so cool, but I can't do it in real life, you know.
It's very difficult. Have I ever told you, when I was a kid, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I used to play at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Locals when I was a kid, and I would draw my cards like they did in the show, and I would, like, you can't really see on the screen, but I would like draw it in a certain way and like really flip it around and do the anime cool guy thing. And I played against a guy at Locals who would just like read off every single card I drew it because I was showing it.
Because you were showing it.
And I was like 10 years old and I was like, how did you do that?
Yeah, you believed in the heart of the cards. Now Deadwood Dirge here is going to make the rune chant count go up to 4, followed by an Amplify. So this is going to be 4 and 6 coming in. Yuki remembering that she is sort of a fatigue deck. Doesn't block the arcane damage, but blocks 6 on that Amplify the Arc Knight. Knows that that last card is a Rattlebones that isn't able to be played effectively this turn.
Let's see what Brodie's hand looks like now. There's a Gorganian Tome, which doesn't block, a Runic Reckoning, and a yellow drawn to the Dark Dimension with that Rattlebones in his hand, and I believe another one in his arsenal. This is pretty clunky for the Brodester.
Yeah, and Yuki representing Pummel on this CNC with the 1 floating and Tunic counter.
I'm not sure she has a card in hand.
Still representing it. You never know what happens in these games.
You know, her podcast co-host, Jay Ueda, actually plays Pummel in his new deck and runs Traverse the Universe so that he can go get a blue with which to CNC Pummel.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
It's in the kitchen behavior. Brodie taking the CNC down to 4. That last Rattlebones leaving his deck. Only 1 remains, and it's in his hand. Leading off with the Gorg Tome.
We always like drawing cards. That's going to activate Kassai's hero ability.
That's true. If there were a Kassai in this game playing that Gorg Tome, it would have done that. Now we just need to see Yuki play her Gorg Tome and draw 2.
Oh, wow. A Runic Reckoning being played, granting a rune chant for Viserai. And now a Drawn to the Dark Dimension as well. That's going to come in for 5 total, with the rune chants coming first.
Yuki does know that Brodie still has that Rattlebones, but he also has a blue. So if she blocks this, you know, if she covers up the arcane damage, she may still see that Rattlebones creating an action point, because Brodie may choose to cash in Spellbound Creepers to get something going on this turn.
Yes.
Yeah, and I imagine that Yuki's not going to leave any room for Brodie to claw his way back in the game. So this is kind of, you know, just like every other turn has been a pivotal moment of the game, this one is pivotal in the sense that, you know, if she really plays to all of her outs and against Brodie's outs, it's really hard for him to come back from this life deficit.
Looks like he drew a Revel in Rune Blood. A little bit.
That's kind of gas. That's kind of gas.
It's a bit of gas. Yuki's at 13. Is he capable of presenting? If he plays, so he hasn't dealt arcane damage. Rattlebones, if it is to be played as an instant, he must activate Spellbound Creeper. He has 4 resources available to him. So we're holding a blue, a Rune Rager Swarm, a red, a Rattlebones, and a red, a Revel in Rune Blood. Tunics on 3. 4 resources. He can Spellbound Creepers, 3 left, pay 2 for Rattlebones as an instant, get a Swarming Gloomveil or a similar 0-cost attack, then play Revel in Runeblood, making 5 rune chants, 1 on the board, 6. Swarming Gloomveil comes in for 4, and Reaping Blade would come in for another 3, 1 more from Swarming generating 1. So that is 14 damage. He is capable of presenting lethal on this turn if he takes the line. And I think he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and this is where it's so important for Yuki to have prevented that arcane damage off those rune chants earlier in the turn.
Yeah, forcing him to activate the Spellbound Creepers is so punishing here.
Yeah, because if he had gotten an extra action point out of this Rattlebones, I think that, you know, damage ceiling goes up by another couple points, and that makes a huge difference at these really low life totals. Getting that Swarming Gloomveil. That's going to be coming in for 1+4. Preventing the 1.
Yuki holding a Hiss and 2 mystery cards.
Do you have any floating? No, because you Creeper, Rattlebones. You have Tunic out.
Tense moment in this top 8 of Battle Hardened Toronto here with the Flesh and Blood World Tour. I love saying that line. It's just like cool branding.
Flesh and Blood World Tour. It's a very old school card game. Yuki kind of executing a signature Brodie Spurlock level tank here, giving some thought to this attack. I believe Swarming Gloomveil's 3rd mode is online here, threatening to make the arcane damage unpreventable, which Yuki doesn't know, but Brodie's last card is a Revel in Runeblood, which would produce a salvo of 6 arcane here.
Wait, is the 3rd mode on?
I believe so. He's played Runic Reckoning, Rune Rager Swarm, Rattlebones, Swarming Gloomveil. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's 4 cards. Boom, there you go. There you go.
Yes, yes, yes. Taking a quick sip. 40 minutes into this round. Both players want to move on to the semi-finals at Battle Hardened Toronto. This stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. Brodie Spurlock, 7th seed versus Yuki Bender, 2nd seed. Both players did incredibly well in Sliss, and both players already played this matchup today. Brodie won the first time, and it's looking like Yuki's planning on kind of flipping the script at this moment. I'm curious to see if Brodie can kind of turn this around from the position he's in. Both players are on their tournament life here.
And the earlier game we saw Yuki play against a different Rune Blade. You know, that game was also so back and forth. We didn't know who was going to win. Earlier on in this game, we were saying Yuki had quite an incredible lead, but now it is within striking distance for Brodie to make a case for himself, right? She's going to be taking the damage here from Swarming Gloomveil.
These rune chants are unpreventable. This puts Yuki straight down to 3. She's just blocking with Mask of Recurring Nightmares. I believe she's going all the way down to 1. 2.
Oh, 2. There we go. Yeah, going down to 2. We can do mathematics here on the stream.
But she's holding double trouble just to nick. She's going to force Brodie to block functionally with his whole hand. If she plays 2 attack reactions, this card is going to go up to 3 base power. She's holding just a nick, which will add 5, pushing it to 8. And the hiss, though she doesn't have a blue card in her pitch zone to generate the slither, it's still a second attack reaction, giving it +3. This is for 11, and Brodie doesn't know. If he doesn't block at least 8, he's dead in the water.
That was some quick maths, which I didn't personally do, but my palms are quite sweaty actually right now, just navigating through the last turn of this game, maybe.
Let's see Brodie's hand here. He's holding 2 blue attack actions, a red Amplify the Arknight, and a yellow Drawn to the Dark Dimension. And this is such a brutal position to be in as the Viserai player. Not only is your hand not all that much action, if you're past 2, you don't have the Malefics to give your Rune Ragers go again, and your hand just doesn't convert the way you need it to. But also, this is such a brutal blocking decision to have to make without any defense reactions to speak of. On top of all of that, if you give up tempo while you're at 4 life here, the game is going to be over.
And Brodie just thinking about how he can play to his outs. We're assuming that even in the best circumstances for him, this double trouble might hit here and banish 2 more cards off the top of his very slim deck.
I think he only had about 10 left at last count.
Yuki
Hey,
now
Frank.
counting her own graveyard. Yep.
Great timing.
Mm.
What company produces those Heartbeat of Candlehold sleeves?
Dragon Shield.
Did you know that they're a sponsor of today's stream and Savage Feats as a whole?
I see in the bottom left corner, they're also producing some Syndra sleeves for next set of Flesh and Blood, The Hunted.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty stoked for Syndra. I'll probably buy the sleeves too, because I like to put the heroes in the matching sleeves whenever I can. I have purple sleeves on my Viserai deck, but if there were Viserai sleeves, I'd put them on.
What if you just got a bunch of Viserai tokens and put them on the back of every single card?
Buy a bunch of Dragon Shield clear sleeves.
Exactly,
And put
yeah.
Viserai in the back of all. That's a really funny gambit. Actually, Dragon Shield is...
Is that tournament legal? Like,
No,
considering
there's no way. There's no way. There's not even a chance. Dragon Shield is easily the producer of my favorite sleeves, specifically the event distribution sleeves from Flesh and Blood events. I don't know what it is they do different about those, but they're genuinely so high quality, specifically the Enigma New Moon ones. I bought 5 packs and they have this really nice stippled back. I'm not getting paid to say this, just to be entirely clear. I'm actually just such a fan of the shuffle feel of the event distro, specifically Dragon Shield art sleeves. They have such a good shuffle. I won't use anything else.
Here look like they're doing their best impression of Iron Rot boots, not gauntlets.
Well, he got an activation out of them. It's not just really expensive Iron Rot. It's really expensive Iron Rot that was also a Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. That's interesting to me too, Brodie. You know the thing about those sleeves and the same thing about this Battle Hardened is that they feel better because of the clout.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It doesn't mean anything to win something that no one cares about, but everyone cares about it because it means that you won it. You know, it's kind of like... the stakes are high because people care.
No, I
and
get
then
it
people
for
care
sure.
because
I
the
get it
stakes
for
are high, you
sure.
know?
I get it for sure.
Brodie says,
Brodie doing his best Bloodhound impression, attempting to sniff out whatever attack reactions
7.
Yuki has in store here. But this attack is going to be pushed to lethal damage here. He's only blocking 7. This is going to 11.
and you know what they say, 7-11.
There's the fist bump.
Awfully convenient.
What a game.
Incredible game played by 2 of the game's best players.
That was a textbook takedown of Viserai there. Brodie completely eviscerated somebody on the exact same deck earlier in Swiss. Just really, really brutally and swiftly executed Nghia Tran earlier in Swiss, only to have history rewritten in the rematch against Yuki, maybe avenging her fallen testing partner and really just kind of sending Brodie packing. That game didn't feel particularly close at all that many moments, and a combination of Brodie's deck working against him there, which is pretty unfortunate, as well as Yuki just piloting it so well.
Yeah, and then same goes even for Brodie, like looking kind of on shaky ground at various points, just the way the cards lay, but still made it so incredibly close, still fighting for it right up till the last turn. You know, now he's banished to the Shadow Realm.
And that is the kind of player Brodie is. He will take the time he needs, especially in untimed rounds, to find the optimal line in every single scenario, even if the game was losing from the start. Thank you so much to those two players here for putting on such a fantastic game for everybody at home. We're going to take a look at the top 4 bracket as both quarterfinals games have concluded. We have Yuki Bender, the player we just saw win that game against Brodie Spurlock, against Jimmy Nero Demau from Montreal. That's going to be our off-stream game. That's 2nd seed versus 6th, the classic Mistvale matchup of New Alluring Desire versus Zen Tamer of Purpose. And on the other side of the bracket, we have the Canadian kid himself, Michael Jazaker, 1st seed undefeated in Swiss against Michael Metallo, another Toronto area player, 5th seed on Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. And that's going to be our show match.
I'm going to just say, like, while we're on that screen, sure, that's fine. Come back here. All the Canadians made it through. Let's go! That's my gloat for the round. Yeah.
Happy to see the interlopers from beyond the southern border banished back to Wednesday game.
That's right. Get out of here. This is home turf for us. And now we're going to be Michael squared for the next round.
Oh, yeah, Michael squared. That's the secret to being good at Flesh and Blood. When I interviewed Michael Fung after he won Calling Portland, we talked about how his new testing team is going to be Michael and 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 Michael.
Wow.
And we'll be back. Oh, that segue was so good until I lost it. Speaking of Michaels, we'll be back shortly with our top 4 game where Michael squared squares off for their chance at the finals here at Battle Hardened Toronto. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
All with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Reinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Toronto. Ethan is back as well on this stop in the Flesh and Blood World Tour before Ethan continues his world tour, heading to Vietnam in just a couple hours for his friend's wedding. Yeah. So stoked for him to even be taking the time to join us for one more game. Glad to see you here, bud.
Yes, well, it's wonderful when you can combine Fab plus the things you love being my friends, travel. All that is culminating in this long saga of a weekend with Flesh and Blood, the World Tour, this lovely Battle Hardened with you, Elly, with Frank, with everybody. Then best man at my friend's wedding from college.
Yeah,
man, I miss this guy.
exciting.
I can't wait to go see him. So it's really just going to be such a fulfilling weekend. We just got to make it to the airport because this event is going a little too long. But that's okay because people are just sticking around. They're enjoying the heck out of this.
People were simply too stoked for this Battle Hardened here. I mean, we have we had 224 players. It's 8 rounds of Swiss, and we're just having a little bit of technical difficulty on the back end. Don't worry too much
Because
about
I'm
it.
here. I just have. If anything, I'm tossing rice. They're hitting buttons, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think it's about time to get into the game, but first, how you feeling outside of anxious?
Oh yeah, this has been. I might have been a little too negative over the hero spread on top 8, but look, I was just getting ahead of the tirades of complaints that are coming from Twitter. You know how it is when we celebrate a Rosetta meta and there ain't a single Rosetta hero up there. Okay, so actually we're gonna push to a little bit of a break real quick because I have to go help with something. Sorry about this. Another set of LL points to part the mist veil, and with that we'll be right back. Okay, right back. I think.
We're struggling with the cues a little bit here. It happens.
I don't know what's happening. Okay.
If only this were a recorded event and we could just cut that out, but the reality of live broadcasts is that technical difficulties occur. Sorry about all that, but that gave the players at the table a little bit of time to shuffle up,
That's right.
exchange some handshakes, do a little bit of table talk, and now we get to go join them.
Oh yes, because the game is underway. These two Michaels
Squared are frozen in time.
Oh my goodness! All right, the day is getting long, people. But here we go. We are watching Michael Yasker versus Michael Metallo, who these are just lovely, lovely people to interact with at these events. I see the Canadians quite a bit just from being so close in upstate New York, and these are just really pleasant people to be around.
I think we may have a, oh my god, did I DT moment happening here?
Oh, I see.
I point this out every time Michael Yaster is on stream. I believe that's the correct way to pronounce his last name, but we all just call him Jacuzzi.
It's not Jacuzzer?
Jacuzzi, Jacuma,
Jacuzzi,
Jacuzzer.
Jacoomer.
Yeah, whatever. I want to point out his manually white-bordered rainbow foil tiger striped Shuko from Part the Mist Veil that he just took off with acetone. It's
Wow.
kind of awesome. It makes me really want to do that.
What a
with,
rebel.
a rainbow foil of every legendary in each slot.
It's okay. It fits his personality so well. He's so mild and polite from your initial take of him, but as soon as you know him at all,
He's a little bit rowdy.
Yeah, he's an animal. So he's shown us all that with that Tiger Stripe Shuko right there. As we lead in this game, Michael Metallo was going first here, so he's taking just the safe line. Unfortunately, nothing overwhelming to drop on the board. No development of auras. It's just a pass right into Jacuzzi, but he is not responding in kind with any kind of turn 0 shenanigans, double chi, nothing.
Looks like he is capable of transcending here, but it's going to require him to doink his own attack down a little bit. So I think instead he's just leading with this 100 wins, coming in for 3, asking a response from Michael here.
3, easy enough to block, but will it be 4 with another 100 wins following up? Will it be 4 after that with the Winds of Eternity? Probably not. I don't think that's what's in Zen list right now. But a lot of could-be's with the combo here, and that's always fun to see.
We have deck lists about 3 inches to your right, Ethan. Let's find out whether he plays Winds of Eternity or not. He does not.
Oh, and look, I'm looking at Michael Metallo's deck list. He also does not play Winds of Eternity.
Would you believe
Would
that?
you believe it?
Would you believe that? Michael blocking 3 on the 100 wins, and other Michael following up with a weakest link threatening to take a non-block out of Metallo's hand, which he does indeed have, so he's forced to just block 6 with the last 2-3 blocks in his hand. However, while this blue does not block and would be taken away from him by the weakest link's effect, he does get to use it to fire off a Phantasmaclasm, swinging back for 9, and getting to mess with Michael's hand a little bit.
Messing with the hand texture of decks that are trying to punish a board state style of deck like Enigma is just so devastating. We don't quite see that in play here. There's no auras to speak of, but having any kind of interaction in that style of deck that's just trying to push back all these attempts at making an impact on the board is so powerful that a lot of high-tier players, including one of LSS's darlings, Ethnic Smoke, has shouted from the rooftops to actually just ban Phantasmaclasm straight up.
That sounds like
powerful.
a Monkage take to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Cracking in for 9 here, Nghia Tran, seen on stream earlier today, likes to refer to this card as 3 head jabs and a trench coat.
It could be. It's some kind of mirage.
This is the kind of proactive pressure that you need as Enigma to kind of like push back, like you said, against these aggressive decks that want to punish you for being a bit dirtly.
Absolutely. That time, it wasn't doing it too much to cycle out a popper or anything that was too critical to the way that hand texture played out. In fact, Michael also just folding the hand here, blocking 2 cards, basically saying my turn will not be too threatening into you, but we're still in that phase of the game where you don't really have to make that push yet. If you're trying to find time, put on decent pressure until you have that push that can demand more out of the life total of Michael, demand more of a board state type of threat. We're just going to get to that phase of the game.
White-bordered Tiger Taming Kakara coming in for 2 with Go again here. I believe the last card in Yazakur's hand, it's certainly a red combo card. I don't recall whether it was Tiger Swipe or Chase the Tail. But it will be a relatively small hand played out here. It is the Chase the Tail that he kept. Yeah. Seeing as he blocked with the Tiger Swipe. Metallo drawing up another hand that is pretty blue heavy, blocks decently well. I believe this is 3 blocks and a path well traveled. He probably would like to transcend here to get his Traverse the Universe online, but this hand doesn't really do it with a small amount of cards.
Eating 2 damage straight up. It's just 2 to the dome, no threat on wards in play. And now we're seeing a Chase the Tail that is not going to get its combo value off. How devastating. You're playing it on curve, sure, 2 cards for 6 damage, that's nothing crazy, but you're losing the ability to hit the ceiling of Chase. You're losing the ability to tutor out those crazy Chase combo turns. We've seen it happen already today where 2 chases in a single turn paid off beautifully. Now there's quite literally just 2 left in the entire deck.
However, when James Warburton fired off the double chase turn against Penny in round 2, we also... Those were the only 2 chases left in his deck when that happened. So we could still see that occur for Jazaker over here.
There's a lot still to tell for this game and how exactly Michael is going to use all those resources in a longer game is going to put him a little bit to the test here because his last match was just into the Zen Mirror. Much different game than the skills that this matchup is going to demand.
Here comes a blue Enigma Chimera coming in for 6, has Phantasm. Let's see if Yazaker has a popper. He does actually have Command and Conquer in his hand here, but he may just want to play his hand out. It also has a bit of a problem in that he has a Levels of Enlightenment, but only 1 blue with which to power it. Blocking with the 6 to trigger Phantasm here. However, Metallo does have a Transcend Instant and a Mira Guy in his hand. I kind of wonder if we see him just go ahead and with the Phantasm trigger on the stack, Transcend targeting this anyways, even though he's going to lose it. And he's going to do that just to get his Traverse the Universe online and maybe even develop the Mira Guy that's in his hand.
Absolutely. He has 2 huge lines with it, right? He can either play the Mira Guy out right now because he's under the assumption that Michael, he's already spent a card on defense at this point. maybe he can go ahead and defend the Mirror Guy well, or maybe he doesn't believe in it quite yet, and he's going for this line where you just efficiently use this at instant speed, trigger Enigma's ability, make that Spectral Shield, start to develop the tiniest bit of extra life, extra board presence, and set that Mirror Guy in arsenal when he knows Michael is maybe on a clunkier style of hand.
Michael's going to pitch a blue here to send Levels of Enlightenment. Oh, transcending out of Arsenal with the drop. He arsenaled on his very first turn, doinking this down to just 2 power unless he chooses the +2 mode, but it will let him get a chi into his pitch zone, both to activate Zen for the first time this game, his first transcend of the game, and let him choose a second mode on Levels of Enlightenment.
Yeah, I love seeing these kinds of lines here because the way that pitching specifically a chi works. You look at Zen's hero text, you have to pitch an entire chi. It doesn't matter that he had 3 normal resources floating, 2 from pitching the blue, floating 1, or only spending 1 rather, and then floating another one from Kassai. He specifically has to spend that chi for those blue resources. That's still 2 blue cards in the pitch then for levels. It's one of those really cute plays that I hope maybe at some point we start to see Mistvale heroes lean into spending maybe just 1 blue resource too. What does that look like in the realm of Flesh and Blood? There's always these revisits that we get to in these different parts of the world of Wraith that are really exciting to develop that kind of those mechanics.
Yeah, say what you will about Part the Mistvale. It is a little bit of everyone's favorite set to hate right now, but I do think the mechanics designed in it are just like like genuinely like masterful card game design. They're so fun. They're so tactile. I think the high power nature of it is just, it's the nature of the beast. When you design a cool set that you want people to play, you're going to push the power level. It's
absolutely
kind of how things go. But I don't know. I think the hold priority gameplay is really fun and entertaining. I think it's really cool. And speaking of holding priority, Michael didn't do that. I'm sorry. This was a bad segue. Drop it. We Crouching Tiger coming in for 0. Michael Metallo passing entirely through blocks and damage as it dealt no damage. Following it up with a Breed Anger for 4. Go again.
There we go. That's the combo we're looking for. It is just making extra value here on the Tiger. Maybe some kind of payoff guaranteed on this turn, of course, because he did tutor out with Zen. So now Kakura pushing that next Crouching Tiger we're going to see on the combat chain here. Guaranteed to be that +1 damage higher. 2 unknowns beyond that.
We have a Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone, thanks to Breed Anger, to follow up for 1 after this Tiger taming Kakura. Metallo holding a second Manifestations of Miragai and a Weakest Link. This is kind of what Enigma wants, you know, when she kind of does her big pushback turn, is that she wants to have a piece of disruption to follow the Miragai swing after he gets the chi. So it's possible we see him cash in the Traverse the Universe this turn to try and get a little bit of tempo going and maybe try to slam the door in Zen's face a little bit.
Exactly. That's the optimal way to drop a Mirror Guy in these aggro matchups, for it to actually threaten more than just the Ward 4, threaten more than just that initial swing. It has to be on top of Disruption, and Weakest Link is almost always lining up into these Mistvale type decks. It's something Michael Yasker on his own side is probably running Weakest Links and CNCs as his own popper count, but they're equally as disruptive into Metallo as well.
Talking about genius card design that I really truly love, seeing the Traverse the Universe hit the table here. One of my favorite things about this card is that because you pitch the chi, it's almost always just on the bottom of your deck, so you just pick it up, maybe thumb 1 or 2, 3 cards out of the way, take it, and then just give it a quick shuffle. It's very, very, very handy and tactile gameplay. Ending on E-Strike for 5. Draw a card. Let's see the rip.
Ooh.
Stir the pot straight into the arsenal. Definitely not bad. Sets up a Transcend for his next turn. As long as he can get through this Mira guy into Weakest Link setup that Metal has going here.
If anything, he's now thinned from his next hand, this potential non-block. It sticking in arsenal won't really do anything if Weakest Link then sees no other non-attacks, or instants rather. So this could be great sequencing on the draw. We'll see.
Yeah, that is the downside of the Weakest Link sometimes, is that occasionally your opponent says, yep, no blocks. Here's 4 cards with 3 block.
Take a look, buddy.
Let's take a look at Yazaker's hand here.
And one more shot. Look at that.
All the cards block. This Weakest Link is not disruptive, meaning this turn is just damage. It's incredibly efficient. We're going to see Mirgai Kraken for 8, followed by the Weakest Link coming in for 6, 14 damage and 4 life functionally gained on the back end thanks to Ward 4. But you want to really diminish your opponent's ability to shut down this Mirgai that you establish. If they can keep 5 cards, especially Zen keeping 5 cards to push through, it gets incredibly difficult to effectively keep your dragon around.
Right, this hand, to answer it, is all blues. Obviously, it's going to be off the back of tutoring with Zen's ability. It's going to go at least as wide as a couple tigers plus the Kakura. Oh, sorry, there was the Breed Anger. That was the 4th card drawn.
Yes.
But there's also the option to just rip that Ancestral Harmony and really push it, because you're looking to play a blue anyway to kick off the Stir the Pot. You can get that off of leading with the Tiger Taming Incantation if you want. You can get it off of the Ancestral Harmony. There's 2 ways to kick start how this turn is going to go. At minimum, he just wants to present enough threat that Mirgai is threatened, and I think you have that in a bunch of different ways.
Even if it is all blues, like you initially thought, and he just goes 1-1-1-1-1-1-1, it's so brutal to keep your dragon around in that scenario.
Very, very annoying. With no Spectral Shields off the back of this either, those ones either demand an entire card or just eat the ward in and of themselves. There's no Phantasmal Footsteps here either, so you don't get the cheap block there. You don't have the Calming Gesture potentially block in that capacity as well. The 1 damage really is going to be just so annoying for the Mirgai to survive. I don't think it's going to happen. I'll call it now. It ain't going to happen.
Yeah, and that's really not what you want to see when you cash in your Traverse and then send, you kind of pin everything on your first dragon that you slam in this matchup. You really need to make it last and get as much value out of it as possible. And not only is Jacuzzi in a position to take it away from him, he hasn't even cashed in the Traverse of his own on the other side of the table yet.
Yeah, and speaking of the resources we're tracking here, to pull this turn off is a cheat card pitch to a Mirgai, and we're out of 2 shuffles. I believe one of the Transcends early on was Stir the Pot. I might be wrong on Metallo's side. And then he used his Transcend. So beyond that, there is no shuffle effect available to him. And putting these really powerful cards together in combination in a matchup where it's probably not even going to see second cycle effectively means those cards are just gone.
Michael saying no blocks on the Weakest Link, taking 6 down to 23 and laying his hand out on the table. However, Metallo does not get to force him to discard a card, as there is no card without base defense value in their hand.
Yeah, if anything, we see Metallo he's biting his lip a little bit. I understand. This hand will hit me. It will hit me quite good. No Weakest Link. I am the Weakest Link, if anything, for this next turn cycle.
The Weakest Link was the Weakest Link in this hand, an efficient 4-card 14, generating some life on the back end, but the value you're really looking for is what you get in the turn that follows, thanks to Manifestations of Mirgai.
Oh, okay, he's going for the rip to start the turn. And that's a combo card! Let's go!
Even saying, wow, that's pretty good.
That is real good right there. Good. Who cares that it was just a blue combo card? That's just free value left and right and center.
Not only is that free value, that is a chain ender.
Right. Yeah, something this hand lacked. You always can tutor for what that missing piece was due to this Transcend into the Zen ability, but now front-loading the information of this turn means he can go for a wide attack here rather than the chain ender attack that potentially would have been the other choice he was leaning into.
His hand fires off a Chase the Tail quite easily with this Breed Anger. He also has, he's flush with resources beyond it even, holding a Harmony of the Hunt, a Tiger Form Incantation, and an Inner Chi with 1 floating from the 12-petal Kassai. If he wants, he has $10 to spend at the bank of Michael here.
$10 when the pitch outlets he has access to, total 5? So we'll see. Sometimes you get in these positions, right, and the game might just be over if those were reds over blues. The combo potential of Ancestral Harmony, like red combo cards in this type of situation, just drastic. But luckily, with as good as this turn started, as good as it's going to turn out because of having wide attacks, having the Chain Ender, it is not flush with extra damage from hand beyond Breed and whatever this red tutor is going to be. Maybe that second of 3 Chase the Tails.
It does look like he's going to get the Chase the Tail, but I think he's making sure that his math is all correct on resources here. Locking in his choice of the Chase the Tail and giving his deck a quick shuffle, also staring directly at us in the camera as he does so. Metal does not look super duper happy about this turn of events. He kind of knows the writing's on the wall, like, oh no, this dragon is not sticking around. I cannot ride this one to victory.
Mirror Guy not quite manifesting what it needs to stick around here. I'm interested always in how, when you have this kind of position, how you sequence the attacks, because leading with the Crouching Tiger here so far has no buff, right? So now Chase the Tail coming through. This kind of, you can kind of play here with, did you want to lead with Kakura first? Maybe you're playing that blue Harmony of the Hunt. Where are you poking and prodding to get the numbers where you want them? He's deciding the first amount of damage I want to present to you is 5, completely covered by the Ward 4 instead of being kind of awkward with maybe a Kakura first. So I really try to tune in to see the lines taken in those moments.
Interestingly, even though he didn't lead with the Kakura into Tiger there, because he would have to play the Tiger after the Kakura, I think what he's trying to set up here is he wants to Chase the Tail, attack following Chase the Tail, have my Tiger, swing my staff, and then have the Tiger following it be as large as possible, because this Harmony of the Hunt is going to trigger Shuko and threaten 2 unpreventable damage, which at the moment, you know, denies, if Mirror Guy is still on the board, which is what was the case when he made the decision to go with this line, he wants to threaten that unpreventable damage to maybe deny Metallo that Mirror Guy value. And now he's going to get to come in with the Crouching Tiger for 3, immediately following it. Maybe he just doesn't even swing the Kakura this turn so that he can play out this Chi Unleashed, coming in for 6.
Okay, so this means he's just slotting a, is it? Wait, we should know that last card in Arsenal. It might just be too late in the day for me. It is the Crouching Tiger. Right. Yeah, generated Crouching Tiger.
Generated by Harmony of the Hunt.
Right.
You want to know a quick shorthand for where Tigers go? If it's a talented ninja card, it goes into your hand. If it's not talented, it goes to Banish Zone.
There we go.
This
and
is the drawing card's talent.
How about it going to Arsenal? How does that happen?
It goes to your hand, then you put it in your Arsenal.
That's right.
So it does have to be Mystic for that to happen. What about when it goes into your deck as a new player? How'd that happen?
Oh, as a new player.
You play their blue Harmony.
Play their blue,
the
play their generators.
And Light and Strike.
And Light and Strike it. Oh, sure. That's fun.
Yeah. Or Sink Below, I guess, but that's not great. Yeah, that means you passed with the Tiger in your
hand. And there's probably some minigame to be played of, can I put a Slither, a Fang Strike, a Crouching Tiger, and is there even another legal token you can generate? Can I draw that hand in a game of Flesh and Blood? Is that possible?
I wonder if there's another legal token you can generate. Maybe after the Hunted, we see some kind of,
after the Hunted.
We see some Azuri getting to swap out a dagger, a token dagger, but it's not going to go to the deck.
Well, that'll be a bingo board one day. Passing back now into Michael's turn. He's got non-stop Transcends here, leading with the Wind Chakra, following it up, Transcending, getting another tutor. This is the last Chase the Tail. So we noted how quickly that first one went. The second one went even faster, and now the third is pretty much out here before you could even blink.
I believe Metallo arsenaled a Pummel, but this hand doesn't have a blue. I don't think. Is that a blue Sink Below in Michael's hand, actually? We're going to get a look at his ear before we get a look at what remains in his hand. That is a blue Sink Below. He can pitch that to play, come in, conquer, and use Tunic to pummel it if he's willing to cash in a little bit of his life lead. This Chase the Tail is going to be followed by most likely Aspect of Tiger Body.
That is the Canadian Spice, isn't it? The blue Sink Below. They were the ones sharing a picture of like a deep blue hole out there.
No, that was Min-Max.
Oh, that was just Min-Max?
Yeah, that was Team Ascent.
Oh, yep, you're right. You're right. It was Team Ascent. Well, adopted by all. That is the power Min-Max has over the entire Fab community, isn't it?
3 go again. Makes a Crouching Tiger in the Banished Zone that will come in for 4 after Aspect, thanks to Tiger Stripe Shugo's triggered ability.
Yeah, Michael's really just on the back foot again and again. It's that pummel with Tunic line with all those 2-cost disruptive pieces. That's where it's going to line up here. So this next turn cycle, the pummel CNC is really looking to swing the game. Otherwise, openings are starting to become few and far between as that life just dwindles so quickly.
Yeah. Putting a 3 block on this Tiger for 5, pumped up by 1 thanks to this Kakara swing.
I think the problem here is there's no incentive to Arsenal a powerful card. If he drops the Breed Anger here, that's just kind of it. That's the end of the turn, or rather, he's going to play it. Then the crouching, well, the crouching wouldn't even have a pump, so he doesn't go for it. He just ends and tries to go for a large line. Now it is playing right into the CNC pummel to really, really have the impact it was looking for.
Let's take a look at Yazaker's hand here. Another chi found thanks to shuffling his deck with Zen's ability and levels of Enlightenment as well as an Enlightened Strike. And another aspect, thankfully for Metallo, a bit of reprieve is that Yazaker is out of Chase the Tails, meaning that the aspect won't necessarily be as fully bodied as it usually could.
Right, it's Sacred Art, and that's pretty much it to make those Tigers as punchy as you, well, not even as you want them, but to give them any sort of attack. It's really the Kakara +1s, it's the Tiger Taming Incantation, which just runs in blue, and it's the Sacred Art.
And Wind Chakra.
Yep. A lot of blues to getting the job in at this point, right? That's kind of the thing.
Good old Wind Chakra, blue-red head jab.
Heck yeah.
Blue-red
that blocks 3.
Blue-red head jab that blocks 3.
Speaking of blocks, I'm wondering at this point how Michael, okay, there we go, how he's making blocks around the pummel. He's just saying, you know what? Hit me
I'm
with
not
it.
playing your game. I'll take 10, lose 2 cards, and, you know, I'm still in an advantageous position.
He is comfortable giving this insane value swing over to Michael, looking and at the board state here, noticing there's no permanence in play. He will still be at a healthy 13 plus that huge swath of armor that Zen has access to. He can take a bad turn, a bad quote-unquote turn like this, and still have so much left in the tank.
Looks like we're going to see a Zen activation here. His last 2 cards are Enlightened Strike and Aspect of Tiger Body. Curious to see what his plan for this turn is. Maybe we'll see a Pouncing Chi join the fray, or just a Tiger Swipe. Tiger Swipe would make a lot of sense.
That's right. It's not giving the Tigers much value itself, but it is coming in for 0 for 4. That is a great rate. You're just turning a blue into a pretty proactive card.
I'm going to shuffle and present to cut for maybe the 10th time this game.
That's the tactile feeling you were talking about that Misveil brings to the table. You really touch a lot of cards.
You touch a lot
in the sleeve, out of sleeve, in the deck.
It's a good feeling. I won't lie to you. Tiger Swipe coming into 5, following that Crouching Tiger that cracked in for 0, pumped up by 1 thanks to Tiger Stripe Shuko. Metallo holding just a very, very kind of efficient, mid-rangey kind of hand. Looks like he wants to preserve and develop that Rage Spectre, which is pretty nice, honestly. It's 2 blues for a 2-card 7. You get to swing 6 and then have 1 ward on the back end. Yazaker putting a Crouching Tiger into his deck to play Enlightened Strike for 5, naming draw a card here, threatening to put Metallo down to 15.
I don't know what that little fist bump was for, but I'm vibing with it. Michael seems happy. Other Michael seems not as happy. But at the end of the day, they're both playing Flesh and Blood, and they're both walking home with money. So there is some level of happiness that's been achieved by both, and that's all humans seek to do in this world, isn't it? Feel a little happiness.
Walk home they will. Both of these people are Toronto locals. The home field advantage is really, really showing its true colors on this day. Rage Spectre hitting the table, refunding Metallo's action point as he controls no other auras, and cracking in for 6 damage, threatening to put Yazaker down to 7, and it will be worth 1 life on the back end, thanks to the ward 1 it has when it's not Metallo's turn. I'm curious if we're going to see Yazaker shove the Traverse here, and he reaches for it right as I say that. Looks like he's blocking 5, maybe giving up this Pouncing Chi because it's just not that high value in his hand, and getting the Inner Chi out of his deck.
Knew exactly where it was. At this point in the game, there are just enough reds for him to push through an effective turn here. I mean, we're going to see that tutor out. Probably another Tiger Swipe-esque card. Right, pull power out of the deck. Trade your headpiece, effectively, for a red. And block 2. Whew, Lord. And it's Crouching Tiger, which then guarantees, like, Shiko activation. Whew.
Is blocking and drawing cards good, Ethan?
Is
that powerful?
Oh, man.
Know? Does anyone know?
Imagine, like, Husk drew me a card or something. Like,
well, that one blocks for 6. 4 is kind of a whole card.
6 ain't that much in today's Flesh and Blood, not gonna lie.
No comment.
No comment.
No comment. No comment.
Okay, so the turn starts here. It is a 100 wins. This is very reminiscent of how the game started. At this point, it is threatening that Rage Spectre, though, only covering up a Ward 1.
Just like you suggested might happen on the first one of the game when you said, oh my god, maybe the 100 wins is followed by 100 wins for 4. It happens here. 100 wins for 3 into 100 wins for 4, triggering the combo text on it.
200 wins equals 4
wins.
damage.
200 wins is 7 damage total. That's 6.
Oh.
Yeah, 7 total.
Well, okay. 200 wins equals 7 damage?
That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's not. It just sounds like a lot of wind, but at the end of the day, wind doesn't weigh anything, so I guess 7 is a lot.
Half of Metal's remaining life total. He also doesn't have a chi with which to give his Meridian Pathway Ward 3, so they're functionally textless on this turn where it kind of seems like lethal damage is capable of being presented. I think that chi is going to enter the pitch zone here. Let's see what Yazikar searches for. I suspect it may be the one mauling chi in his deck.
Oh, yeah. Looking for a Chain Ender on a turn that was otherwise lacking one. This one incredibly spiky, threatening that extra hit. Look, single-digit life. We're already there. The Mauling Chi alone is presenting lethal. That extra hit, if it goes through, when your opponent's just at 5 to begin with, that's a huge percent. 20% of your life.
Denies him the ability to block with his Tunic and go to 1, if this Crouching Tiger didn't already do that. I mean, Metal doesn't have any 1-card plays left in this hand. He's forced to give up 2 cards Arsenal and send it back to Yazikar, who has not only 12 life and 5 armor remaining on the board, he also will have 5 cards going into his next turn.
Oh, yeah, and it's 5 plus the Pouncing Paws, right? That is actually quite a big difference in this stage of the game. If you had the Striders, you would have had to block to get that extra Crouching Tiger in hand if that was your enabler. From this position, Michael can just say, that's what I'm missing, Cracker, right now. Who cares that I didn't get the 1 block off the battle? And who cares that I took that CNC pummel and actually discarded and lost my arsenal to the effect because we're in Canada and still win the game without...
Canada as opposed to the United Kingdom?
Oh, no, we're just in Canada. So, that statement wasn't connected to any prior experience we've had on stream.
Okay, cool. Michael forced to tick Tunic and pass back to Michael. Let's see Yazikar's hand here. That is not what Matawa wants to see here. The Sacred Art in Arsenal threatening to bury him. Saving graces for Matawa. Yazikar only has 1 blue with which to work, but he does get to play Harmony of the Hunt. Come in with a Crouching Tiger 4-0, and then 1-for-1 thanks to the aspect of Tiger that will likely follow the Harmony, making another Tiger, going Tiger for 0, Tiger for 1, trigger Shuko, and then end on the Command and Conquer in his hand. I'm not really sure Metallo has many ways to even consider surviving this turn. I believe his hand has a block value of like 8.
Not a whole lot, and that blue Sink Below, you look
and
for
a block value of 5.
Yikes. Yep.
The Sink Below could maybe get him there. He can double transcend to find a little bit of life.
Right, the Sink Below is enough to... Is it double transcend? Oh, it is double transcend. Okay, that's tough. It was the singular transcend, then that blue Sink Below is actually everything you need here to go ahead, make sure you can transcend, pitch into Enigma, get the extra block value there. Now your boots are online. That's a huge saving grace to make these low-value block hands actually do something on defense. But you're right, the double transcend here is most likely nail in the coffin.
Cleanly blocking 3 on the Harmony of the Hunt, and Yazikar follows it up with Aspect of Tiger Body for 3. Another head jab that blocks 3.
Yep.
Go again, makes a Crouching Tiger in the banished zone. Yazikar has a Crouching Tiger and a Command and Conquer in his hand.
Yeah, so this just looks fantastic. The curve on this ending on CNC just so beautifully. The Sink Below played out here is pretty much its only window to be played on this turn, so hopefully Michael acknowledges that and goes for it. I think you have to anyway. You want more information. You sink one of the transcends, draw up a block card there. That does kind of change how you can play with the remaining block value in hand. But it's got to block now. If he doesn't smell that this is a CNC on the last attack, then
could just be over.
Different
this
line.
Is the optimal line. He's going to double transcend and
you're
most
right.
likely play the blue Sink Below to get one of the chi out of his hand to find a 3 block, ideally.
That's right, that's right. Might as well convert it to a chi now. These are pretty minor effects otherwise.
Yazikar has pitched a Preserved Tradition this game, but I don't believe he's transcended with it, as well as having shuffled his deck about 17 million times since putting it on the bottom. Metallo taking the safe line and banishing Traverse the Universe so that if Yazikar has the Preserved Tradition, he can't get his card fizzled.
Doing us all a favor and trying to banish it prematurely. We'll see. Doubt that card gets Shadow Realmed. with the finish line so close. Double checking. Okay.
Oh yeah, stir the pot.
Oh yeah,
Shuffle
stir the
deck.
pot. Yes,
For
I
just a
must. I
second,
must
was like,
shuffle.
What's he cooking?
Yeah.
What is he cooking?
I thought he was
Stir
trying to
the pot.
decide which chi to put on the bottom. I don't think that
We haven't
actually
even gotten to the Muus
could
symbol
matter.
yet.
Yeah.
We haven't even gotten to the sing pullout. But I
So
think
much
we're
game
about
still to be played. Let's go.
Oh, we're going to activate Enigma. So it seems like his goal here is to... Oh, he's cashing in the Meridian pathway. Right, of course.
Right.
This Award 3.
Yeah, I mentioned this before, but the problem is now that Sync Below does not counter this last attack of the turn. So if you wanted to guarantee that you could play this hand on full defense, like that was your ability to, because you just don't get it now. Well, you can use it here. It looks inefficient, right? So it's really all if he smells the CNC or not.
Oh, no.
Oh,
I think you might be right. I think we might see this game zipped up by that Command and Conquer. He has 1 ward on the board and 0 block value in the hand.
And look at that.
Oh, the little lip bite head nod. Oh, shucks.
Oh, shucks. I did this on camera.
Shucks.
That's okay, man. That's okay. It's super marginal there on being able to smell what that Chain Ender is. The deck gets shuffled so much, too. It's really hard to track where things are. CNC closing out the game, but really great run from some of Canada's best to make it to top 4 here. And this means Michael is, well, okay, Michael Yasker. Of the two Michaels, Michael Yasker, he's still undefeated as we go on. He was first seed, undefeated. He takes down Metallo here to potentially win a Battle Hardened undefeated. What a feat.
What a feat. Michael squared stands Michael divided as Michael Yasker moves on to the finals, which we will soon find out what the winner of the game between Jimmy Nero Diamant and Yuki Bender is. A new versus Zen matchup classically favors new, but I think we'll find out after a short break where we'll be back with the finals.
That's right.
And we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
All with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to take up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.
Hey, everybody. So we're still waiting on the Yuki versus Jimmy game to wrap up. Not entirely sure how long that one's going to go, but here we are. This is the beauty of catching up to the live broadcast. So in the meantime, we're just going to keep chilling. Everyone's energy is hitting the limit, I think. So people need a break. They need to drink their bubble teas provided by the lovely Lazy Dog. So once everyone hits the tee, we get that game ready for you. Finals will be here. So with that, it's either going to be a Zen mirror or it's going to be Zen versus Yuki on new. And then they'll wrap up the day, and then that's it. We're going to wrap up. I'm going to get to the airport, and I'll see you at the next one. So until then, I don't know. I'm going to guess like another 5-ish minutes, and I'll give you at least another update. So 5 minutes update. Maybe the game's ready. We'll see. All right, update. The game is almost over. One of the players is at 2 life. Ain't going to tell you who yet. But that means it should wrap up probably in this next chunk of 5 minutes. Hey, I'm honest. I'm just lying to you. This one I'm making it up 5 minutes. Who freaking knows? But at least in 5 minutes, you'll get your next update. But one of the players is at 2 life, so we should be moving forward pretty quickly. Sorry. Thanks for bearing with us. Hopefully you're vibing with the music on this late night until we crown the winner of the Battle Hardened Toronto. It is either an undefeated player or it is a player whose name is already famous and just looking for another win in the book. It's still hella exciting. So that's coming up. Next update in another 5 minutes.
welcome back. We have the finals of Battle Hardened Toronto, the finals of this stop in World Tour of Flesh and Blood. One of the first World Tour stops in the new year, 2025. We're pretty early on, but we are pretty late on into this tournament as we have just one more game for y'all. You know we have Michael Jaziker, the winner of the previous game, but Jimmy Nero Demare taking down Yuki Lee Bender, both a titan of the game and a titanically unfavored matchup as the Tamer of Purpose, managing to move on to the finals. We have a little bit of a run back of my first stream with Savage Feats here, where at peak Zen meta, the first thing I did with Ethan was at Canadian Nationals 2024. The finals of that was also a Zen mirror, so maybe my presence is cursed.
I mean, I think you say curse, I say it's a blessing, because I love watching aggro mirrors. I love aggro, and Canada loves aggro, as you can see by the spread here. But just shout out to Jimmy there as well, another Montreal player that we're sees some success at the high level here against Michael, who is a local to Toronto. And both these players choosing, of course, their favorite ninja with no hair.
If you'll root for Mr. Demea, I will root for Mr. Jakumer. Let's take a look. Well, let's take a look at the two of us before we jump straight into this game. Listen.
Which one of us can do the better Zen impression? What's the tagline that he says?
The best Zen impression is being bald.
I'm not that bald.
Egg.
Something like travel with purpose or something. Is that what he says? I need that line.
I'm not sure.
I've got it. Here it is.
The tiger walks its own path.
Can you do a good Zen impression, Frank?
I don't know. I just tried to remember what it was.
You weren't. I don't even think
I didn't say a single word that was the same.
I don't even think you got the correct. Like, I don't think you found the word the in the thing that you said.
I know. I already forgot what he said also.
He said the tiger walks its own path.
The tiger
Ethan's got
walks its own path.
And it's certainly a path well traveled today, as we'll see both heroes playing lots of Transcend cards in this grand finals of the Battle Hardened.
Even if my presence is a blessing, it is a blessing that we did not see any count your blessings make it to the finals of this tournament.
And that's a PTI for both of these players up top as well.
PTI for both people who've made
prizes
finals
of the Battle Hardened circuit.
Alrighty, the players need just a little bit more time to finish shuffling up. A little bit of a false start here. So we're going to take a little bit of a bathroom break and see y'all in 5 minutes. Welcome back for the first time you've seen us since our semifinals game to this World Tour stop in Toronto, Ontario. This Battle Hardened stop in Toronto, one of the first major events of the year and one of the last major events of the Rosetta Meta. We're going to send you over to Ethan for just a second. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're going to send you straight into this game. Several misfires here today.
Yeah, we're both these players are going to be playing for some of those World Tour points. And Michael Jasker, as the top seed, gets to choose whether he wants to go first or second, and he's choosing second.
Makes a lot of sense. In these aggro matchups, you kind of generally want to be the first person to get the first free kind of tempo hand. You know, you get to attack turn 0, but the defending player will get to refill their hand. There is kind of the back and forth of the person going first gets access to the first 5-card hand of the game, but the person going second gets access to the first one that truly strips cards. A very basic fundamentals of Flesh and Blood thing, but very important in mirror matches like this. I think the other big determining factor in this matchup is going to be who transcends first and who transcends the most.
Yeah, transcending fast is definitely very important, especially just to get your traverse online for enabling a greater number of lines. But then you need to keep doing it and keep accessing that chi to tutor up the specific card that you need, right?
Interestingly, Jimmy's deck is a little bit more content to block than Jazaker's, playing 3 Sink Belows to Jazaker's Wax Offs, which are a little bit less good in this matchup, where Zen plays a fair few 1 costs. Jimmy also playing Flick Flack, which we're seeing enter his pitch zone off the rip here to pay for this Tiger Taming Kakara on turn 0. Also another Flick Flack in his hand, as well as an aspect of Tiger Body. Maybe not exactly what he was hoping to see on the opener.
Yeah, on the other side, a Wax Off being played, a defense reaction from Jasker. Thankfully, I think for Jimmy, there wasn't a Transcend card to go along with that blue defense reaction, but it did cover up the damage. And now Jasker gets to play the first real turn of the game.
He has a blue and 3 reds to work with, starting off with 100 wins, just like we saw him start off with 100 wins against Michael Metallo.
It's a true battle of the Michaels in that previous round. And now coming in, Toronto versus Montreal. Toronto has struck first blood with 3 damage going at Jimmy. Followed up with an E-Strike. See the modes that are chosen on this. You're in +2, coming in for 7. Just a nice little efficient turn for a starter, right?
Yep, little 3-card 10, and I believe he's going to be arsenaling that Levels of Enlightenment to set up a powerful Transcend turn as soon as he can possibly find an instant.
Well, and Jimmy just says, yeah, I want to get this Pouncing Paws online. Maybe he needs it to enable some Tiger synergies in his own hand right now. So we're going to block with that. And a Flick Flag. It's going to cover 5.
Textless here, just a 0 for 4 defense reaction. Getting some pretty solid value out of a single card, but not going to give him the opportunity to get some extra block value thanks to its ability. Jimmy holding on to a Wind Chakra, an aspect of Tiger Body, a Chase the Tail, and an Ancestral Harmony. I almost said Harmony that. An Ancestral Harmony, little bit of an awkward hand. Curious what his plan is here. I imagine he's going to cash in the Pouncing Paws to send the Chase the Tail, and I guess he'll just arsenal the Ancestral Harmony. I kind of looked at the texture of this hand and figured this was ideal if he has a Transcend instant, but neither player has found one yet unless there's one lying in wait in Jazaker's hand, and there is with a Preserved Tradition.
Michael's just going to be taking the chip damage here from first the Kakara and the Tiger. Now Chase the Tail coming in for 4 with Go again. Michael certainly smelling that something is up.
Yeah, when you see the Pouncing Paws, A, get blocked with, and B, immediately hit the table on the activation, it's pretty clear that he just naturally has the aspect for the chase, right?
Yeah, Jimmy Numbers on the right side here. Going to play that natty aspect of Tiger. Gets the Tiger to get the pump here.
Coming in for 3. Good old head jab that blocks 3. Tiger's going to follow this up, coming in for 4, thanks to Tiger Stripe Shuko's ability.
And the judge is just telling the players here, you might as well keep that Go Again counter on the table with how these ninja turns play out. It's going to be 4 from this Crouching Tiger with the Shuko buffing it as well.
Both players not transcending, but just playing out some pretty efficient hands here. It looks like Jazzker's going to be the first to transcend in this game.
And then blocking 3 with the Wind Chakra, taking 1 chip. And no chain-ending snatch from Jimmy. We do like the card we put in the arsenal. That is going to help him work towards the Transcend game plan.
Is Jimmy playing Snatch?
No, I was kidding.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll remain more.
I don't know. That's okay. I just immediately reached for the deck list. Here comes Levels of Enlightenment. Hold priority. Preserve tradition. Let's see what he's planning on targeting here. I imagine it'll be a combo card, and the only one in his yard is this 100 Wins. That's going to go straight to the bottom of his deck. This Preserve tradition is going to transcend, so return to its owner's hand flipped, and 12 Petal Kassai will fund him 1 free resource.
And he's going to get the Tiger from activating Zen's ability. Go look for a combo card. Saw it on the bottom. There's his Chase the Tail of his own.
Let's see what modes he chooses on this Levels. I imagine it's draw a card, but sometimes there's some pretty serious merit to just choosing +2. Get the value when and where you can. I believe Jimmy is also holding on to a Transcend instant. Players playing at a pretty reasonable clip compared to the pretty grindy control matchups we had in most games prior to this one in this top 8.
Yeah, and I imagine both of these players have sort of memorized the average math of each of these hands and those styles of aggressive gameplay. And so, you know, when you see that your hand does a lot more on offense than on defense, it's a pretty easy decision.
Tiger coming in for a big ol' 0. Paying 1 for the Chase the Tail.
And then Chase the Tail coming in for 4 with Go Again.
The Go Again die being placed yet again on the combat chain. Like, please.
Judge being very helpful there. Jimmy now taking that damage, marking it down, going to 28. Followed up with an aspect. These are almost identical turns on either side.
The big difference is that Michael transcended. His Traverse the Universe is on line first.
And Jimmy says, yep, I like my hand, so I'm going to take this 3 damage. Now the Kakra being used with some of that remaining resource that was floating comes in for 2. And that's going to pump this Tiger by 1 additional. So this Crouching Tiger is going to come in for 5.
One of the biggest Tigers we've seen on stream today. Shuko trigger, Chase trigger, and the +1 from the staff. Putting Jimmy down to less than half his starting life total. Michael has an 11-point lead here. This game is moving at lightning speed compared to the amount of counting we've had happening today.
Yeah, now I want to see whether Jimmy hits off of this card.
Yeah, he has the potential to have a particularly explosive turn here with that Ancestral Harmony in the arsenal, as well as a Rising Sun, Setting Moon to transcend. Let's see the rip.
Oh, and it's a Command and Conquer.
I hate that card.
You know, and I did notice in his deck list, he's playing quite a few additional combo cards compared to some of the other Zen lists that we've seen. He's got the Spinning Wheel Kicks in there. He's got a good number of, you know, Breed Angers and things like that that can be wearing that buff from an Ancestral Harmony.
Jimmy picking up another Transcend instant off the draw on this Rising Sun Setting Moon. Maybe not what you're looking for. Probably wanted to see a little bit more action. He has this blue 100 Wins that is necessarily not the most efficient card in this hand. We may just see him tuck the Chi or the 100 Wins he just drew and keep a blue as a resource card. Doesn't super duper matter which one is which, especially since if he catches in his Traverse on the following turn, it's just going to get shuffled away anyways.
Now the Chi coming back to hand. So all combo attacks this turn will be gaining +1, which will include the one that he searches up here off of the hero ability.
A little bit more reasonable action from this Ancestral Harmony here, as opposed to when it, you know, hits a 0 for 4 like a Tiger Swipe and then just ends up being a blue 0 for $1 million. Looks like it's kind of only worth like 2 or 3 on this turn since it banished that Command and Conquer.
Yeah, still contributing to getting the Transcend enabled though, and that's always a good spot to be in.
Yeah, having 0 cost blues that do something meaningful is just so critical for these Mystic heroes.
And the remainder of the event hall getting quiet, but still a number of players settling in around the feature match table.
We've got 300 wins to work with. If 200 wins is 7, I think 300 wins is like 2 plus 4, 6 plus 5. So 300 wins is 11. We got there. Quick math.
6 coming in with this tiger swipe. Tigers do have stripes, and they also have Shukos.
Well, there is a tiger stripe coming in. That Shuko trigger. Oh, the wax on from Yazaker's hand, blocking a clean 5 on this swipe for 6 in conjunction with the pouncing paws.
And now this is going to be the 100 wins coming in for 3 plus 1 from the Ancestral Harmony.
You're really hoping to threaten Yazaker's life total a little more than Jimmy is on this turn. The wax on lined up pretty well. Yazaker's hand is maybe not the best thing in the world, but even if he blocks out reasonably well and sends the 2 for 6, it's not the worst thing in the world. He also may cash in Traverse just to keep a little bit of tempo here.
Now thinking hard on this block. Doesn't know what the remaining 2 cards are. Does know that the tiger wasn't all that important earlier in this turn. It enabled that tiger swipe, but nothing more. And we're going to put a weakest link in front of it. Leak 1 damage over the top.
Going to 28 to Jimmy's 18.
Jimmy going to play another 100 wins here. This one's going to be for 3. Jimmy doing a bit of counting of his own after taking down Yuki the Bender in the semifinals.
Well, she was attempting to count the 6.
3 gets covered up cleanly. And we finish up with another 100 wins. That's going to go up to 6 to close this chain out with Go again.
This is the most 100 wins I've seen on a single combat chain in recent memory, to be honest.
Now Michael has all the information, but just the 1 card left in hand.
In aggro matchups like this, blocking your whole hand away can be a pretty painful decision to make, because if you give up full tempo and your opponent just continues to have power turns after power turns, it can get you in a lot of trouble. I think we may see Yazaker just use these pouncing paws to make a tiger and then follow up with the tiger swipe, coming in for 5. Little reasonable 1 card 5 here with the additional help of a little bit of equipment. Thanks to Tiger Stripe Shuko and the pouncing paws.
0 attack from this crouching tiger, which has been white bordered out. And then the tiger swipe, as we said, with the Shuko is going to be 5. Michael is walking his own path.
Like the tiger.
On the other side of the board, oh, Jimmy's thinking maybe about whether it's time to cash in that Traverse the Universe.
He's holding a Chase the Tail, a blue, a spinning wheel kick, and I believe a red pouncing chi. This is a pretty ideal hand if you want to cash in your Traverse, right? You get to play the whole thing out. Spinning wheel kick, Chase the Tail, search for an aspect of Tiger. You get to come in for a pretty colossal amount of damage. I think the only thing more you could ask for is the ability to transcend on the turn so that you also get a free resource from Kassai to swing the staff. And there it is. The Traverse is going to hit the combat chain.
Gonna take 3 damage here.
Jimmy smelling blood in the water. A pretty pivotal piece of texture in these Zen mirrors is that if he gets to use his Traverse first, even though he's a little bit behind on life, and he can force Yazaker to either use his Traverse inefficiently or force him to use his Traverse to make a Zen state with the Kassai, it can put him so far behind because he doesn't get to use it to generate that offensive advantage that the hat is really made for.
Yeah, and on Michael's side is going to play out that crouching tiger from Banish for 0. Just a sneaky little play. I was wondering if there was another attack in the arsenal that would come out.
Nah, just being a little silly so he doesn't have to represent it and banish later. Zen activation.
We're going to get our crouching tiger. And, you know, you did say aspect of the tiger. That's going to be what hits the banish zone here for Jimmy to play later in this turn.
Yep. Tiger goes to hand off the Zen activation. We'll see the Chase the Tail hit the combat chain after this tiger does, and then the aspect of tiger will follow. A big old tiger for 4 will come after that, and then a pouncing chi for 4. Kind of the downside of this combo heavier Zen deck is that occasionally it proves pretty clunky, but Jimmy's pretty content, it seems, to just block on the turns that are a little bit less powerful, a little bit less attractive, and set himself up for success by finding these powerful multi-combo card turns that let him leverage a little bit extra power. Michael Yazaker is only playing 1 red pouncing chi to Jimmy's 3.
I mean, 0 for 4s are pretty good cards, especially when they block 3.
Yeah, there's just always the downside of you draw it and you have no go against sources in your hand, which Jimmy's deck is pretty undeniably more prone to than Yazaker's.
And, you know, he used those pouncing paws pretty aggressively despite knowing that about his deck. You know, he wants to close the game out. Oh, and what you had said literally the previous turn. Michael's
Becoming true.
Thinking about whether it's time to cash in the Kassai and Traverse on defensive value.
He is holding Sacred Art, Jade Tiger Domain, a Wax On, a Cosmic Awakening, and a Tiger Swipe. His hand doesn't really have quite as much offensive action as he's maybe looking for here. I'm curious to see if he's cashing in 4 armor just for the value, or if he's going to use this Chi to activate the activated instant ability of 12 Petal Kassai to make a Zen State and soak up some of the damage Jimmy's sending his way.
Yeah, and this combat chain is going to get a few chain links wide.
Just a few. That's the ninja version of just a nick. Just a few links.
That's right. At resolution step, that's the ninja version of hold priority.
Well, the ninja version of hold priority when you're Zen is hold priority.
We got the Zen State, also white-bordered.
I think that one's just real. I believe that's from History Pack 1. Yeah, you can see that empty circle. Aspect of Tiger Body.
Coming in for 3 with go again. It's going to put that Crouching Tiger in the banish zone. Be a nice little card to wear the buff later in the turn.
2 floating here. I'm curious to see if he swings the Kakara to get 2 value and then 1 off the Tiger and then into the Pouncing Chi, or if he chooses to play out the Spinning Wheel Kick, converting his hand a little bit more aggressively but going off Arsenal. It's exactly 1 point higher, but a fair bit more pressure into his end state, where if he swings the staff and then the Tiger immediately following it, it's a little bit less impressive because of how much the end state helps him soak up damage.
And that Zen State's going to be sticking around for the following turn as well. Michael taking 2 damage here off that 3 power attack.
Staff coming in for 2, but it's functionally 1.
Taking 1 damage here from the Cockerel. Now the Crouching Tiger going to be unleashed from its banished zone. It's coming in for 5, and damage can be prevented from this via the Tiger Stripe Shuko trigger.
Ezekiel does have a Wax Off here for it.
And that's going to cover up 4 of the damage, so 1 leaking through. And Jimmy with the Pouncing Chi for 4.
Interestingly, we're seeing Michael take a little bit of a defensive posture in this matchup, recognizing that he doesn't really have the gas he needs to put the pressure down on Jimmy to kind of keep him under his boot and slam the door in his face like he wanted to maybe when he started off with a little bit of a life lead with a little bit of extra pressure. Instead, using the Zen State to kind of just get a little bit ahead on life total and do some blocking, you know, get some defensive value out of these cards, and then just play out a reasonable, smaller hand, especially since now that Jimmy's used his Traverse, the opportunity for him to cash in Traverse to make his end state, you know, as Yazaker's expires and then blank his return that he wants to posture for via his own Zen State is off the table. He will need to transcend on his own and choose to pitch that Chi into the Kassai instead of the Zen State on his own turn.
And what you were mentioning earlier about the action points on Jimmy's side, I'm seeing a couple of combo cards here that maybe don't do that much without a few other enablers. Now, Breed Anger coming out here for 4 from the arsenal. That's what had been tucked away there quite a few turns ago. And Flick Flack's going to cover that up cleanly. So all in all, no damage leaked across from Jimmy here. Doesn't want to overextend offensively while the Zen State is on the board. Going to send his own version of that same turn that Michael did. Here's a Kakra for 2, threatening 1 realistically.
That Zen State is going to put in work if Yazaker decides he wants to pivot here, and he is holding a Levels of Enlightenment and a Transcend Instant, as well as an Ancestral Harmony of his own. He has the opportunity to fire back a turn extremely similar to the one that Jimmy used to close the life total gap a little bit ago.
And now this Spinning Wheel Kick coming in for 4 with Go Again. One of those combo cards that Jimmy's playing in his deck that Michael is not. And just goes to Arsenal, doesn't want to let Michael get more defensive value off that Zen State.
Also likely looking for a little bit more value out of that pouncing chi than just a 0 for 3 without go again. Let's see the rip.
And
oh
it's
my
a chase
God,
the tail.
Chase the tail off the top. Yazikar already in a commanding position after using that Zen state to great effect to get a little bit of a value advantage in this game, finding Chase the tail off the top of his deck in a situation where he's already postured to transcend on this turn with the levels of enlightenment. The amount of card advantage this hand generates is bonkers.
Yeah, and Michael just smiling big. Jimmy smiling bigger, knows what's coming for him. There's going to be a levels of enlightenment with an homage to ancestors in response. I'm going to gain 1 life. I'm going to put this chi back in my hand, and I'm going to think about what I want to look for in my deck.
Well, it's certainly not Chase the Tail anymore, I'll tell you that.
And he's got a couple of resources available to him here, too, in addition to that. So just, I guess, to play that Chase the Tail with. Going to find the aspect of Tiger Body. Both players kind of mirroring each other's turns a little bit, but Michael might be the first one to threaten some lethal damage.
A true mirror match, as it were. That Ancestral Harmony, as Michael Jaziker would say himself, was a little bit of a buongiorno.
Buongiorno indeed.
Let's see what modes he chooses on the levels. I imagine it'll be drawing a card.
We're going to draw a card for sure.
I imagine the other mode is go again, unless he's being very funny. Looks like he drew 100 wins. Talk about mirroring each other's turns. When Jimmy played out his Ancestral Harmony, he had 3 of them.
No blocks on the 0, but there is this nice little Chase the Tail for 5 go again.
Thanks to Ancestral Harmony, pumping the whole turn.
Jimmy's just full taking this. Knows that the aspect of body is following.
It's pretty hard to feel incentivized to actually do much real blocking. When you're this far behind, you need your opponent, you need to kind of force your opponent to present lethal here. Especially because, like, if you don't push enough back, you're 12 life behind in an aggro mirror, and you don't have enough life to really kind of take the tempo back, or you don't have enough disruption to kind of take the tempo back. I think Jimmy is likely pinning his hopes on the Command and Conquer in his hand, but this Tiger Swipe
boy, this Tiger Swipe is
brutal here. It's 5 go again. The Tigers it generates won't have any real text, but he has another 4 power following it. He's going to rip Jimmy's entire hand just for him to stay alive.
Maybe thinking about whether the armor is going to go on the combat chain here.
I don't think he has the option. This is coming in for 5, and the 100 wins after it is coming in for 4. Even if he blocks 5 here, he has a 2 block in his hand and a Transcend instant. He's forced to block with both the Transcend instant, with both the 12 Pero Kassai and the Spinning Wheel Kick just to stay alive. And then his turn is only a blue no block instant that'll get pitched into the staff, into the pouncing chi that's stuck in his arsenal right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough spot that Jimmy's found himself in. At 2 life, staring down Michael's 15 life. Plus the Shuko, of course.
There's literally nothing he can do on this turn to make Michael care, which is so, so painful. He needs him to brick, but he hasn't bricked. He's found another Ancestral Harmony and to chase the tail.
Well, you know what they say, a tiger in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
I was going to say, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, well, there's a drop in the ocean right there.
As well as another non-blocking card in the form of Homage to Ancestors. I believe Jimmy's hand has a collective block value of 6. That's not what you want to see in this position. Thankfully, the small blessings can be counted despite no blessings being counted in this game. And Yazikar has not hit yet another combo card off the top, but he still has a Transcend instant here in this hand, and he can still fire off a Chase the Tail if he transcends targeting this Tiger Taming Kakara. He activates Zen, he searches for an aspect of Tiger Body, he gets to use his 1 resource to go Tiger for 1, Aspect for 4, Chase for 3, Tiger for 4. That might just be too much damage for Jimmy to deal with. He only has 6 block value in the hand, and he's double transcending here for functionally no value outside of gaining 1 life from the Homage to Ancestors.
Yeah, and it gets the -1 on the stick. So that is going to use, functionally you've used 2 cards to nullify the 1 weapon attack. And Michael says, sure, I'm going to do my thing.
Sure, here's 20 more damage.
Just show it to me. I'm dead, basically.
Jimmy saying, please, just show it to me. I know I'm dead.
Yeah,
Extending
and
the
fist
fist
bump.
bump. And Michael Yazaker is your battle-hardened Toronto champion. What an amazing game. I loved seeing both of these players kind of, like you said, mirror each other's turns back and forth. Yazaker kind of, I think the pivotal moment in this game was him taking the opportunity to make that Zen state and establish that defensive posture, despite it maybe not always being the most attractive position to be in an aggro mirror. But he played his cards right. He played to his outs, and he bade his time waiting to find the opportunity to strike like a ninja waiting in the shadows.
And earlier in the day, I was saying at least one testing team thinks that Zen's the best deck in the format.
Maybe he is.
It's probably that team that said that. And
it was.
and it's also probably Michael, who's been playing Zen for what, like 6.5 months now on Zen, just grinding it out through a few different metagames and completely undefeated this whole day at the Battle Hardened. Like that's rare to see.
Yeah, especially such a brutal battle hardened. It was 8 rounds of Swiss with a cut where you needed to functionally be undefeated or nearly undefeated. Only one X2 squeaked into top 8. There were 6 X1s and 1 undefeated player in the form of Michael Yazaker, going on to shark the first Surge Seed curse and take down the entire event on Zen Tamer of Purpose, getting a gold foil legendary, a hefty sum of cash, and his name on Zen Tamer of Purpose's roll of honor just before the door closes in his face. And that hero LL's in the first week of RTN season. What a tournament!
That's amazing. I mean, this is just what I was saying about the clout, right? His name's now forever enshrined in fabtcg.com history.
It's true. Congratulations to Michael Yazaker, our winner of the last major CC event of the Rosetta season, as well as the first major CC event in North America of 2025. We will be right back after a short break with an interview with the winner, and then we're going to finally say goodbye to y'all after such a long day. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hello, we have the closing ceremony of Battle Hardened Toronto, this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. This is your first Battle Hardened win, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, this is Michael Yazaker, Toronto local and winner of this tournament. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
You feel like the Zen grinding has paid off through multiple metas?
I mean, I only grinded Zen a lot for, like, U.S. Nationals, they're calling there.
Right.
But haven't played it too much since, and then my boy Nick Butcher, won the calling recently.
Yeah, KL.
And then Evan was like, dude, you got to play this deck. And I'm like, no. I'm playing Prism.
Ooh,
that was after my Florian grind, but, now we were out there with Prism, and then finally enough people yelled at me, so then I played Zen.
Wait, you should thank them.
I should.
Yeah, I was like, hey, play the good deck, dummy.
Yeah, normally I don't listen to the better players I know, but, now I am, so.
When did you walk in on Zen?
Yesterday? Or the day before yesterday?
That's so sick.
Yeah.
Literally just like yesterday, like, yeah, I'll take this one. Why not?
I don't know. They had a pretty good deck,
Yeah.
Nick and Evan been working on it. They got some good stuff going on.
You have a favorite game of the day?
I don't know.
I respect if your brain is completely cooked.
It's a little cooked, it's been a long day, and the boys got a little crazy last night, so I don't know. We're out here, dude.
We're out here indeed. Do you wanna hit the stream with a skibbity before you go?
A skibbity?
Yeah, skibbity.
No.
No skibbity.
No, that's only for the boys.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on stream, and congratulations on winning.
You.
Thank you so much to everybody at home for watching the stream. Thank you so much to Savage Feats for having me here and putting on an incredible show. And thank you so much to InvasionCNC.ca for putting on such an amazing tournament. And thank you to Legend Story Studios for the Flesh and Blood World Tour. And we'll see you all next time. Thank you so much.
Choices. So many choices.
It's such a shame Aiden doesn't know about Fabric.gg.
All this work that he's doing, poring over different deck lists, trying to find the right cards. I mean, Fabric just does it for you.
How many blues do I even run?
All with the click of a button.
I just want to build a good deck.
Don't let this happen to your friends. Just send them to Fabric.gg.
It's for their own good.
Tired of losing track of your resources floating? Frustrated because you forgot to tick up your tunic again? Feeling like your stream games are inadequate because your viewers don't know how much damage the attacks are dealing? Well, look no further. Introducing Fab Dice. With these beautiful Fab Dice, you'll always be the ultra hip person that keeps track of their resources, picked up their tunic, and maintain their board state to the absolute T. Your stream viewers will be rejoicing because they can now keep track of the game thanks to the large and legible Fab Dice, and your channel will be the go-to channel when it comes to streaming Fab games. But wait, there's more! Our Fab Dice is not limited to resources, attack, and tunic counters. We also have Rune Chance, Steam Counter, Heavy Hitters Damage, Spectral Shield, Chi, and our new Arcane Damage Dice. Order your Fab Dice now at TieCards.shop. That's TieCards.shop. Say it with me, TieCards.shop. One more time for the memories, TieCards.shop. Purchasing these Fab Dice will not guarantee you to win every Fab game. It doesn't even guarantee you to win any Fab game. You might lose horribly because your opponent is Brodie because he's everywhere, but at least you look majestic with these Fab Dice.
Savage Feats has built a new website, and you should check it out because it's awesome. Let's dive into the website and learn why it is everything you need to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player. Boom! Look at it. It's beautiful. Not only does SavageFeats.com cover every event that we have covered, but this also covers every single Flesh and Blood event that has ever been recorded anywhere in the world. Okay? And I mean that. If you want to look at Pablo Pintor playing any hero out there, boom, look at his name up. If you want to look at every Rhinar game that has ever occurred, boom, look that up. If you want to look at any event in the future, boom. If you want to look at any event in the past, boom. You want to look at your favorite city, boom. You know what I mean? It's got everything you've ever wanted. And you guys should check it out because if you want to be a competitive Flesh and Blood player, you need to see how the best players in the world play. You need to know where all of the events are. And you need to know the best deck lists, right? Right. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying this tournament. Bye.
Have you ever wondered what the competitive process for a team looks like? As a premium member of the Runaway Discord, we invite you to interact with the process directly. Each month, you vote for which hero we focus on, and then we'll take you on a journey to make it tournament ready. We'll build the deck, live stream playtest sessions, record gameplay, and finish up with a written matchup guide. Last month, Lucas Oswald created a Jarl guide. Through interactive live sessions and written feedback, Lucas took a build from scratch to calling ready. In this month, we'll be focusing on Vynnset. So if you'd like to follow along, it's just $5 a month to become a rare squire on the Runaways Discord. You'll also gain access to additional perks, like asking questions on the podcast and reading tournament reports. Now, for those who are devoted to leveling up their gameplay, our $25 Majestic Squires gets direct help and communication from the whole team, including a personal VOD and decklist review every single month. We're excited for you to learn with us and from us. Stay healthy, keep gaming.
Yeah, we're getting rid of the envelope here, but
What we could do here is go ahead and play the envelope.
All 3 pitches of Envelope and Darkness.